All right. Good morning, everybody. We'll get started in 2 minutes. We have 4. We'll get started in 2 minutes. Thank you. And before we get formally started, also a public service announcement. Apparently, people have been eating in chambers. And so our cleaning crews are getting frustrated with cleaning that up. So please just be careful about eating, which you're not supposed to do. But if you do, just throw it away, please. Thank you. All right, everybody. Today is primarily OBES with a couple other departments. We'll get started first with Office of Code Enforcement. Mr. Mulligan. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Members of the council, I'm Tom Mulligan. I'm the Director of Code Enforcement. And it's my privilege to be here this morning representing the 40 men and women of that department who work every day in our city to fight blight and make it a safer and more pleasant place to live. I thought I'd take just a couple minutes to talk about OBES broadly. I'm dual-hatted. And so we'll be hearing from those this morning, and I'll be here to answer any questions you have from my perspective. OBES really serves two critical functions. The first is to provide a layer of senior oversight between the CAO and department directors. And the second, more important, I think, is to harness the close relationships that exist between OBES departments. I just want to give a few examples of what we're doing in OBES along those lines to give you a sense of how we interact on a daily basis. So one thing we've done is stand up a development working group. This is an opportunity for developers and members of the community to come in, meet with senior leaders in OBES so that we can move high-profile projects forward. I've got a meeting next week with Joe Yeager and his team. I know he has projects which are of interest to everyone. And we want to ensure first that these high-profile developments are not encountering any red tape, any hurdles, and we want to make sure we get everybody in the room so that the responsibilities that developers, owners, and the city have to fulfill under the law are done quickly and effectively, so we can get high-profile development projects moved through in an expeditious way. Second, it's also an opportunity for us to remind owners that they are in possession of blighted properties, and blight is a violation of the law, and to make sure people understand that we're going to go after these projects aggressively. We always work in concert with developers. We want to be collaborative, and very often that pays the greatest dividends. We intend fully to continue to do that, but we are taking a more aggressive approach, I would say, towards fighting blight and towards moving priority development projects forward. So that's my intention with that working group in the coming year. We have finalized a lease with Orleans Tower. We're building out on the 8th floor a new, more customer service oriented, warmer environment for people coming in looking for permits, looking to work with CPC, the historic preservation entities, VCC and HDLC, and that'll open end of first quarter, beginning of second quarter. And it's going to be a better way to interact with the public. And it'll also improve the efficiency of our own operations. And finally, we'll be exploring some strategic projects within OBES in the coming year. As one example, we have a number of departments that have adjudicative functions. Code enforcement does adjudications, HDLC, VCC, traffic camera. And I think there's an opportunity to improve efficiency by consolidating some of those operations. More adjudications, that's something I'll talk about at a cheaper cost. So that's OBES broadly. In the Department of Code Enforcement, we really do three things. Our first most important work is emergency abatement of structures or premises that pose imminent dangers to life, health, property, or public safety. Second, that's our most important work. Second, which is the majority of our work, is fighting lesser cases of blight, inspecting them, researching the ownership, holding hearings, and then moving to dispose of those properties in an appropriate way. And third is cutting overgrown lots. And the aspiration we have is to completely eliminate blight in our city. And while that taken literally will be a challenge in the coming years, I do think it's a reasonable aspiration in the sense that I think we have made real progress against blight this year. There's a lot we need to do. There's things we can do better in code enforcement. There are ways we can improve performance within OBES broadly, but I do think there are real success stories. And I never want to let the challenges that we face as a city detract from the really hard work and effective work that city employees are doing every single day. And I hope to highlight a few examples of that. Here's our org chart. As I said, about 40 people. I'll mention just a couple things. Chief of Field Operations is Winston Reed. Winston's been working for the city for a decade, or excuse me, many decades. You all know him and he does a great job. He's out there at night, he's out there on the weekends, running our emergency abatement operations. And I don't know what I'd do without him. So I do want to mention him in particular. And, you know, if you kind of look left to right, you can see the way we approach our cases. There's intake. We get complaints from the community through a variety of means, complaints from you. I get emails from the mayor's office, other senior leadership. We do have people managing intake and prioritizing complaints, although that is something I want to improve in the coming year. We inspect. We go through the process of research, find out who the owner is. We present cases at hearings. We employ as contractors hearing officers. And then we make assessments about what we want to do in the future. Do we want to pass it to the legal staff to sell a property at sheriff's sale? Do we want it to enter into our strategic demolition program? Do we want to enter into some kind of agreement with the owner? So this year, these are the numbers as of mid-October. We've increased our administrative hearings as of that date, 18%. Now we're probably about 22%. I mention it here because it's something I really want to concentrate on in the coming year. We've got some plans to increase hearings, both through more staffing and through the way we attend to this part of our process. Maybe I'll have a chance to talk about some jumbo hearings we have planned for early next year. These are essentially ways to get a lot of hearings pushed through on a single day, often at a site outside of the office. I think our lot abatement program is a success story, and I want to thank D'Artagnan Stovall, who took over that program in April. We've cut now about 3,100 lots, maybe just a shade under that, more than doubling what we cut last year. And in fact, that understates the performance of this program because there wasn't a whole lot cut. There was a bit cut, a couple hundred lots cut in the first quarter of this year, but really over about 7 months, we've doubled what we did last year. And what I want to highlight here is, I think the key to this program was personnel. It was having a single designated owner, DART, responsible for running that program and then being held to account, not for the process he used, but for the results he produced. And happily, he's produced very good results. I think one thing we sometimes do, not just in code enforcement, but OBES broadly, is overthink these programs, try to bring in technology when it's not necessarily warranted, new ideas, fancy policies, international best practices, all of which can have an effect on the margin and are good. But at the end of the day, success is about, what do? We find an overgrown lot, we inspect it, we cut it. It's not that complicated, but the complication is, do you have a good person to be an owner of that program? And so that, I think, was the key unlock for lot abatement. Few new initiatives. We've been doing these enforcement sweeps with other departments inside OBES and without OBES, outside of OBES as well. We've gone after some of these substandard large housing complexes where the tenants were living in pretty substandard conditions, and we have been able to incentivize compliance. Those cases where we haven't seen the compliance we want, we're going to continue to go after them. We filled dangerous pools in New Orleans, and there's now some new legislation that complements the work we started earlier this summer. That's just been a priority of mine from the beginning, because I think it's a really critical and underappreciated danger to the community. And we signed a new CEA with the DDD, so they're going to pay for a dedicated inspector and researcher, and those people are going to work directly in the boundaries of the district, able to bring cases through our process very quickly and get immediate results. So I think it's great on its own. I think it's also a great opportunity to demonstrate this sort of partnership, maybe expand it in the future. Wanted to go through just a couple cases, district by district. 5700 Vicksburg Street. This was one of those pools which the neighbors were very rightly upset about for years. And we came in, we drained it, we drilled it, and we filled it with sand. And now this is not the end of this property. And in fact, I made a mistake last month and dropped the ball on a posting. So we're delayed about a month on it, but we're going to hold a daily fines hearing at the beginning of December. It's not dropping off the radar, and we're going to keep pushing on it until we get the resolution that the community wants, or at least the resolution they're entitled to under the law. 2660 Laurel Street was down at the Irish Channel Neighborhood Association last night, as a matter of fact. A tricky case because this was a multifamily complex in a street of really pretty single-family homes or duplexes, and it's a shame that it hadn't been renovated, and I think there were some ownership issues. I think if it had been, it could have turned a nice profit for the owner, but at the end of the day, it failed to meet the requirements which are laid out in the city code, and so the appropriate step was demolition, and we did that. Okay, a couple properties on the West Bank here in Algiers. So those were larger issues, but here these are three smaller homes which nevertheless had quite an impact, I think, on the quality of life of neighbors. And so we want to make sure we don't forget about the smaller structures, which still can be quite a nuisance to the community. In fact, we're also at District C on, where were we? Earlier this week on Carolec Street. So we demolished a house there. So we have ongoing work in the district. Today, we're in District D, 3100 block of Annette Street. And this is an example of a property in District D, which we demolished earlier this year. Old blighted commercial structure, which has been blighted since Katrina, across from a school. And now the plan is send it to sheriff's sale, the empty lot to sheriff's sale, and work within our development framework.
And thank you very much, because someone was living in that property and could have been killed. So I appreciate your prompt response.
Yes, sir. And finally, La Quinta Inn. So we started this, another long blighted property, started demolition about a month ago. Their lawyers got a temporary restraining order against us. But anyway, we worked through that. Demolition restarted yesterday. So we're going to keep on top of it. And until that is demolished and cleared, we're going to be on them.
Their lawyers wanted that blight to remain as an eyesore as it was. I think that's all the citizens need to know. And I think that's what at some point, you know, I'm hopeful that citizens won't have to complain, but that we'll have reporting about the principals who own these pieces of property and who represent these pieces of property. Because as big as an eyesore as it was, they were willing to allow it to fester with drugs, vagrants, and the like, rather than use their resources and their power to allow us to even invest in remedying the situation. So that's just the state of where we are with people who own property, blighted and nuisance property in our city right now.
Yes, sir. And one thing I'll mention about that is I think there has been a tendency in the past to worry about, well, what might happen legally in the future if we are aggressive. And I'm very much opposed to that way of thinking. I think I've made this clear to the other OBES directors. Of course, if there's an injunction from a judge, we follow that scrupulously, but we're not going to hesitate to be aggressive about because of what the counterparty might do to us in court. We're confident in our process that we've done things in accordance with the law. And so that's what we're going to do. We're going to pursue abatement. Okay, a couple goals for next year. I think first, we just want to do more. We want to cut more lots. I mentioned more adjudicative hearings, more sheriff sales. So that's a priority. Now, and I'll talk about this in a second, that will turn on being properly resourced. And just like most governmental entities nowadays, personnel is our biggest challenge by far. It is the priority. It's the main thing that worries me when I consider our performance and when I think about how to improve it. We've got money for a large-scale strategic demolition program, and I thank the council for approving money during the mid-year for that. I believe more will be incoming next year, and this is going to require close coordination with your offices because you and your constituents know best those properties which are problematic from the community standpoint, and we want to hear that. And incidentally, we're buying 5 big chalkboards for the office. We're going to have one for each district. Anytime you want to come over, check on the status of a property, tell us what we need to be doing more quickly. Feel free, of course, you're welcome to visit anytime, but we are integrating council priorities more and more into our everyday business. Now, something that has happened in recent months are there have been a number of new authorities and responsibilities which have been assigned to code enforcement by the council. We've supported development of some of them, and I think without exception, they're from our point of view, excellent steps. Now we need to make them a reality. We need to operationalize them. And again, people is the key. So here is the bullet point that I want to stress more than anything else. I want to establish the department on solid administrative footing. We need to have the budget, we need to have the people, and we need to have the flexibility to be able to recognize good performance and deal with substandard performance. I'm in the partially happy position of having to worry much more about how to retain good performers than how to fire bad performers. But any flexibility which we can have to incentivize good work and give people a path to promotion and advancement within city government, I think would be a great addition. And again, it almost always sits on a strong independent budgetary foundation. I want to hire 2 new people, get them a loan and 2 weed whackers and some construction equipment so that they can go around as a strike team, board up buildings which are blighted, even if it's just a temporary measure. I think that'll help cut important lots immediately, not have to wait to the contractor, and conduct other basic abatements. So I think this little strike team would make a big difference. Mid-year, we can evaluate its performance, see what we could be doing better. But I do think it's important, I've talked to a lot of people about this, to have an in-house capability. And finally, I want to develop some new policies and work with the council on legislation to improve quality of life, especially that of our most vulnerable residents. Shay Zeller in our department has been working on policy, legislative ideas, and I appreciate her hard work on that. I think for us, the policy stuff is not the challenge. It's the ops, it's the personnel. But I mean, the major strategic change will require these big ideas. So I don't want that to be left on the wayside, even as we rightly concentrate on operations. So finally, here are the budget numbers for the cost centers associated with the Department of Code Enforcement. All right, and I'd be happy to entertain any questions that the council has.
Councilmember Jerusa.
Thank you. Would you mind going back to slide 4, please, Mr. Mulligan? And while you're doing that, I just want to start off by saying yesterday we were very loud and repeatedly said lack of communication was an issue with some of the other departments. I want to say not only thank you for the level of communication that you've had, but also we sent a list about properties that were problematic in our district. And before I came downstairs, my staff was telling me code enforcement had taken steps with regards to all but one of them. So I want to say thank you for that at the outset. I guess I'm really confused because this is your organizational chart, and by my count, there's almost 60 people on here. Is that right?
No, I don't think that's right. So some of these are the dotted lines, the green dotted lines are just a representation of what the functions are. I think our current number is 42.
Okay, all right. So you have a department of 42.
Yeah.
Except you really aren't your own department. Is that correct?
Well, that's right. So we're not officially a department in the sense of being a charter entity. I mean, administratively, we are part of the Office of Community Development. They manage our administration, and I certainly appreciate some of the support that they provide to us. They manage our hiring, for example, and promotions and that sort of thing. And the budgets that affect our organization, there are essentially four. One of them is HUD money. Really, two of them are HUD money. And then two of them come out of our hearings. This is 5110, we call it. It's money we generate in-house in code enforcement. And those are under the administrative control of community development. That's right.
I guess I'm worried. And what I worry about is a little bit what we saw at DPW yesterday is their portfolio was so big. The same thing I think is going to be, in my mind, is true for you, or for code enforcement, rather, I should say, is that you have so many functions, you have 42 different people, you have every council member who has said that blight is a top priority for them, that it seems hard that you have to function administratively in two or three different places, and that your funding is coming from federal grants or from money that you have to generate yourself.
Yeah.
So that is a long way of saying that I'm going to author a charter amendment to make code enforcement its own department. I appreciate the fact that you are doing work as if you are a standalone department, but I think given what you're going to hear from all of us in terms of wanting to stand up the department, in terms of making sure you have enough money and personnel, if it's living in 2, 3, or 4 different places, I don't see how you can be as effective as if it's all combined into one. So I just want to say that I'm not asking you to comment on a political matter, but I'm saying it so you hear it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And I think, Tom, you kind of answered my next question implicitly, which is if essentially your sources of funding are from HUD grants and from hearings, then number one, am I right that there's no general fund money that goes to your department?
Well, I think with the exception of the mid-year, the $1 million mid-year adjustment, which I believe is general fund, that's correct. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's not sustainable. And I know Council Member Morrell is not here, but that sort of leads me to my next point, which is I pulled the slide from the initial budget presentation on October 25th. And right now, you're slated to receive code enforcement, slated to receive $30 million from fund balance. So $10 million for blight abatement and grass cutting, and then $20 million for temporary enhanced contractual support to address backlogs and wait times. Let's start at the beginning. Is 30 million enough to make a dent in the blight abatement, the code enforcement clear title issues, the forestry backlog, the illegal dumping? I mean, that sounds like a healthy amount of money. Is that sufficient to get started?
It's absolutely sufficient, Councilmember Giroux. So I think it would be an enormous help to these high priority operations. I mean, I know the mayor is committed to aggressively fighting blight. I know all of you are as well. So it's a priority for everybody, and 30 million would do an enormous amount of good. The other thing I would say is it isn't always just a matter of money, though. I mean, money is critical, but having the solid administrative footing, and as I mentioned, being able to compensate people in an effective way, have simplifying the administration of a department as much as possible is almost as important. But no question, we could do a lot of good with $30 million.
Well, and I guess that is two things. What I just, again, implicitly heard you say is if we're in one place, then it makes it a lot easier for us to do our job. But then number two, my concern is, well, great. The dumping that we hear all of the colleagues talk about, the decreased permit issuance and inspection times, the elimination of dumping backlog is good, but then we're going to backslide if we don't have that taken care of. So I'm more worried about recurring revenue. And if I'm looking at your budget correctly, it appears to me that it's been cut from where it was last year. Is that right?
Well, I think from this slide, which doesn't incorporate, this is slide 16, let me put it up, which doesn't incorporate ARPA or a fund balance project, that appears correct, but as part of the larger approach to representing the vacancies that exist and how we're going to start trying to projectize some of these costs, which I believe finance has talked to, this is how the numbers work out. I mean, $30 million again is great.
Right.
And we can do some hiring from something like ARPA or a fund balance project. We do have a staff augmentation RFQ that went out, and we can do that. But that is always a short-term measure. So with the one caveat that it's a short-term measure until we get public employees, FTEs on board, I think we're good.
Okay. Well, I guess again, I'm fine with the one-time measure because I think we should be spending one-time money on one-time things. But at the same time, I think where we're all shaking our head about up here is we also need it to be done on a recurring basis. And it's one thing for us to fix the street, but then if we're not maintaining it, then we're just back at square one all over again. Same thing applies to code enforcement, which is we want to make sure, again, as we're looking, we keep on talking about public safety and we keep on talking about health, and code enforcement is an integral piece in that puzzle. And so if we want our neighborhoods to be as healthy as possible, then we need code enforcement to be stood up. So I think what I'm going to ask at least is, I don't need an answer today, but I think we will need an answer as we prepare for the budget, Mr. Mulligan, is in transferring the fund balance to do the blight abatement and all these code enforcement, what is it then going to require on a recurring basis to keep this up and running? I don't want you to tread water or even be sinking. We want you to be swimming.
Yes, sir. We'll get it to you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, let me thank one of the hardest working departments, and especially over the last several months. The effort, I think the impact, my comment consistently has been talking about impact budgeting and how do we make impacts in our community. We talk about business, residential, protecting, mitigating some of the problems we have, preparing our city for growth. And I'm hoping everyone takes a look at their new budget is making some type of impact statement. It's whatever the field, whatever the charter responsibility is, but how do we impact our community? I can understand Councilmember Giarrusso, one-time funds, but let me say our districts, especially my district needs this. And for blighted property and stuff that we've been dealing with all time, we appreciate the one time. The one time it was torn down. The one time it was cleaned up. So I know we need to be budget and fiscal hawks and be responsible, but too many communities have been dealing with this stuff for all time. They'd love it just to see somebody do something about it one time. Knowing that we have to be responsible for the future. So in my district, and I think in many of these districts, that 30 million or whatever that million number is that we come to settle around, we want to see this stuff gone and removed. Because some of this stuff been around for decades, man. Since Katrina, some since before Katrina. So if we can have so if we can make some one-time impact statements where people at least see that there's soil under the grass and the trees, that there's maybe a foundation of cement under the blight. Let's get there while we figure out how to make sure that while we're eliminating this blight or preparing this particular community, that we can be responsible year after year after year, because they haven't seen anything done in any year. You mentioned high profile. So when I think about looking at our budgets with impact, you know, how are we rating communities, right? Because we have a lot of residential communities right now that are pretty stable, that because of some of the lack of capital investment, some of the lack of dealing with blight and overgrown lots, that they're actually impacting property value. And they're actually having an impact on whether people decide to invest or stay. What kind of tool are we using to evaluate those communities when we consider making the investments we make now, as well as the 30 million of future investments? What's your rating chart?
Well, I mean, Councilmember Thomas, I think you've hit on sort of a critical issue which underlies what we do, is that these are ultimately economic development issues. And it's good to knock down a blighted building, but we need somebody to come in and create something that's going to contribute to the community and be vibrant. Now, for us, when we are really thinking in those strategic terms, we are looking at the major properties, things like La Quinta, things like those buildings on Cindy Place. And it's simply, if we had more people, we could go to a more granular level, say block by block, and look at an individual house and what we might want to do with it. Those decisions are made in a much simpler way, I have to admit now. I certainly think it makes sense, given proper staffing, to stand up maybe one person or two people who try to bring in those strategic considerations, those development considerations with which you mentioned, even for the smallest single family home.
And then the other thing on your chart, and I've been saying this for quite some time, I like the fact that I wrote down that word aggressive. So I'm going to attach it to everything you do from now on. And I think that's what we should do. We have a law department, don't we?
Yes, sir.
The law department works for the city and with you, correct?
They do.
So if and when we believe we're right, then let's be aggressive. You know, too often I'm hearing people in different offices say what they cannot do. Oh, well, we can't do this. Oh, we can't do that. Well, but the impact of what we're talking about can negatively affect our community, can negatively affect property value, can create an opportunity for crime. So I would hope that we would begin to eliminate this, especially when you go to some departments and they talk about what we can do, and say that if there's a fine line there that gives us the reason to even want to do it, that we do it, and then let our city attorneys back us up if somebody takes us to court. Period. Especially if you believe you're right.
Yes, sir. Could not agree more.
When you talk about dealing with overgrown lots, are we also, while we're cleaning up the property, notifying or having conversations with the property owner or the people who are responsible for the site, putting them on notice also?
We are. That's part of the required legal process.
Okay. And what does that process look like?
So essentially, we get a complaint about an overgrown lot, we inspect, we figure out who owns it, and then we send a letter. So it's not as comprehensive a form of title research as our minimum property maintenance cases, but there is some due diligence that is required under the law, and we send a letter, and that's their notification.
Well, I'm looking forward to however much money we had, that we look at whether it's high profile projects or residential communities that are suffering because of blight and overgrown lots, that we get to at least to somewhere where we clear as much of it as possible, remedy as much of it as possible, and then take a whole nother look at the landscape and then determine what we do there. But some of this stuff has been around for decades. It needs to be removed yesterday. It's affecting property value. In my district, it is. It's affecting property value. It's affecting whether someone wants to make an investment next to an area where they really, where it really makes sense and it's affordable to them, but there's a vacant lot, there's a vacant building. So whatever we need to do to eliminate some of this all-time blight, and then we figure out the one-time stuff, that's what I'm for.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Moreno is not here, but Councilmember Green.
Mr. Mulligan, I'd like to add to Councilman Thomas's comments that this blight also affects children in neighborhoods. If you get up every morning and you walk to school, you walk over to Carver School and you see hundreds of blighted lots as you walk, it certainly makes a difference in how you feel about our city. So I also use the word aggressive, and I don't mind saying when people ask, well, what are you going to do with the lot afterwards? I understand the concern. It's still owned by a private owner, but some of these properties that are being torn down are really having a positive impact on the way people feel about their communities. So I do want to start off on a positive note before I ask a couple of questions, and they're not going to be negative questions. I do want to thank you, Mr. Reed, and also others involved with code enforcement. I know that you have a difficult job because I'm a guy who has been for 3 decades involved with the real estate industry. I know what it takes to tear down someone's property. I know what it takes to hear that people have filed appeals all the time and they keep stretching it out in court. But despite the fact that we have 5 council districts, your office has been able to tear down at least a property a week in my district. I know how hard it is to tear down a property in terms of bidding. So I do want to say to those who are watching that I recognize that we have in my district probably over 1,000 blighted lots and individual houses, but that we are making a dent in them. And your concerns, members of the public, and your expressions have resulted in properties being torn down, such as on St. Bernard Avenue, such as on DeMontles Inn and other areas. So I'm appreciative of that work. What could be done on a state level in terms of legislation? Is there any legislation that stands in the way of, for example, us moving quickly or more quickly to address some of the blight problems?
Well, I think there is. So I mentioned Shay Zeller. She is looking at potential legislative changes right now, and those would include legislative changes at the state level. I think really the issue is put in some teeth and more teeth in the process. Now, I do think some of the changes which have been made recently with the daily fines, for example, are some examples of more teeth, more onerous penalties for owners. But that anything that could be done along those lines is important. And I think that's especially true. Some of the other OBES departments will speak to this. So for example, with the historic preservation organizations, we do have owners who simply see fines as the cost of doing business. So yeah, the city's going to fine me and it's going to hurt a little bit, but I'm just going to deal with it. And I think we have to have, in some cases, simply bigger fines and other penalties. And I will say, although I don't want to talk about specifics here, I am pursuing some other forms of penalty for the worst owners that we are going to proceed with, and I think will be effective.
Well, that was kind of ominous. So what kind of
Well, I'm happy
penalty
to
might you pursue other than
happy to
fines?
speak with you in private, Councilmember Green, but it's an operational issue, and I do
Okay.
want to, until we're ready to go with it, I would prefer anyway to keep it private.
All right. Well, I'm anxious to hear about it.
Yes, sir.
Because the fines in some respects don't work. And the reason I ask about state law is because we're limited in some respects as to the amount that we can fine someone per day. Right? Is that based on state law or council law?
I believe it is based on state law. I'm not sure, Councilmember Green, but I believe so.
Right. And sometimes I ask questions because I have an idea, but I also recognize there are nuances that I don't see. From what I see, that we're limited in terms of the maximum fine that we can assess per day on a property. And sometimes owners will say, yes, that's a
It's
cost.
certainly true at our level, $500 per violation.
Right.
Yeah.
What I'd like to see, and I think that the public needs to know that because he may ask for help on that since we're addressing blight, that we need the way we need to address it. I am also concerned that many times on certain properties, the fines have accumulated to the point where they exceed the value of the property, and it makes it difficult for us even at an auction to get rid of it. Can you talk about what might be done to assist in remedying that situation?
Well, I think in that situation, so there are a couple options. First, in those cases, very often the property is beyond repair. And so that would make it suitable for our strategic demolition program. So we could come in, we could demo it, we would charge the owner the cost of that demolition. And so then that would be a question about getting paid on that. But I think that's especially true when we have a property that's tried to go through the sheriff's sale, hasn't been successful, perhaps for the reasons you mentioned, or for whatever reason, we've tried it once and it's still blighted. It's always my preference not to go down that route, especially if it's a house that could be rehabbed, but that is certainly worth considering.
Every house could be rehabbed if you invested the significant amount of money that's in it. However, unfortunately, many houses, the cost of rehab is more than just the cost of tearing it down and building another. So while I understand your concerned, I want to emphasize the aggressive nature. Some of the properties that you've torn down have resulted in others near there deciding that, well, I'm now going to stay. Okay, I'm going to now paint my house. I'm going to now encourage others to potentially join my neighborhood. So just recognize that as we tear down houses, it's not a bad thing that we have to tear some of them down, even in certain areas. I will say that in certain areas, the blight is so overwhelming that it's difficult for me to encourage citizens to decide, this is the place that you need to live. But if there were lots cut down and more houses torn down, I think it would be easier. There are some districts, and the public needs to understand, even within District D, where there's absolutely no blight. North of Allen, Tucson, I don't think you can find a blighted property because it's a different market. But one of the reasons that our markets suffer is because of the visibility of blight. And I just encourage you to recognize that you have my strong support if we can do anything to eliminate some of this blight. But after the houses are torn down, many times the landlords, not the landlords, but the property owners allow them to become blighted again. Would you favor, or would you comment on, or maybe we can get back to me on a more aggressive posture of the city taking lots?
Well, I'd want to think it over in a little more detail. I do think the expanded MOTA own program speaks to that a little bit. This isn't the city taking over a lot, but this is, we've changed some of the rules to put more properties on the eligible list for that. A property owner attends to the overgrown lot next to his or her home. It satisfies various regulatory requirements and can gain ownership that way. I think that's going to make a big difference. But I am certainly open to any ideas for these recalcitrant cases where the owner is just not gonna fix the problems or is going to try to tie us up in litigation, whatever the case may be. I'm certainly open to the city taking the lot if that's appropriate and that's all that's left.
Right, because some of the properties on the MOTA own list are still not really attracting investment or activity. So
It's true.
Something to think about. Could you comment on, for the public, the reduction in special fund availability? What does that mean when they see a $5 million item there?
Well, I mean, this is really a technical financial question, but this is money, as I understand it, that has been put towards demolition in the past, emergency abatement, lot cutting, really the core of what we do. And we're going to be transferring that to one-time funds, whether that's an ARPA payment or whether it's coming out of the fund balance.
Could you talk a little bit more about the mid-year funding adjustment and what you did in response to that?
Sure. So the mid-year funding adjustment is to pursue these strategic demolition projects. We're wrapping up. We have a pot of money from HUD we have to spend by the end of this year on particular properties. So we're wrapping that up now. And then we've already begun the inspection process on these other cases, but starting in the new year, we're going to be expending that money to demolish in a strategic way problematic properties. And so this is part of the money that's going to go towards strategic demolition. I hope there'll be even more, but this is one area where council involvement will be really critical. You tell us what a priority property is. If we have the demo judgment, we'll knock it down. If we don't have the demo judgment, we'll go get it for you.
Could you talk about vacancies in your department? Talk to the general public, the thousands who are watching, about how we can fill some of these vacancies within your department.
Sure. Well, the first thing I would say is I'd encourage people to consider public service, whether that's code enforcement or elsewhere in government. It can be a difficult job. You're not going to get rich doing it. can be thankless at times, but it is a real privilege to be able to serve the best city in America, as far as I'm concerned, and serve the community in a very real way. I mean, the work people doing code enforcement, you can wrap your hands around. It's genuine, not flashy, but it is satisfying in that way. So I encourage people, we have vacancies, take a look. Second, I mean, what people can do is talk to their elected representatives, you all, and let you know that this is a priority for them. The hiring and retention of quality personnel, I'll say it again, is probably, it's definitely what I think about most of all, and it's probably my top strategic concern.
Could you talk about the minimum qualifications for one of your jobs that's open?
Well, it depends a bit on the classification. So office worker, which is our initial clerical job, requires very little by way of mandatory qualifications. We have lawyers, and of course that requires a law degree and some legal experience. We have inspectors, and I believe the requirement there is 2 years of customer facing work, but that could be done in a variety of settings. So, you know, I'd encourage people can certainly reach out to code enforcement if they're interested, and we can tell them what they'd be suitable for. And really what we want are people who will put in a full day's work, act with integrity, pull in a full day's work. And if you can do that, we'd love to have you.
Could you talk about your role, if there's any role that your office plays in the remediation of city-owned blight?
It's primarily a referral role. So it's a bit more than that, but essentially if the city owns a property, we're going to get complaints on it. We figure out what entity within the city is responsible, often property management, but often other entities as well. And we make that referral. I will say we're working with property management now to get a joint demolition contract so that we can demo some publicly owned buildings. We're not allowed to do that under our existing contract, but we've said, look, we know there are properties out there which are publicly owned. We want to demolish them. NSA, there are a couple buildings on the NSA site. That's an example of that. And we need a new contract. So we're working on that.
Encourage contractors to get involved with the city in terms of demolition and what your office does. Why would they, and what qualifications are required?
Well, the qualifications are set out in each individual RFP. Typically, we require people to be able to use heavy equipment, excavators, crawler excavators, other things to knock down buildings, clean them up. They do have to have, generally speaking, some ability to deal with environmental concerns like asbestos, but it does depend on the particular contract. Again, I'd encourage private firms who are interested in this sort of work, reach out. We'll let you know when RFPs are opening. We'll let you know what we're looking for generally, although ultimately that RFP guides the decision we make. That goes out and we choose the firm that can do the work best of all.
To the public, we have a city that was many times built, was built for a couple of 100,000 more people than we have now. And it creates blight in certain areas, but I just want the public to know that we're not ignoring certain areas. If you ever want to check with my office, I can tell you the demolitions that have taken place and the grass cuttings that have taken place. I'd like to see more in terms of reducing some of these lots, including we'll talk about this offline, including some sort of no questions asked, just get the lot cut and put the lien on it, because it messes up certain areas so badly. You know, we have areas of the Desire, Florida area that have within a mile square range of 200 lots that are overgrown, and it affects the ability of anybody to invest. But I look forward to working with you in that regard. We do have a question that the Office of the Council Fiscal Office asked, and I like to ask their questions. A couple of them were answered already, but do you have any performance measures or key performance indicators that aid in the evaluation of your department's performance? In other words, what does 2023 look like if you would say this is a successful year?
Sure. Well, I think honestly, when I think about success, I think about it in terms of people and capabilities, and they may be improving. That may be evidenced in some of the metrics like number of lots cut and administrative hearings, but the foundation is getting those positions filled and getting new positions added. So for me, that would be a critical metric. We certainly track number of lots cut. I talked about that a little bit. We want to keep on that glide path. There's I think we've done a lot of work across the districts. I know we've done ride-alongs with your office, and there's other stuff we got to get to. So we need to cut more lots. The administrative hearings are critical. We track number of properties sold at sheriff's sale, and we want to increase those. We track the amount of fines, the revenue that's created by violators. So that's another metric. A number of properties inspected also. So we're happily about to bring on board 2 new inspectors. That's going to make a big difference. We got the DDD inspector coming on board. So really across the board, we have, if they are interested in specifics, we can share those metrics with them, but we have numbers that we want to hit and exceed, really.
Okay. And to members of the public, once again, we hear your concerns. We go by, we see the blighted properties. We're not on every street, but we'll be on every street if you tell us about it. But there's an active effort on the part of this council to make more resources available to code enforcement and safety and permits as is necessary. We'll work on legislation, but we will address some of the concerns because we want to see our city look much better 3 to 4 years from now than it does now. So once again, I want to tell you that I appreciate your responsiveness, the fact that your representatives are willing to drive with me and let me point out specific concerns. So, and it has made a difference in our city. People do see it. I'll speak for my district, but I know that others will potentially say the same. One blighted property that comes down can make a big difference in an entire neighborhood. So thank you very much. I'd like to say to my fellow council members that unfortunately I'll have to go to a meeting at 11. But I do want to thank code enforcement and safety and permits because we work well together. Safety and permits, we know we have a couple of things to address that are going to make a big difference on encampment and also on Claiborne Avenue. But if I do have to leave, it's only because I can't avoid an appointment. But code enforcement and safety and permits in terms of quality of life are 2 important areas for me as a district council member. And so I look forward to working with us as we move forward in the future. But thank you for your presentation.
Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris. Good morning to you,
Morning.
Mr. Mulligan. First, I also want to thank you for the help of you and your office. Every time I've called when I've needed assistance, assisting those who are living in apartments in substandard conditions, you all have come out with my office and my team to look at those particular apartments and often have cited them. So I do very much appreciate that and treating those matters with urgency. So let me talk about blight again. Are you familiar with the state's criminal blight statute?
I am familiar with that.
Have you all ever thought about potentially using it?
Yes, ma'am.
So tell me a little bit about that. And I know you've thought about using it, but why hasn't it been utilized?
Well, again, I would prefer not to get into too many operational details at this point in time. So maybe I could just put it this way. We have a process to try to bring problematic owners into compliance with the law and to get them to fix their bad behavior. The tools we have work often, but there are some cases in which they don't work. And in a case like that, I do think we need new methods to try to compel proper performance to acting in compliance with the law. And I think bringing a criminal charge, misdemeanor charge of criminal blight can do that. And I have made very clear that my preference would be to see when we have some bad landlords or people who we know are just, they don't care about their neighbors. They're not going to do the right thing. The police show up, put them in handcuffs, and they get that misdemeanor case. Now, it is not so simple to operationalize, but I promise you that I am taking the possibility of criminal blight very seriously. And I do think we're going to have sooner or later going to have the operationalization of that statute within code enforcement.
And the only reason why I bring that up, Mr. Mulligan, is because there are some property owners with very deep pockets that don't seem to care about the fines, but maybe a criminal charge would be a whole different situation for them. I'll also say this, taking a look at the penalties for this particular statute, like they're unique to say the least. In fact, it says in one of the sections here, on any conviction under the applicable paragraphs of this section, the court may order the offender to occupy the blighted property for a designated period of time not to exceed 60 days. So I thought that this is one of the most unique state statutes that I've seen. So anyway, so I just wanted to see where we were on potentially utilizing that, but obviously you are looking at that and potentially utilizing that particular statute. The other thing that I wanted to talk to you about is on, let's see, what slide number is this? It's under your departmental goals. It looks like it is on page, maybe my page number is not on here. So maybe 14, where you talk about the strike teams.
Yes, ma'am.
So you said you wanted to have one strike team, is that correct?
One team with two people on it.
Okay. Can we do more than that?
Well, we certainly could do more than that. Of course, we'd have to get the authorization, the allocations, the budget. We'd have to get people interested. I think, though, two is the right way to start, and maybe go out to the mid-year. At least just take it for 6 months and try two and see how they're performing. Do we have the right positions? Do we need two equipment operators? Do we have the right stuff? Do we need more weed whackers? So
So what you're really trying to do is almost like a pilot program then? To
yes,
potentially
I think
grow?
that's right. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, because I can tell you this, I mean, it doesn't even matter what district you're in. I mean, one strike team, I can tell you, just in my opinion, I don't think would be anywhere near close to being enough. But I get it if you're trying to start as a pilot program to see how it would operate, and then based on that, scale it up. That's understandable. But I certainly would like to work, to figuring out how do you scale up as quickly as possible. And then finally, I know you've been mentioning and speaking very generally on new policies and legislation. You've talked about potential legislation on the state level. What local policies do you think still need to be either put together and enacted or enforced? Like what do you think needs to happen here on the local level that the city council can take action on?
Sure. So maybe I could just preface it by saying, one, we are looking comprehensively across OBES at potential legislative changes. So we got to get that done within OBES. Of course, there has to be a little interdepartmental coordination, but you will certainly be hearing from us on that. The second, we need to operationalize the legislative changes which have been passed over the last few months. So that's a priority for us.
Which
we
led
want-
by Councilmember Giarrusso. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And we want to make sure we get that right and we're being faithful to that new law. I think one area we've discussed, for example, is commercial blight. So some new penalties for commercial structures which have gone unoccupied, have maybe stalled in development where we don't see the progress that we want to see. So this is something that's done, and my policy advisor, Shay Zeller, knows a lot about this. This is something that's done elsewhere with some success. I think, we'll see how this, the Healthy Homes Ordinance, once that's operationalized, I think that's a good development. And I think that is going to help against some of the really problematic landlords, which I know you're very concerned about, and I am too. But I think there may be potential for new legislation there along those lines, trying to go after some of these out-of-state landlords who are just not attending to their tenants the way they ought to be. Maybe we can remove tenants from those properties in the most egregious conditions, charge the cost of that relocation to the owners, put it on the tax bill if they don't pay it. Ideas like that we've batted around and we're looking at carefully. But I would say, we'll be done with our assessment by the end of the year for sure. And I think first quarter, we can certainly come to you with more defined idea.
Please do so. I think that would be helpful. I think and this may be something that we once again have to go to the state to deal with. But another thing I'd like to see, Mr. Mulligan, is better coordination between HANO and code enforcement, HANO inspectors, because from what I've learned is that HANO inspectors are going out, they're doing their inspections, they're potentially, finding apartments that are not inhabitable, but they're not turning over that information to you all. And then you all are getting called to the same apartments. You all are doing duplicative inspections, and so there has to be just a better path, a better way for there to be improved coordination there.
Yes, ma'am. And I appreciate you bringing that to my attention recently. Shay Zeller is working on that. That's her main project right now, is to look at that partnership, how we can improve it, how we can leverage those inspections. And I think as you mentioned, and much like the work we're doing with DDD, we want to leverage all the resources that are out there. So if we get kind of free inspections one way or another, if there are people doing relevant work, we want to make sure that's incorporated into our process.
Yeah. And on the Hano piece, whether we have to rework the CEA, that's probably the easiest path, or whether we have to go to Baton Rouge and direct Hano to provide you all the information. I'm willing to do whatever it's going to take. And then, of course, to provide the resources that potentially could be needed for either, whether it's Hano or for you all, to make sure that there's this free flow of information when it comes to inspections. But if you've got Hano inspectors doing the same thing that you all are doing, I mean, utilize what they've found. They can send it over to you, and then you all can apply the penalties that are associated with that as well. It just is common sense, that I think we can easily work through.
Yes, ma'am.
Maybe not so easily. Let me back. I don't know if it'll be easy to work through, but we should absolutely work through it and get that tackled and fixed. Thank you. Thank you.
Councilmember King.
Good morning. Good morning, Mr. Mulligan. I believe that code enforcement may be the most important department in the city, right next to NOPD, because crime and blight, they kind of go together hand in hand. So I want to thank you, Mr. Forstall, Mr. Winston Reed, Devon, Hulbert, for all the work that you all do, Ms. Devin Hulbert, for all the work that you all do, very responsive. I just wish that we can help you all more with whatever you need, whether it's vehicles. Had an inspector say, riding around a 2008 vehicle with mismatched hubcaps and had to open the door from the outside. We can't have that when they go to tell somebody their property is messed up. They pulling up in the hoopty. So I want to just, anything we can help, please let me know. Want to say thank you. You mentioned Kellerec, 1240 Kellerec. Already got thank yous about that. The neighbors are very, very pleased. Just this month, well, October, you all knocked down 2 properties in District C, 1033 Horace in McClintonville. This one, Kellerec and Tremay. Then we're doing about 1 a month, which is pretty good. Of course, more would be great. If you can give me an update, not right now, I just maybe an email later on 216 Fairfax. We were told that's being knocked down. We were told it wasn't. Can you give me an update so I can relay that to constituents? I wanted to also, if you give me an update on 2800 Sullen. I know you sent something about a month ago, maybe.
Yes, sir. So 2800 Sullen, we're bringing it to hearing. We need to get a demolition order. The basic plan right now is to sell it at sheriff's sale. I think the sale is scheduled for February, but we want to have demolition be an option. We need to get the demo order. So we got the hearing scheduled for the 21st of this month.
Okay.
Now, it's no guarantee the hearing officer is going to give it to us, but I think we can make a strong case. And then I think we should touch base, and you tell me what the community wants.
Would it help if I'm there at that hearing, at the hearing? 'Cause
Well,
that's been there for years. It needs to come down.
I think I mean, I can never remember a time when a council member came to a hearing, but community members do. I encourage them to do it. And offhand, I occasionally do. I see no reason not to. And obviously your opinion would carry a lot of weight.
So that's November 21st.
I'll double check. I'm almost sure it's November 21st.
Someone will be there. I'm sure the community will be there as well. Is there an option, or would it be a good idea to have the hearings live stream for people who want to chime in, or maybe who can't make it in person?
So we do currently, or until very recently, they were live streamed. We're talking now about the best way to move forward with that dynamic now that COVID is hopefully calming down a little bit. We're able to do more cases in person. So that's our preference. We are going to be doing these jumbo hearings off-site starting in February. But I think I'm pretty sure we have the technology. So I would ideally like to have in-person hearings where there is an option for people to watch and maybe send in a comment. And I'm happy to do that so long as it doesn't prevent us from really moving quickly through cases. But let me look into that for you and I'll get you an answer.
All right. Is there any benefit to maybe having a hearing officer located in Algiers, at the Algiers courthouse? So maybe more convenient for people who live on the West Bank of District C to not have to cross a bridge for these hearings. Community people.
I think it's a great suggestion. I hadn't thought about Algiers in particular, but as you say, it makes a lot of sense. When we've done them on the East Bank, these jumbos, but we want to do more jumbos. And I think we can absolutely do one on the West Bank and make it for properties that are over there.
Right. We mentioned briefly the large apartment complexes, in particularly Oakmont. Can you give us an update on what's happening over there? I know Councilman Jeruso has some legislation where instead of one apartment complex, it's the individual units that are fined. So is that helping? One, and two, what is the update on Oakmont? Because when I pass it every day, the gates are still broken.
Yeah.
I don't always go inside, but I can still see from the outside that doesn't seem like much has changed.
Yeah. So to answer your first question, that ordinance change is great. I think it's going to make a big difference, exactly as you say, for properties like this. Now, Oakmont in particular, I'd have to double check with the lawyers, but I'm almost sure that one's still wrapped up in litigation. So litigation pauses our normal code enforcement activities. There were a number of—
Sorry, not Oakmont. I'm sorry. Park Fontaine, but you can speak to Oakmont. I know Oakmont is bankruptcy court.
Yes.
That's being held up. I pass both every day, but Park Fontaine sits on almost right on DeGaulle.
Yeah.
So what is the update? And do speak to Oakmont if you can, but I want to say Park Fontaine.
Okay, so just to finish up on Oakmont, Office of Community Development did a great job relocating some residents there, and as I understand it, they've now put them in permanent housing. So it really now is on us, once this litigation gets cleared up, to move forward with that property. Now, when it comes to Park Fontaine, we were just out at Park Fontaine. We got a complaint from a tenant, and we went out there maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and they had fixed it. So we didn't find any violations in that particular unit. I believe we have a case. I mean, I'd have to double check, but I think we've had at least 2 cases brought to hearing against that property broadly in the past couple of years. Now, that one is a bit tricky though, because the ownership is very complicated. So there's many owners in the property, some are condos, so there's ownership there. So it's not like there's a single bad actor in Park Fontaine. So it gets a little tricky to talk about it, but I could certainly give you a more detailed view of what's going on with what particular owners.
All right, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulligan. So these are my questions. I'm going to kind of jump around, but I first want to give a shout out to your team, Mr. Forstall, Dart, Winston, who often go on blight tours with me and Matt. And I now have a commemorative yardstick that I use to measure grass. So I'm very thankful for them and their work identifying blighted properties. And they're just so sincere in what they do, because we've identified from neighbors telling us there are properties that are blighted. But on our drive-alongs, we see other ones that they stop, document, talk to property owners, et cetera, et cetera. I do want to go back to the list of properties that we've reported to your office since I took office in January 10th of this year. We've reported over 60 blighted properties. I'm excited to hear about your whiteboards, because I'm a fan of whiteboards or chalkboards or whatever. But what I really want to know is, will you ever have a public-facing dashboard of blighted properties, blighted lots that the public can see, that we can see, and a status of those properties, whether they're in adjudication, whether there have been complaints made? Is there any technology out there that we can help fund you to have, so people can see the status of blighted properties?
So the answer is yes. And in fact, I think you have Office of Performance and Accountability later today. And they have been working on a dashboard, and that dashboard is, I have seen a draft version. It may even be up. I mean, if it is, it has just been put online within the past couple of days. But short answer is yes, and I think it's ready to go, or about ready to go.
Okay, great. I do also, like Councilmember King, have a list of properties that I'm very interested to see what the status is, including the 2 properties on Washington Avenue owned by Josh Bruno. I pass Washington Garden Apartments every day because I live around there, and they're still not boarded up. I think that the people are still kind of inhabiting there. So I'll get you this list so we can get some follow-up. It's about 10 properties that I know of. We did recently vote to give you additional tools to address violations. So can you tell me what steps you're taking to implement those additional tools? Is there anything that we can help you do to get the implementation going so that we can see additional enforcement?
Sure. So the main thing that I've been doing is what I'm doing right now, which is trying to demonstrate the importance of having a strong budget and the necessary personnel to implement these programs. Now, of course, we have other things going on as well. We're training our inspectors, for example, on the new ways we can cite not just individual buildings within a complex, but individual violations. So that's part of our training program. The law is now working on this daily fines process. Going to be mandatory daily fines hearings set during the initial hearing. Tim Forstall, whom I think is here, who I should mention because he's the deputy, and the deputy is the toughest job in any organization because I'm on his case all the time and I get to be the good guy to the men and women of the department. He has to be the bad guy, but he does a good job, and I really am grateful for his work. He's working on the jumbo hearings, which will be starting next February. And so that is one way we're going to be operationalizing this new daily fines requirement. But again, I'll just go back. The main thing I'm thinking about is we have these new responsibilities, mow to own, littering rewards, deputization, mandatory daily fines hearings, maybe a shopping cart ordinance. These are great measures. How do I make sure I have the people and resources to execute them?
Yeah, and that's our job, right? Is to make sure that you have the people and resources to execute. So you just ask us for what you need, as we keep saying. We're not guaranteeing that you're going to get everything that you need, but I mean, this is the most important thing, other than crime, that I think all of us really want to address and make our marks on. And I know that you and your team want to make the mark on the city of cleaning it up. I do want to go back to Council President's remark about commercial blight. So I'm happy to hear that you're meeting with Joe Yeager, who has several blighted properties, including Plaza Tower, which is the bane of my existence. But there was a commercial building that Mr. Forstall and his team and I saw on South Claiborne. It used to be like a Big Lots or a dollar store or something that literally was open to the air. There were people shooting up in the back of it. There was prostitution happening. And I know that we called the realtor. I know your team called the realtor, but it's still not boarded up. So and Mr. Forstall is coming up. You can come up, Mr. Forstall.
Sorry, ma'am. It is now boarded up.
Okay, good. Well, I'm happy to hear that. But my point is this. We need to make sure that the commercial properties, that there are some teeth in getting those commercial properties and commercial owners to do what they need to do, like boarding up their properties, because frankly, commercial owners have more money than residential owners. So, again, Plaza Tower that is just open to the air and people are coming in and setting fires. This commercial building on South Claiborne, if it's not the commercial owner, then maybe it's the realtor that we look at, as well as holding them responsible, since they are in fact the people who are listing the property. So I'm happy to work on legislation to include the realtor in any efforts to make sure that commercial properties are secured.
Yes, ma'am, and I'll just mention, you said Plaza Tower is the bane of your existence. For me, for whatever reason, it's that Canal Street Hotel,
Yep,
which you
same.
can see from the intersection. I'm not sure if that's your district,
It is.
but anyway, I mean, we've got a few of them. They're high priority. We got to get some movement. We're happy to work with owners and give all the support we can, streamline permitting, help get economic development engaged, to help with financing, whatever the case may be. We want to be fully supportive, and we just need to see progress.
No, and I agree. And that hotel is also a problem of mine. We've done the ride-alongs. We've added the motor-own program to our recent legislation. Can you talk about overgrown lot cutting? So lots have been cleared. I've been out there holding up the yardstick. They're cleared. What happens next?
Well, the lots are put on a recut cycle.
Okay.
So the contractors are aware this one's basically a problem. We cut it once, we're going to keep cutting it. That process lasts for a year. So I think our judgments, the issue is that the judgment is good for a year. I mean, ideally, we would hope that a owner comes in and says, hey, forgot about it, city. I'm on top of it now. And we can call the vendor and say, okay, hold off. We'll monitor it. But as a matter of course, that doesn't happen extremely rarely. So basically, vendor continues to cut it. Case expires, new case, do the process, reassign to vendor.
Okay, and we are assessing fees to that property owner when we cut them. Is that correct?
Well, we are invoicing, and we're about ready to send out our batch of invoices for this year to the owners for the cost of all that abatement. And then under the law, if they don't pay it, the tax collector sends them a letter. If they don't pay it, then it goes on the tax bill.
Okay. And then to sheriff's sale eventually?
Well, sheriff's sale would be a different process, but they can run concurrently. So if this is a problem, we think that's the right way to deal with the lot. We could do sheriff's sale. We could look at mow to own. I mean, not often, but sometimes we can tell residents, hey, we found out who the owner is through our research. Why don't you reach out and arrange a private sale? It really depends, but that is an option.
We've also seen on the blight tour lots that are fenced in, and I know your folks can't go in on a fenced in lot in order to cut the grass. What can we do as a council to enable you to enter someone's property to cut grass? And these are egregious situations where there's grass that's over my head, there's structures, sometimes there are tents. What is there anything that we can do as a council to help you to get access to those lots?
I don't think there's anything as a council you can do. We can enter, or we should be entering some fenced in lots, but there are issues when it comes, the main one is occupied properties. So if you have, and there are plenty of cases like this, a property where there's an overgrown front yard, side yard, whatever, but the house is occupied, we don't send our contractors in there. And I think there's nothing in particular that could be helpful from the legislative side, with the exception of just there we have to, instead of go through the grass cutting process, we go through the chapter 26 minimum property maintenance process. We have the hearing. We're going to find that owner and put him or her on notice. You've got a lot of violations. One of them is the grass, and you got to cut it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen lots that have nobody on them, but they're locked. And so therefore, we can't,
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can cut a lock off of.
So
a
I
lot.
think that would be the issue. I'd have to ask the lawyers about cutting a lock and entering property in that way. There would be a legal issue, I guess. I mean, happily, that's exceptional. It doesn't happen that much. But let me look into that for you.
It's happened at least 2 times on my blight tours. So, I mean, it is happening. And so if there's anything that I can do to help push legal to figure out a solution, I think I'm happy to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
And on that note, one of the lots that we encountered with the lock on it, there was a neighbor, a citizen who was cutting outside that lot. What can we do to encourage people, either through payment or some way, if they are private citizens who are just out of the goodness of their heart, cutting neighbors' lots, cutting abandoned lots? Is there anything that we can do as a city to help them other than mow to own?
Well, other than mow to own, I mean, I don't know if there's anything code enforcement in particular can do, but anything we can do to cultivate, a sense of neighborhood feeling so that we have a shared responsibility for the neighborhoods we live in. If a property for whatever reason is not being taken care of, we can all chip in. I mean, look, civic spirit is something that doesn't get a lot of attention nowadays, but I do think we still have it in New Orleans, and anything we can do to cultivate that, this is more on you all than on me, I think is great. And there is a lot of blight that gets eradicated every day in this city, not by employees, but by neighbors and by people who really care. And so I'm always happy to see that.
Yeah, I do think, to Councilmember Green's point, once you eradicate some blight on a block, then people seem to have the civic spirit that you're talking about to therefore continue to maintain a particular neighborhood. One last question. What can be done in 2023 to decrease the backlog of lots that need to be sold via auction or sheriff's sale?
Well, I think the main thing, again, is a robust, independent budget, the ability to hire more people. One thing to keep in mind about our whole process is if there's any bottleneck, it can slow things down across the process. So a bottleneck in research slows down adjudication, slows down sheriff sale. So we want to, that's our biggest bottleneck now is title research, but we want to make sure all these parts of our process are well resourced with city employees. And I'll mention too, the appearance, I mean, it does cost money, but it's only the appearance of money because the more cases we inspect and research, the more hearings we have, the more fines we levy, the more property sold at sheriff sale, $100,000, $150,000. So these programs do pay for themselves.
Okay, great. Do we have any online comments?
Well, we have one in-person comment and then there's 11 total related to OBES. So what I was thinking was we go through all the departments and just do it at the end.
That sounds good to me.
Okay,
All right.
Maxwell Sheardola. Thank you for being here, Max.
Thank you. Good morning, council members. I think we have a lot of respect for Director Mulligan and what he's been doing with the department. But I have to say, if you go back to the budget summary slide, there's a lot that's concerning here, especially because he has said, I don't know, 5 or 6 times that the number one things he needs is personnel, and we're slashing reoccurring funding in half, even though this department probably needs double what it got last year. And obviously, I'm most concerned about that because this body recently decided to remove a reoccurring funding source from the Healthy Homes Ordinance, which would have funded dozens more inspectors to finally hold slumlords accountable, choosing instead to fund a few more positions of code enforcement. And so this, I'm really interested in sort of where those positions are, if they're still going to be funded this year. And even if those positions are protected from this cut, again, Director Mulligan has said over and over, well, he said before this body, certainly, that his biggest obstacle is staffing and hiring. And he's mentioned in previous meetings that inspectors' positions pay $27,000 a year. A big part of the reason that Councilmember Morell initially designed the Healthy Homes to contract those positions out was so that we would be able to hire them and actually get people to do that work. I would just love for a little more information for the public to give us some confidence that those positions are going to be there, that we're going to be able to hire them, that we're going to actually have people going out in a timely manner and inspecting dangerous properties where people are stuck. Thank you.
Well, Max, this is what I can say. I know Councilmember Morell is not here, but I know he's committed to having them funded. So whatever it takes, and like, look, I was a pain to Councilmember Moreno when she did the outdoor live entertainment, that we needed enforcement on that as well, and we got that funded. And so I think it's the commitment of us as we do this to make sure code enforcement is funded. And I think you heard, and also just on top of that, if I wasn't clear, I'll be clear again. I think A, they need to be a standalone department, and B, they need more recurring revenue in order to have the personnel that you're talking about, and specifically for all the things that have been identified today, as well as what you just asked for when it comes to Healthy Homes.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mulligan.
Thank you.
Next up is safety and permits.
I'm just preparing the slides. Safety and permits. There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Tammy Jackson, the Director of Safety and Permits. I do have here today my team with me, my HR Director, my Deputy Director, Natasha Robinson, HR Director, Kelly Forshag, and my Chief Building Official, Jay Dufour. My Chief Zoning Official is out today with an ill child, and I don't get many opportunities to say thank you to my team. And so I wanted to take this first opportunity to say thank you to my team, and thank you, this morning for giving me the opportunity to justify my budget and give you important details about the department. So the Department of Safety and Permits mission is to administer and enforce the comprehensive zoning ordinance, building code, electrical code, mechanical code, and floodplain regulations to ensure compliance with international standards for construction, alteration, repair, use, occupancy, and demolition of buildings, structures, and properties. With a single point of intake and issuance for permits and licenses, we are dedicated to ongoing quality improvement and a relentless focus on customer service and streamlining processes. Our vision statement is to strengthen our focus on customer service through more efficient internal operations, improved technology, and straightforward procedures for administering the permitting process for residents and businesses, and utilize technology for transparency to promote greater access to government. The next slide is our organizational chart. And one of the key focus for the department is I tried to lead by example. And one of the things that I always like to do is make sure that we're accountable and we're accessible, as well as consistent and transparent. In 2022, the department accomplishments we issued over 15,000 building, mechanical, electrical, and special event permits. We've generated over $2,779,396 million year to date in revenue. And we've completed over 5,300 commercial inspections and over 12,600 residential inspections for life safety compliance. We've also closed over 1,200 zoning violation cases. And one of the goals is to continue to review those cases as well as building violation cases and permits that, for lack of a better term, have been abandoned. We've also had the implementation of Granicus short-term rental monitoring software. We've reassigned and clearly defined administrative staff roles, which was key to making sure that we can streamline processes and also clean up some of our backlog. Since August, we've hired 13 people. The total this year is 23. Actually, at this time, we've had 4 more to be hired, 2 of which start on Monday. And additional quality control measures that we've implemented are, we have an inspector checklist. That was one of the key findings from the OIG's audit. The audit, really our internal audit, really identify those things. So many of the key findings from the OIG, those are things that we had already implemented. And so one of the key items was an inspector checklist. And also we've implemented an in-house expediter. And that's a permit expediter to see where are the permits stuck. This year, since October, the intake team has actually done initial permit reviews within 5 days of submission. So that initial permit review is simply if they have all of the required documents, which for any permit application, it requires first the application, also a contract with the scope of the work to be performed and the cost, and also plans, either a floor plan or stamp plans according to the type of contract that it is. Type of permit application that it is. So the expediter is going through the backlogs. In the near future, we will also be using 311 to make calls to those, like I said, for lack of a better term, abandoned permit applications. And we'll be coming to you later to ask for your help in getting non-refundable fees for permit applications, because that's what we see mostly with no skin in the game. When you apply for a permit, you think you want to renovate, you want to build something in your backyard. And when we review the application, we don't receive any responses. And so we want to make sure we can clean that up, because that is actually what makes our data kind of appear to take, the permit applications take longer. If I have a permit application that was applied for in 2019 and I still don't have a response or a permit, of course, that affects the data. Also, another accomplishment is short-term rental administration. gave you a side view of what occurred in 2021 and 2022 year to date. And most of the numbers have doubled exponentially. So as we move forward, we got the mid-year budget approved for additional staffing in short-term rental, and that has actually improved operations. I also have here today the short-term rental administrator, Celeste Sparks. She's been instrumental in making sure that that team that you guys approved in mid-year has been operating very efficiently. The team consisted of 5 inspectors, the short-term rental administrator, and a management development analyst that also reviewed permit applications. So that was a team of 7. Currently, the team consists of 9 inspectors, including 2 inspector supervisors, as well as 7 administrative associates. So the team has doubled since mid-year, since hiring. And also the team, their accomplishments definitely are numerous since we've had that additional staff. Next slide.
Where's it go?
The 2023 department goals. As an agency within the Office of Business and External Services, the Department of Safety and Permits will be relocating to the 8th floor of 1340 Porter Street in the first quarter of 2023. This move furthers the vision of OBIS by having all agencies under one roof, increasing accessibility for constituents to the department. Goal number 2, proactively engage with constituents and contractors to increase awareness of online permitting processes and application usage to reach a target goal of 80%. And we continue to do that on a regular basis. It's a goal in 2022, and we continually improve on that. And that just means more outreach. We also want to enhance the customer service experience by investing in employee training. We want to make sure that we're working inside out. Internal operations are critical to external operations. And so we want to make sure that we are investing in our employees. Goal number 4, review plans and issue permits in accordance with the code of the city of New Orleans within a 10-day turnaround, thereby safeguarding life and property in an efficient and timely manner. As I alluded to earlier, we have implemented a permit expediter so that we can see where those bottlenecks are. Why hasn't that permit been approved? And that permit expediter, if at any stage from permit intake review to review of the documents to zoning concerns, also plan review, the permit expediter is looking to see where the problematic area is so they can get the permit approved. Goal number 6, along with the recently added plumbing riser review to One Stop, we will continue to work with Sewage and Water Board to bring their license and permitting process through One Stop, thereby creating a streamlined central location for residents to obtain all utility permits and contractors to obtain their required city licenses. So this is something we've been working on all year. Early this year, the plumbing risers are already being submitted through One Stop, and they are being reviewed by Sewage and Water Board through One Stop. Our next goal for the first quarter of next year is to also have plumbing permits in One Stop. Goal number 7, significantly increase staff in the zoning and short-term rental divisions to address recently enacted outdoor live entertainment ordinances, laws, as well as impending changes to short-term rental regulations. Yes, we are, even though we have kind of like suspended the process because of the 5th Circuit's opinion, we are still having hearings. We still have the staff. Like I said, the staff has doubled. And we are making sure that whenever the new rules come out, we are ready for enforcement, but we have not stopped with enforcement because anyone that does not have a short-term rental license still will be brought to adjudication. Goal number 9, Goal number 8, increased enforcement in areas that have received less attention recently, including zoning, business license, and nuisance violations. This is one that we have also been working on. I know all of you have probably got my email that we focus on life safety issues and getting people in their homes and businesses. And as we have the staffing, because we have to prioritize, and that's how we prioritize life safety issues and making sure that they can get into their business and or homes. And so we're making sure that we can clean up the backlog of zoning cases that have not been inspected or have not gone to adjudication, as well as make sure that we can inspect those complaints timely and have a timeline on some of those zoning and use violations. Goal number 9, the city will leave notice at the site, which will include directions on how to comply and avoid adjudication instead of mailing multiple violation notices. The primary objective is compliance, and I can't say that enough. The primary objective is compliance as we prioritize life safety issues and get people into their homes and businesses. We want to make sure that if there is a violator, that there is an opportunity to comply. I know we do have, people that are constant violators, and we want to be able to deal with those people also. And that's why if we get the notice out and tell people how to comply first, we'll give them the opportunity to comply and then maybe lessen the docket or the toll on the docket, so we can just make sure to prioritize those the worst offenders. And then finally, that is our proposed budget. And it is all general fund.
Anything else before we take questions?
No.
All right, Councilmember King.
Good morning, Ms. Jackson.
Good morning.
You had a $230,000 increase from the short-term rental fines that you collected.
Yes.
What is that?
This year?
Yeah, what does that money go?
It goes in the short-term rental special fund.
What is that?
It's the fund for fines and liens for short-term rental violations.
So what do you all do with that money? That's my question.
It is also back in the budget for different short-term rental items. It goes right back into short-term rental.
Like enforcement, short-term rentals, and do you use it to do more short-term rental enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, all right. And as far as the short-term rentals, when you find somebody who you find them, you cite them, pull their license, they continue to have them. You have a couple of those bad actors. What is the next step to make sure that they don't have short-term rentals? We know people with $7,000-$10,000 worth of fines and fees, or worth of fines, but they continue to operate. So
Right.
what do we
One
do?
of the tools we have available to us is to disconnect power. And we've used that at least 8 times this year, I believe. And that has been instrumental. And generally we are using that on short-term rental and any business that isn't compliant.
Okay, so that is, so when we get the calls or the emails about, hey, this short-term rental, people do their own inspections. They say this person has been operating illegally for months and years. The next step would be to pull their power.
That is a step, but as you know, I cannot pull power. So that is energy, and that is working with energy. And so that is one of the tools that we have. But if you have an owner operator, it is not a priority for energy to disconnect power when there are no life safety issues.
So if there's an owner operator and there are no issues, no safety issues, energy won't disconnect the power.
It may take longer. Generally, we're asking for immediate disconnection. And so that, like I said, it's not a priority for energy if there are no life safety hazards.
So you said you use it about 8 times. So really, and there's probably hundreds of people like this. So really, it's rarely used by energy. And so there's really no deterrent for those who want to continue to legally operate. They get fined, they don't pay them. nothing really happens to them.
Energy, I can say the latter half of the year, Energy has been a great partner. When we've requested power disconnection, they have done that.
Well, I was just trying to get to how can we have safety and permits have more teeth and enforce these short-term rental bad actors, because there are hundreds, maybe thousands, at least several hundreds in the city that they know there's nothing's going to happen to me. I'm gonna get fined. I'm gonna get finger wagged at me, and I'm just keep operating illegally.
Right. Power disconnection is one. Also, perhaps some more legislation, one of which can start with delisting costing without going to adjudication. Simply, if you're listed and you do not have an active license, to contact the platform and delist, a fine for that, without going to adjudication.
But Councilman Harris said she thought we were doing that, but even if we do that, and people still find ways to rent them out illegally. They keep in contact with former guests, and word of mouth is always out there being used. So is there really anything that we're using to say you're a bad actor several times, we caught you, this is going to stop you from acting illegally moving forward?
And I know Councilmember Morrell has talked about, not allowing the property to ever, and actually recording something in land records. But as far as our enforcement power is limited to their pockets, money, fines.
Okay. All right. I'm glad you said we got a lot of people who get upset with you, with us, but there's a limit as to the power that we have. All right. So, and my last comment and question is, I think you always respond to emails and calls, but we do get calls. I get calls about the customer service and safety and permits could be a little bit better. And it's just so hard to do business in the city. I get that a lot. I get the calls, like compared to this parish and this parish, we get a building done. We can get something built in the same time it takes to get a permit in New Orleans. So if there could be something done to expedite the permits, I know you mentioned that, but it's just a bit frustrating when people say I can go across the lake, I can go to another parish and get stuff done quicker than we can get in this city. Not so much knock on you. You're very responsive, and it's kind of been there before, but we do get that very often, especially well, I should say especially, but just throughout District C, people say it's very tough to get business done in the city, and they get frustrated. And I don't know if they're leaving or going to other places to do business, but I would hate that. I would hate for people to start thinking, hey, let's go to another place, because in New Orleans, it's wait 6 months for a fire inspection or whatever kind of inspection, and our slab can be poured in another parish.
Oh, I hear it too, and make sure it's state fire marshal is fire inspector.
I don't want to say fire.
I just want to make sure, and that's why we implemented the expediter to see where those things are stuck, as well as, like I said, I like to lead by example. So that's why I'm responsive, and I want everyone in the office to be responsive. We make sure that the phones are answered 8 to 5 at 658-7200, making sure that we have a call center where you can get the answers, as well as updates. And at all times, we're working on making sure that it is easy to do business with the city of New Orleans. One of the things, as Deputy CAO Mr. Mulligan mentioned, is a development working group. We want to make sure that those large scale projects get done, but we're also considering, if you're just building your home, one home, how do you get in there and make sure that you know what's required before you apply? I think that's been one of the things that really has been one of the keys to success in getting a permit in less than 2 weeks is having all of the required documents. Property Viewer is a great website. And I know sometimes that it is confusing for some, but I will go over it with anyone. And also, one of the things that I found, not being in the construction industry, it's like one of the things, like, we know for certain people talk about setbacks a lot. I get a lot of calls about setbacks and what's my setback, and I can't get zoning on the phone, and I need to know setbacks. And that is in and property viewer. But one of the things is the comprehensive zoning ordinance does not mention setbacks. It's bulk and yard regulations. And so you have to know that in order to get the information you're looking for. And so that's one of the things with the key to outreach, making sure that we can get out there and say, hey, you can do it 24/7 in your pajamas if you want to know any lot in the city of New Orleans that you're purchasing, what type of business you can have there, as well as if you're building, how far back you have to build. And so just getting the information, I think, is one of the things that we're going to definitely try to do better.
Okay, and very last question / comment, the $2,779,000 self-regulated revenue that you brought in by safety and permits, does that go back into safety and permits? So like,
It all goes to the general fund.
so you're just pretty much asking to have that money be reallocated to you?
Yes,
Okay, all right, thank you.
you're welcome.
Hi, good morning. I just wanted to please add to that question. So we do have the special fund that was referenced. So that funding goes there and it actually funds the operations for the short-term rental. So there's a special fund. That slide may have been accidentally overlooked. So that funding funds those employees who work in that capacity in their day-to-day operations as well. That's the slide there. You're welcome.
Councilmember Jerusalem.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms.
Good
Jackson.
morning.
And Tammy's right, because we've called safety and permits ourselves sometimes, and she's literally one of the department heads who will answer the phone. So I appreciate that. Tammy, my first question is maybe for finance, but I want to see if you know the answer to it, is how much annually safety and permits generates in funding for the city? Do you have any even back of the envelope idea of that?
No, I know it's one of, if not the highest generating department. It is second, but I don't know who it would be second to.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's kind of where I want to focus a little bit of my attention on is as it should be, most things in the city cost money to run, but safety and permits generates money, and we want that to be facilitated the best way possible. Councilmember Thomas, before he left, and he said this yesterday, told me that for mayors and mayors and mayors, everybody's been talking about streamlining safety and permits and making things more efficient and generating more money. So it speaks with his comments. He had a question before I get to mine too about, is there a way to do temporary permits before final ones are issued? Or is there a concern there about people not doing things? I guess he's just worried about, does work get delayed unnecessarily?
Well, and I want to make sure we're not confusing the two, because we have temporary certificate of occupancies to make sure, like, if your project hasn't had its say fire marshal final, or it's had its say fire marshal final for occupancy, but there may be phases of a project,
Right.
but not a temporary permit. Now we are thinking about over-the-counter permits, one of which may be something like notice. I know in your district, we get a lot of complaints about somebody doing something, there are no permits. And if we had something, especially where there's large equipment and there was a notice and for a nominal or maybe no fee, and doing something over the counter, or I don't know if we can, my llama person, Rebecca Howman, is going to kill me saying automatic permits, but something generated that the person is required to post so that their neighbors know, that, hey, I filed this with safety and permits, but it doesn't require a permit, for instance, or maybe we need a site prep permit, especially when it entails large equipment.
I think that would be really helpful, because I think you're right. We do email or call plenty with issues like that. So we want to know. I want to focus a little bit now. Most of my questions are going to be about zoning inspections and vacancies. It looks like right now there are 106 budgeted and about 24 vacancies. Is that about right?
Close to, because we definitely, I believe we have 80 on staff, and that includes the 2 that start Monday.
Right. Okay. And again, with Mr. Mulligan sitting next to you, safety and permits has 80 people and code enforcement has 40 people. All right. I guess I'm just saying that out loud because I think that's an interesting distinction. that your department is important, so is code enforcement. We want to make sure both are beefed up properly. One of the things, are there plan processing positions that are being cut, Ms. Jackson? In my notes, I have there are 8 of those positions.
They're not being cut, but those are vacancies.
Mhm.
And so we have been told by the administration to continue to hire. Those vacancies have been there a year. And so that's why you see those, they're not, from my understanding, they're not being cut. So if we find a person
got it.
tomorrow, we can proceed with hiring.
I got it. So in other words, maybe they're holding back the money, but if you fill a position, you can
Correct.
do it. I guess sort of to a question Mr. Sheardulo raised earlier, if there's 8 positions open, has civil service weighed in on all about there needs to be better pay, there needs to be other issues? Because I think we all are hearing Mr. Mulligan began with hiring is a problem. So what are we doing, particularly if we know we have 8 positions that are open?
So Amy and her team have been really phenomenal in getting back to us. Just last year, we actually did change some of the, minimum requirements or minimum qualifications for code enforcement inspectors. And so we're doing the same with each of the vacancies that we've had over a year, one of which is plan review. Currently, my chief building official is he's doing double duty. He's also the chief plan reviewer. And so making sure that we have the people, so that's one of the positions that we're reviewing to see if increase of pay or reduction of the qualifications, but not putting in jeopardy any of the profession or anything, but seeing if we can get some other, because we did that this year actually with floodplain review. We only had one person for over 6 months, and we recently hired by reducing the qualifications.
But even before I get to my next question, I want to say thank you for saying that out loud, because we've noticed too, I would say, a sea change in civil service where you said Amy, you're talking about Amy Trepagnier, who's trying to help. And I think that comes as a surprise to lots of people that civil service is rightly or wrongly been deemed an impediment in progress. And now, as you just said, they're really trying to work with departments on facilitating positions. I see a lot of head nodding in the audience. Yeah, so I think that's good. Same thing about zoning administrators. There's only 3 of those. Is that enough, or same issues, Tammy, in terms of we just need to think
We
about?
have 2. We actually assistant zoning administrator.
Okay.
We have 2 now.
All right.
And we're hiring the roles they came from. We're like management development analysts. We could always use more, because that's an important part. Every permit application has a zoning review. And for the longest time, for at least 2 years, we had one person, Todd Breckman. Everybody's calling Todd. And a lot of times they didn't need to talk to Todd to know, their setbacks or bulking yard regulations. And so Todd has some help now. And as we get more help, we can have some relief. And additionally, we have a management development analyst that solely reviews license applications. That's been, helpful as well.
Okay, and I appreciate the goal of 10-day turnaround. Is that also going to be applied to zoning interpretations too? Because I'm I gotta ask. So I want to again, we're in the process of, look, this is how I feel, Tammy. We have a ton of money right now, and we need to make sure that departments like safety and permits, code enforcement, I just said it, are part of this public safety health initiative, that you have what you need. And it's going to bleed into my next question, which is, you have one-time money to help with permit and inspection time, but we also need that to be recurring and not just singular.
Right. And we think that it'll be helpful, especially with staff aug. We're gearing up for safety and permits to get at least 20, and that includes plan reviewers as well as inspectors in each division, electrical, mechanical, and building, and also some code enforcement inspectors for the zoning aspect. As far as zoning verifications, we're going to come to you with to request an ordinance to actually get fees for zoning verification and non-conforming use determinations, because sometimes it is simply just someone curious. And so that delays the person that actually needs that zoning verification. The state has a lot of requests as well as, well, the state and different divisions of the state have a lot of requests for zoning verification. And then non-conforming use determinations, that requires a lot of research as well. And so right now, we primarily have 4, which includes the chief zoning official, people that are able to do those zoning verifications and non-conforming use determinations.
Yeah, we look forward to working with you about trying to break through that log jam. We
Okay.
appreciate it. And obviously want to hear about how much the permit's going to cost, because then that will be a healthy debate about.
Non-refundable fee?
Yeah, well, you just said for potential ordinance about a fee on the non-conforming. How much would that be? Or has it been determined?
I believe we looked at other jurisdictions and they're charging at minimal $100 at most. When we look at some similar situated places with historic districts, like San Francisco might be $300, but I believe our request was maybe in the middle somewhere, like 150
Okay,
for a zoning verification, and non-conforming use determination, maybe $100.
great. And then the last thing, as we're sort of working on tightening up ordinances, we'd also like to work with you on special events, because you know what I'm talking about is just, it feels like it sometimes lives in 3 or 4 different places, and then sometimes the council offices are asked to come in and wait. Well, I want a bright line rule, and I want to make it easier for safety and permits, for DPW, for all these different agencies, and make sure that the collective, we are on the same page as it works out.
And for special event permits, it's ultimately up to you. We just provide the tool for everybody to see. So we are the transparency tool, but NOPD is first to approve or deny, and then we have those council districts weigh in as well.
Okay, well, look, I think the last thing I would just ask, sort of like from Mr. Mulligan, is for anything that needs to be recurring that isn't included in this budget, to please let us know, because again, I want to cut through the permit issuance and the inspection times. But if you need additional personnel, particularly to break through zoning interpretations, to beef up other things, we want to make sure that money, and particularly since safety and permit self-generates, it's a little bit easier to help deal with that. And I think it's kind of like we can spend a little bit of money to make a lot more.
We have the openings. We
Yeah.
are hiring. I never miss an opportunity to say
well,
we are hiring.
Councilmember Green, you stole his thunder. We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Hello, Tammy. How are you?
Hi.
Good, good. I'm going to jump around a little bit. I know you're talking about getting information out there, educating the public. Do you have a budget to educate the public or get information out there? Or are you just using social media, website?
We have a little of a budget that we use to get information out, but it's primarily like after hours. We've seen each other at those meetings, and it's primarily I'm kind of like a one-woman gang right now, but we did put some resources towards that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the more people know and the more access people have for information, the less calls that we get, the less calls that you get. And so if there's additional money that you need for a comms budget, I think you should probably include that in here. On violations, what types of violations are currently being prioritized by your office?
But right now, it is life safety first, and also then it's kind of like the number of complaints. The squeaky wheel gets the oil. And I do have the information on the zoning verification, $100, and non-conforming use determinations, $200. So we'll be coming to you. You will be seeing that request for that. But that's how we prioritize now.
Squeaky wheel and life safety issues. Okay.
Life safety first.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
And then the
And
squeaky
then,
wheel,
yeah.
the repeat frequent
Right.
flyers.
And oldest.
Yeah.
And mixing them in.
Okay.
But right now with a docket of maybe 10 on 2 days a week, of course, you can imagine the short-term rental is prioritized. and then those life safety issues.
I want to talk about short-term rentals. One of the things that we're working on in my office is homelessness, and I firmly believe that short-term rentals impact the availability of housing and housing stock. What are the current fees charged for residential short-term rental licenses?
Celeste is here. I'm not sure of the cost. Short-term rental license. The residential application and then the
The commercial.
operated, well,
Yeah.
owner occupied, that's a free application.
Are you talking about owner or operator?
I'm talking about, give me the breakdown of fees for short-term rental
Okay,
licenses.
so the single residential operator license is 150. The owner operator license is at no cost. The single commercial and the 2+ overall operator is 1,000. And then for residential, the partial license, when you have a room inside the house, is 250. The multifamily, small and large, is $500.
Have we done a comparison of how that rates with other cities like New York or other cities where we have a high tourism?
No, we have
I
not.
think that was done upon implementation, in 2019. And also platform fees are $10,000.
Okay, so is it possible to do a study, or could we help you with a study to update the fees? Because I want to make sure that we are charging what we should be charging, number one. I also am interested in using some of those fees in order to fund, for example, developments of affordable housing. I think it's something that other cities are doing, and I think it's something that we need to be looking at here as we are being, especially with this Fifth Circuit decision, as we're going to get more short-term rental licenses in New Orleans. So I think we should definitely do a parity study with other cities that are like ours.
Okay, as City Planning Commission is doing their report, I think this is a great time as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. Are you fully staffed up on your short-term rentals? I heard staffing, but then I wasn't really paying attention.
So last year it was what, 7?
Yeah.
And now we get a mid-year allocation for 23, and we currently are at 17. So we are hiring 2 management development analysts, as well as an office assistant and another 2 code enforcement inspectors. And it is important to note that we do have those nighttime and weekend inspectors. The night shift is 3 to 11 during weekdays, and then we have weekend inspectors as well.
Are you deputizing any of those inspectors through the civilianization process?
Currently, safety and permit inspectors are not in the deputization.
Would you like to be?
It probably could be beneficial in some respects.
Okay, let's talk about that offline. How's the Granicus programming working?
Oh, Granicus is working great. I'm sorry I didn't have more in the presentation. Since we've had Granicus, it's allowed us to identify not only all of the illegal short-term rental operators, but also those locations. Previously, we had one person in-house that was reviewing manually to try and determine what the addresses are, because as you know, you don't know the address of the location until you book. And so now Granicus has kind of like the GIS where they know the address. And so if that address doesn't have an active license, then we know that they can go to adjudication. That's a violation. We've sent out over 600 letters to those violators. And one of the things that happened as the council had the new IZD is we had people that had licenses in 2019 never renewed.
Right. I know. I've gotten those calls
Yes.
and they're mad,
Right.
but they needed to renew.
Right.
It's the renewal is yearly,
And so
right?
now there is no way to renew, currently. But we are looking at, we put out a 1-pager. I think you received that, about how to move forward since until the council implements new rules.
And prior to our IZD and prior to the Fifth Circuit, so if you found a unlisted short-term rental, they have to go through the adjudication process first before a fine.
Yes.
Can we streamline that where we just slap them with a fine?
I'm not sure.
That's
But
a
I think
legal
a
question.
hearing is required.
Okay.
And like I said, now delisting may be something different. And maybe it's something to the advantage of the platform since they're required to take them off.
Right.
You know, and maybe that's something we can work with the platforms to find them on that side. So it will be an immediate fine instead of requiring it to go through adjudication.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we need to do, this is my personal, is increase fines and increase penalties for short-term rentals. And I'm happy to work with your office once we do a parity study to see if we're in line. I mean, I don't want to go overboard, but at the same time, we shouldn't be the bottom of the barrel in fees and fines.
Agreed.
All right. I do have one public comment from Maxwell.
Thank you, council members. I'll be quick. I just want to point out a simple math problem here, which is that we increased staffing by 3 or 4-fold, which is great. But we actually, the amount of enforcement we need to increase is like 100-fold. And so we're never going to catch up that way. And so I think what that means for y'all as you are considering rewriting the STR regulations is that we have to make it a lot easier on this department to actually do that enforcement. Granicus is super helpful, but there are ways that we can make this even easier. And we need to really be thinking about that so that the enforcement moves much more quickly, much more in a much more streamlined way. If there are opportunities to do things like bypassing the hearings, I mean, if I get a speeding ticket, I go to challenge that if I want to, but otherwise I get a ticket immediately, right? So let's think through that. I would love to work with y'all about if we have to go to the legislature to do that, let's do it.
Maxwell, I'm all for it. And I absolutely agree. You can get a camera ticket, and if you don't challenge it, you got to pay that $60, $70, whatever it is.
Yeah.
I think I have some pending. All right. Well, thank you. Do you have any closing remarks?
Thank you. No.
All right. Thank you both. Next up is City Planning Commission.
It's yours.
Sure. Okay. Good. Cool. All right. Can y'all please introduce yourselves and then we can get going?
So, good morning. My name is Bob Rivers.
Speak into the mic, please. Thanks.
No problem. My name is Bob Rivers. I'm the Executive Director of the City Planning Commission.
I'm Larry Massey, the Deputy Director of the City Planning Commission.
So, we'll start off with the City Planning Commission's mission statement. City Planning Commission, the mission of the CPC is to promote the public health, safety, and welfare of the New Orleans community through subdivision regulation, capital improvements plans, major street plans, and land use planning. The commission also makes recommendations to the City Council on zoning matters, neighborhood improvements, environmental protection, capital budget amendments, ordinances, and other policy matters. The City Planning Commission's vision is to be a model planning department composed of a responsive staff, which provides superior planning and technical service and which works cooperatively with all stakeholders. The commission strives to provide quality for positive change. The commission is committed through providing a public forum for the thorough examination of land use projects and processes, examining developments and their related impacts. Organizationally, we've had a bit of a change over the last couple of years. So you all may recall, you two in particular, because you were here last year. That our budget was increased last year from 20 to 29 positions. And as part of that, we took the opportunity to do a little bit of restructuring. The new addition to our organizational structure, the bottom row is the sections of our department, and the new one is the policy formulation and administration, which includes the city's brownfields program. Traditionally, we have always been, land use regulatory. That's the zoning, that's processing zoning applications, subdivisions, and so on. The comprehensive planning section administers the city's master plan, as well as administering major land use studies that either the council or the mayor directs to the commission. And then the BZA section is the staff for the city's Board of Zoning Adjustments, which handles zoning appeals and variances. So this new section, policy formulation administration, is really the catch-all for everything else. So we've got the brownfields program, the capital improvements plan. We have an in-house GIS specialist to help us with mapping and data analysis. We also see this as, we've consolidated all of our administrative support staff in this section. And we also see this as a launching point for any of the collaborative initiatives that we do, either internally through OBES or with other departments, or externally with organizations such as the Regional Planning Commission and others. So over the last year, in the development review section, we are on target to review approximately 450 projects this year, and that includes zoning dockets, subdivisions, design reviews, variances, BZA decision appeals, and reasonable accommodations. I believe that's slightly lower than last year, primarily due to changes in the regulations around design reviews, which took compliant signage out of the design review path. So we no longer need to have a expansive review process around design review or around compliant signage. We've initiated recently the master plan revision process. All of you, most of you contributed submissions to that process. This year, and it's largely in response to a conversation we've been having with the administration, wanting to do a relatively quick master plan process. The last two times that it's been done, it's taken upwards of 2 years. So by narrowing the scope to simply the mapping changes, we're hoping to be able to complete this process much more quickly. So we received about 100 submissions. They're all posted on the city's website. They're in 5 or 4 of the 5 districts, and a number of submissions have also been submitted by the administration, as well as the City Planning Commission staff. Our public meetings, the required public meetings, are planned to, and we're working with the Office of Neighborhood Engagement on setting those up. The earliest meetings are going to be happening starting next month. So those will happen through December and January, and then we'll start putting our staff reports together and bringing them to hearing. So this is the one that I'm probably most excited about over the last year, is reestablishing the city's brownfields program. This is something that we've been talking with the council since 2018, when the council asked us to do a study of hazardous sites and environmental planning. And one of the recommendations that came out of that study was that the lack of activity in brownfields is leaving a lot of money on the table. And so we've, with the last budget changes, we've hired a full-time manager for the brownfields program. She has hit the ground running. She has been incredibly active in reestablishing relationships with the state, with EPA, with all of our local partners. And we are about to submit it's an assessment grant, I believe. I'm sorry, a cleanup grant that will assist in cleanup activities at some selected sites throughout the city. The other thing that is exciting about this program is, believe it or not, there are 2 outstanding loan funds that are available, one from 1997, which has been sitting in an account since then. So that's upwards of $100,000, which we just acquired and have taken control of that account. There's another one that is related to the Lindy Boggs Hospital site. That was $500,000, 20% of which was forgivable. So about 400,000 that has not been paid back. So we are initiating conversations with the new developers of that site to start the repayment process. And hopefully that'll be a source of income that we can use to, those funds are what we call program funds. So they have to be spent on the program itself. So we anticipate, and right now, just because we've started the program, we don't have concrete plans for how that money is going to be used. We will certainly be reaching out to y'all for your thoughts. But some of it will be augmenting the program. Some of it will be available to cleanup activities, putting inventories together, things of that nature. So we're very excited to finally, after 4 years of conversations, being able to get that off the ground. The other big project that we are working on is the housing opportunity study that we have been working on since 2018. We had to put it on the back burner during the pandemic because of staffing capacity issues. And so we this year we have had the good fortune to have the support of the Fuse Foundation, which has embedded a Fuse Fellow with the City Planning Commission, and that individual has been helping us with bringing getting this project up off the back burner and to the forefront. We hope to have something completed by this spring. In a nutshell, what the directive for this is to look through the city's zoning ordinance and look for ways in which zoning, the regulations impede developing affordable housing or encourage the elimination of affordable housing. And then make recommendations about how to counter those things. So we are going through with a fine-tooth comb through the ordinance. We're also putting the context together through about how zoning over the years has affected housing affordability in the city. And this is a nationwide trend, and cities all over the country are going through the same exercise. And so we will be coming up with some pretty comprehensive recommendations about zoning reform that will be more supportive of affordable housing. Moving on, I've mentioned the departmental reorganization. So skipping up to the completed capital improvements plan, which Larry presented to you all yesterday. And then the implementation of the omnibus revisions to the CZO. And I believe this came before this council. This was a list that we had basically been putting together since 2015 when the new zoning ordinance was adopted, of meetings that we've been having weekly with safety and permits about zoning interpretations, about questions that have come up. And so they were very minor adjustments to the zoning ordinance. There were a couple hundred of them, but very minor adjustments to the zoning ordinance to make it the language clearer, to eliminate conflicts, and to codify those zoning interpretations that that we have been using over the years. So looking forward to 2023, number one on the list is to complete the master plan revision process. Like I said, we've got over 100 or approximately 100 submissions. They are located all over the city. We will be having public hearings or public meetings over the course of the next several months. We will be preparing staff reports. We'll be engaging with all of the different stakeholder groups, and they will come to the City Planning Commission for recommendations. Those recommendations will go to you. You will have your review of those. If there's any discrepancies between the council approvals and the CPC's recommendations, The charter requires it comes back to the City Planning Commission for another review, and then finally goes back to the council for a final approval. So it is a pretty onerous process, but like I said earlier, we're hoping to be able to get through it a lot quicker because we're focusing just on the maps. And just looking forward, there are two things about the master plan that we are really interested in doing. One is recognizing that the master plan, which was adopted in 2010, has a 20-year shelf life. And so looking forward, and I know 2030 seems like it's a long ways off, but it's not really. And so I think over the next year or two, we're going to be starting to lay the groundwork for a much more involved and extensive process of having a new city plan for this city master plan. And then second is the implementation and the predictability of the master plan process. Right now, there's a window of 1 to 5 years. It's pretty ad hoc in terms of when we trigger a new revision process. And so what we would like to do is get that to be more regular. And the reason we say that is we've had a number of development opportunities that basically hit brick walls because of the master plan consistency requirement. And that's one of the reasons why we're doing this revision the way we're doing it. But if there was more predictability and people being able to understand that instead of just saying, well, sometime in the next 5 years, we may consider something, to be able to say, we are going to do this on a regular schedule, and on this regular schedule, we're going to be initiating master plan revisions. And then having the capacity to do the kind of follow-up. For example, the last time that the master plan was revised was in 2018. It was adopted, those revisions were adopted right before the council that worked on that master plan revision left office. And so there were a number of recommendations that made their way into the master plan that were never followed up on and implemented. So being a little more strategic about how master plan revisions are timed, so that we can work with you on the council to handle the legislative side of whether it's zoning, whether it's policy, to implement the recommendations and the changes that go into the master plan. Obviously, and I mentioned this before, we also are planning on completing the housing opportunity study. There's another study that we got a fair amount into before the pandemic hit, and that was a transit-oriented community study, which we've been working with in concert with the Regional Transit Authority. And it's really to better align land use, design review, and transit planning throughout the city, so that it makes the transit system more efficient if we can think of land use in a way that takes advantage of and supports where those routes are, and vice versa. Another project that we are midway through that had to be put on the back burner is the subdivision regulations. Subdivision regulations have not been amended since 1999. We got a fair way through of putting a draft together. A number of concerns about some of the proposed changes were brought up, and so we pulled it back, and we are working through those changes, and we'll be bringing that forward hopefully soon. Every year we have a capital improvements plan that we work on. So the 2024-28 CIP will be on the table for next year. And I understand from yesterday's hearing, watching it and talking to Larry afterwards, that there are a number of ideas that you all have about that process, and we look forward to working with you on those. Expanding collaborations with other departments and agencies. That's one of the reasons why we kind of restructured the way in which we did, is that we have a dedicated individual who is going to be responsible for maintaining those internal and external agency relationships, working on projects. For example, the Parks Master Plan that the mayor's office is been engaged in. We are going to be involved in that. Working with the Office of Economic Development on the work that they're doing, and working with other offices in OBES as well. Community outreach. This is always a big thing with us. We have a neighborhood participation plan that we are charged with implementing and administering. We don't think it goes far enough. A lot of people don't think it goes far enough. There are a lot of people who are not captured by the neighborhood participation plan process, who are impacted every day by the decisions that we contemplate. So we are looking at ways, and we've had conversations with a number of you about how we can identify those who are not coming to our meetings and are not coming and participating in the discussions that we have, and how we can better reach them. So again, this is, I'm sure you all are thinking along the same lines with who comes to these meetings. So, any kind of work we can do together on that, we'd be more than happy to have those conversations. And then finally, continue providing timely, advance the slide, high quality development review services. We recognize that we have a really big balancing act that we have to do as a department. We have a regulatory function that affects and impacts the city's economic development prospects. But we also have and this is written into our mission and vision statements, we have an obligation to the communities that we serve to be responsive to those issues that they are with proposed development. So we take that responsibility very, very seriously. As you can see, every meeting you have, we have people in front of you presenting cases to you. So again, working to improve the processes that we have is something that we have as an ongoing process. So I'm happy to take any questions you all have.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you guys for the presentation, and thank you. I sat for about maybe 35 minutes with two of your staff members yesterday. Had a really great conversation. You have some really good qualified people talking about vision for the district, planning philosophy. You weren't there, but they were extremely adequate, not only representing what they think the mission of the Planning Commission is, but open to discussion about what it was, what planning was, is, and ought to be. I think there needs to be a different relationship, especially with each district council member. Some of us work really hard. Some of us have a little experience at, land use and how do you use it to protect the community, to mitigate certain problems in the community, but also how to grow a community. I did the Lower Garden District Renaissance Plan, the Lower St. Charles Corridor Plan. You remember the Lower Garden District at one time with soup kitchens and dive bars, with truck traffic and day stays. People look at St. Charles Avenue now and its splendor, but if you remember what it was from Lee Circle to Jackson Avenue one time, so I was able to work with great people like you and Leslie Alley and others to talk about how we can take an area and grow it, improve it. Well, I represent District E now, right? I represent an area that people say not only has lacked municipal investment, but has not been considered a growth area. Well, when I look at District E, 7,000 acres of developable business park, 9.5 acres of waterway, 5 of those 9 miles of beachfront, 27 subdivisions of the largest, highest African-American earners and upper middle class of any municipal district, largest or second largest wildlife refuge in America, depending on whether San Francisco uses the Bay Area to add to their wildlife refuge, 2 of the busiest waterways in North America, the intercoastal and industrial necessary. I look at it as having the same level of assets potential that the Lower Garden District, the Lower St. Charles Corridor and Central City did. But then the question is, how do we use land use and vision as such? There are so many prohibitive uses that to me, it doesn't, whether it's signage, we had a difference of philosophy. And it's how do we look at it in terms of growth when we're not using those overlay zoning? And zoning is really one of the, if you look at the charter, we may want to be in charge of a lot of stuff, but zoning and land use is where we can really make an impact. You know, and how do we plan and redraw out the city for growth as well as stabilization? So, and I'm saying all this to say that it seems like the mission of the Planning Commission, I don't know if it's changed or not, but we're at a stale period in our city right now. We had 627,000 people in 1960. Pre-Katrina, we had 501 to 503,000 people. Now it's 391,000 people. So I would just hope that, and I understand you guys have your values and principles about what you want and what should permitted uses be, but if we're not growing, we're dying. And right now we ain't growing, and that may be okay for some people, but if we don't put a couple 100,000 more people back into the city in this metro area, we're never going to have the money to fund your departments, your agencies, Mr. Milligan's, the agencies that are represented here today. And I just don't think, and nothing against you guys, because I think too often politics has gotten involved. And that's from the neighborhood side too, where one neighborhood representative thinks they're the mayor, or the god, or the guardian of that neighborhood. But I would just hope that moving forward, and I'm gonna use this word with everybody, how do the decisions we make impact the community, not for just what it was, but for what it is and what it needs to be. We don't get more growth. We don't get more people. We don't provide more housing. We don't provide more businesses. The social ills that we deal with are going to continue here. And we're never, ever going to have enough. We're not going to have ARPA funds and government funds, and especially with the new Congress. The head of the Republican parties have said the bank is closed. So how do we begin to match, like an individual like me? I represent district. I want to be able to use the same tools out there that I used to help turn around a neighborhood when I represented Uptown. I want to be able to use the same impact that where we stabilize. Look at Central City now. Go try to buy $300 and $3,500 a month rent on Saratoga and Felicity. Whoever would have thought? It led the nation in per capita murder for almost 2 decades. So how do we partner where my vision isn't adverse to you guys' vision, but we're considering stabilization, and growth, and growing this community? 627,000 people. We had a footprint here for so what are we protecting? Vacant land? Vacant buildings? How do we partner to grow?
So, I couldn't agree more with everything you said. We have, one of the frustrating things for us, and this goes to, the capacity issues that we've had over the last few years, but also just the way the City Planning Commission has kind of evolved post-Katrina. We've become a much more reactive department instead of a much more proactive.
Thank you for admitting.
Force. And a lot of it is, we talk about it all the time. And I think we're talking about, recruiting people and retaining people. We've had people leave our office saying, the reason I went to planning school is not to do subdivisions and variances. It's to do the kind of creative, long range planning that I can do in other places. And so they go to those other places. So I'm absolutely, and one of the reasons why I've been trying to rebuild the department and increase the number of staff that we have is so that we can expand into doing more of that type of proactive, long range planning work.
Do you currently have the staff where you could sit down with individual district members? And I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but I know at one time it was a more robust.
Sure.
It was more proactive, where we could sit, and that, because my vision could be wrong, based on historical land use or some, but we're trying to create something or recreate something to fill this city back in. 627,000 people in 1960. Do you currently have the staff and the funding to get to a point where you have teams that could sit down within each individual district and map out a plan and map out a bit inside the master plan?
Sure. So the number 29, which is the staff that we were authorized for last year, anticipated being able to expand, like I had talked about with master plan being more predictable and focusing on implementation as well. You know, right now we're at 22. We've had a very difficult time filling, especially at the entry level and city planner and senior city planner. We used to get 80 to 100 respondents to job openings. We have 3 on our city planner or on our senior city planner. We have 8 on our city planner. So we are needing to figure out how we can get more people interested to coming work for us. But I think at 29, I mean, I think at 22 right now, I'm absolutely, if you want to sit down and start having those conversations, you know, we'll find the capacity to do that. We have staff who meet with you and your staff weekly with respect to things that go to council. And you know, to expand on that, I'm absolutely.
Well, I wasn't so encouraged, and I mean, the conversation I had with the two young ladies who work with your staff was, man, they're sharp.
No, I've got a fantastic staff, and they're all eager to.
And they got vision, and they have some talents. But I see just the disconnect is in the politics, the commission, and which actually happens because, you know, I have a vision for what I want to see, you know, and I've seen those tools used other parts of the city. Sure. So now I want to, you know, at least I want to know why it can't work here. And if it benefited business and residents here, how do we apply that? You know, I had to overrule you guys on a light industrial issue because the area used to be light industrial. Well, that area isn't light industrial anymore. That area has 3 new subdivisions. You know, so how do we create some consistency there?
And I think the starting point is, and you and I talked, you know, when we were over at the RPC, aligning the zoning and future land use map designations to those things that you want to see in your vision. So we have this master plan process before us now. We have a number, and I am pretty sure that New Orleans East has the vast majority of the submissions that have come into this process. This process started because, you know, Tammy had mentioned the development working group, and there was one meeting that we had, and we had 3 development proposals come from New Orleans East. Every single one of them, I had to say, you know what? After Katrina, this land was downzoned to single family residential. So even though it used to be a multifamily, even though it used to be commercial, you can't move forward with this project because the land use map doesn't allow you to. So that was the start of the conversation to get this map amendment or to get this master plan revision started so that we can start looking at that.
Well, lastly, your staff is talented. We can't grow without you. You're one of the, you know, greatest tools that we can take an opportunity in terms of how we grow the city residentially and as well as economically for business. Right now, this is the place of no. When that's what people think. That's the perception about opening a business, investing in an area. And I used to say several years ago that Jesus was going to pick New Orleans as a site for the second coming. Yeah, you know, the angels met on it. And because of all of our challenges, you know, from crime to the disparity, to poverty, to education, Jesus said, I'm going to go to New Orleans. And everybody was happy and they were waving yay Jesus signs. And then some group realized it wasn't zoned for second comings. And so Jesus went to Dallas. And then he went to and he went to Houston. And he really wanted to come here. Yeah, I want us to grow. And I want us people at least have the opportunity that where in their minds it's not no first, because of how we practice what we do. We need you. Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
To Council Member Thomas's point, not in my backyard is probably what they were saying, not here. Councilmember Jeruso.
I just didn't realize Jesus was a Texan. That was news to me.
He was here. He was visiting.
Mr. Rivers, thank you for being here. I want to ask on the FTEs, because we were asking everybody about vacancies. This year, you're budgeted for 31 at a $2.4 million budget. And for 2023, 35 proposed, which is an increase, good, but then the budget goes down to 195. So I just want to make sure that as you're talking about trying to have people and get what you need, that money is there to make that happen.
Where are you seeing the 35?
This is what my staff prepared for me. Now,
I really like that number.
yeah, well, it's probably it may be in the budget book. I will say this too. I'm gonna say this as diplomatically as I can. The budget book has not been infallible. So there have been FTE issues. So maybe that's what it is.
So, and let me go back to, well, let me go to, so this is our, the proposed budget.
Right.
So you can see in every, across the board, numbers are going down.
Right.
My understanding, because when I saw these numbers, I did my panic as well. Those numbers, it's my understanding, reflects the 22 that we have, but not the 7 that are vacant.
Okay.
So the assurances that I've gotten from the administration is that, I mean, you've heard it from others before you, hire, keep moving forward on trying to fill those positions you have, and they will be funded.
Right.
So that's what I'm banking on to get. And you mentioned 31. 31 was an error in last year's budget.
Okay.
We had been working towards 29. Again, 31 I'll take, but what we did is we had a conversation with the administration when we saw that number, which was after the fact that the budget was adopted, and we told them that they had given us too much money.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is what we're just going to have to do is have extraordinarily regular check-ins with all departments, because what I don't want to have happen is you're ready to hire
And
a messianic plan developer, and you can't do it because the money's not there.
I couldn't agree more.
Okay,
And
good.
I'm happy to sit down with you and go through the request and the positions that we're anticipating and all of that. And just to show you, kind of the direction we're heading in. I'm more than happy to do that.
Yeah, I think what we're going to have to do too, Mr. Rivers, is figure out some sort of cadence with the administration on this too, is because it's not just you, it's city planning, it's code enforcement, it's all sorts of departments. And I understand the tension here, which is you don't want to overfund and let money sit for forever. But on the other hand, I also don't like the idea that certain departments I've seen took haircuts in a mid-year budget adjustment. They didn't know it was coming either. So I'm trying to be sensitive to that issue as well.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Can I just ask you one other thing? With the housing affordability, when city planning is done with its study, what will the public facing part look like? And then how much time will the council have to?
So there's been a lot of public facing time back in 2018.
Right.
Now that we picked it up again, we are anticipating that over the course of the spring, we will, before we finish it, we're going to do another engagement effort as broadly as we can, including sitting down with each of the council offices to kind of go over the direction that we think that we're heading in. This was a study that was requested by the mayor. So we will be transmitting it to the mayor. We will, before that, there is a public hearing that the City Planning Commission has to have to adopt the study. In the past, when the council has asked us to do studies, there's been a committee meeting where we've come and we've done the presentation. I'm more than happy to do that in the context of this one as well. I think.
Yeah, you see Councilmember Harris and I looking at each other, we're saying yes. Well, look, I guess this is just my concern is that just all cards on the table, it's taken 5 years, and there's a variety of good reasons why it's taken that long. COVID as a major intervening factor, and what has changed, and probably also thinking about development, how many people should be in one place, and public safety, it's set, not having enough people. All of these things are the realities. I just want to make sure that there's good public facing process first, because what I don't want is for policy that may be new to people, which is already always hard to
Sure.
digest, get lost because people say, I didn't know.
No, absolutely. And you and I have had this conversation a number of times, and this offer goes out to all the council members. If you want to set up your own engagement around this topic, and we would be more than happy to come to you, and we can decide when the right time is, when, you know, when there's a study available, or when there's before it gets available. More than happy to coordinate something like that with you all.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Rivers, and also members of the City Planning Commission, the staff, and also others who supported. I had the opportunity to serve on the City Planning Commission, and I will just tell you, it was a pleasure to be able to work with you to get the information that we needed. You were available to answer the questions, and also your staff is they were very motivated. So I also want to add that to what I experience now as a council member. When there is a need for a City Planning Commission review, your staff members are very thorough, and I appreciate the proposals, the way that they've crafted their determination as to what is the best route to move. And it's helped me with the public to be able to share with them those reports. So thank you very much. I want to mention just a couple of things. One is that I represent a district that includes some of the more beautiful subdivisions and the beautiful communities in our area, such as in the Gentilly area and also north of Allen, Tucson. But it also includes the Desire, Florida area, where there's a lot of vacancy and a lot of blight, and also other areas that have been ignored. I want to put a couple of things on your radar. One is that I'm going to ask you all to look at Downman Road as a potential subject of a special study because of the traffic that's on that street, which is good. There's a significant traffic that comes off the interstate, goes down to what is an airport that is decently utilized, but also there's renovation going on at the former Valley site. And of course, we're trying to create bike lanes across the bridge, across the Judge Sieber Bridge. So it's an opportunity to look at Downman Road as a roadway that supports the commercial, but also provides opportunity for a continuation of bike lanes and recreation and the like. So know that that's going to be the case. But in general, as a city that has lost a lot of population, and it's not necessarily for one reason, it's a variety of reasons. We have certain communities that may not get back the population that they once had. Historic Desire, Florida is an example. It may be a long time before we get the population back, but there are opportunities to do different things in certain communities. It may be more bioswales, it may be more parks, it may be something that is maybe solar farms or something like that, something that gives, it may be even just urban farming. So as staff grows and we have a chance to be more proactive and we work a little bit more, I like the staff members who are listening to know that I like some ideas as to how we address loss of population and vacancies in low to moderate income areas with an intention of attracting investment. And if that investment doesn't happen right away, to make those communities more functional.
Sure.
And so I gave some examples of that, and I'll talk to you about that, but I'd like you to look at some of the low income communities, the historically low income communities, and let's look at a way that represents the future. Maybe it's 20 years from now that the development takes place because of it. But if we can create an infrastructure where we can get federal monies in to support it, where we can get rid of some of the flooding and the other problems that we have with some of the tools that I might have mentioned, it may be that those communities can be attractive in the future if we have them planned a little bit better.
Sure. More than happy.
I look forward to working with you, but I did see you taking a note. I want to look at Downman Road as a major thoroughfare renovation in the near future.
Okay.
In fact, the Merchants Association for the first time ever is meeting on tomorrow.
Oh.
So
Okay.
we'll be contacting you by letter soon thereafter. But thank you for what the City Planning Commission does, and it's a pleasure to work with you, and I look forward to working with you over the years.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I just have a few questions on the Brownsfields program. I'm wondering if the Saratoga lot is part of that program. The burn lot.
So what we're doing is we're doing several things. One is putting an inventory together, right? So that site is certainly, if not already, will be on our inventory. The assessment or the cleanup grant that we're talking about right now is a taking advantage of an opportunity, a one-time opportunity that is, you know, that the federal government has to apply for a massive amount of funding that is available that can be used for brownfield. So there are several sites that have been identified that are kind of shovel ready, lack of a better term. The NSA site, the Market Street site, the power plant site, and there was one other. I know they've been talking about Greyhound Terminal as well. But those are sites that those funds can be used for cleanup immediately and help with those developments. There are a number of different types of grant availabilities. We do have those program funds also that we have and will be coming. So I'm, you know, happy to sit down with you and we can talk about, you know, who owns it, what are the plans, what's the status of any assessments have been done on the site, any, you know, is there a plan in place to do a cleanup, or do we have to kind of tee that up with assessing the site and getting a phase 1, phase 2 assessment done?
I think Saratoga is pretty much down the line. I mean, I think it's far into the process where we're at EPA study and trying to figure out what the next steps are. So no, certainly as you're doing the assessment for of brownfield lots, if you could do that by district so that we each have an inventory in our particular districts, I think that would be helpful. On the fuse study, I mean, you know, as we're talking about homelessness and trying to help with increased affordable housing. I think this is vitally important as we talk about manufactured homes, micro units, the density requirements, the space between houses, which can sometimes kill developments.
Yep.
And so as Councilmember Druso said, I would love to set a hearing. It can be at one of my quality of life meetings once you get that study done, so we can talk about what exactly the findings are.
Sure. And I mean, I would offer that, you know, we should probably talk before
in advance,
that, time to just make sure that we're addressing all of the things that you're talking about.
Yeah, no, I think that it would be helpful for us all to sit down in a room as far as District B and talk about not only availability of lots and development, as Council Member Thomas alluded to. I think there's a huge opportunity in District B for major development of affordable housing units. And so yeah, let's schedule that time to sit. But what I will say is thank you and your team for all that you do. I know you work closely with Liz in my office and Allison, and so thank you for all of that. And are there any public comments? And I know we're going to take comment at the end. Otherwise, you guys are free to go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. Next up is HDLC. And can y'all introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon. My name is Brian Block. I'm the Executive Director of the HDLC.
And I'm Eleanor Burke. I'm the Deputy Director of the HDLC.
So the mission of the HDLC, I'm the Bucharest Commission, excuse me, wrong one. Okay, mission of the HDLC is to promote historic districts and landmarks for the educational, cultural, economic, and general welfare of the public through the preservation, protection, and regulation of buildings, sites, monuments, structures, and areas of historic interest of importance within the city of New Orleans. The vision of the HDLC is to provide property owners within locally designated historic districts an improved personalized permitting process from application to final inspection. Ensure that proposed work enhances the historic character of the building and district as a whole and is executed correctly. Our organizational chart is fairly straightforward. We work very collaboratively as a group. Our staff is made up of myself as the director, Eleanor is the deputy director, and we have a senior historian and a principal historian. These staff members work primarily on our landmarking and on enforcement issues. And then we also have building plans examiners and building inspectors. Our 2022 departmental accomplishments, one of our most important ones that Eleanor worked very hard on was the passage of the HB 193 bill through the State House of Representatives and Senate, which has now been signed into law. This is to increase fines for illegal demolitions in our historic districts. The new ordinance increases fines for illegal demolitions, was previously $10,000 maximum. And this was a fee that was, I believe, instated in the 1970s. So that did not age very well. And that became something that business owners, property owners saw as the cost of doing business when they would illegally demolish a property. The new legislation allows for $25,000 or 15% of the building of value, whichever is greater, which is significantly more important. I wanted to show some graphic examples of the work that we do. I always think it's important to see, since what we do is very visual to our districts. The first example is 824 Pleasant Street, which was a building that was probably close to being considered in imminent danger of collapse. And you can see how it was renovated into a charming single shotgun. Same thing with 930 Villette Street. And then at 1818 Ursuline as well. And then this is another one at 3600 Dauphine Street, is a large mixed use property that has been renovated and brought back into commerce. We're very excited about this addition back to the neighborhood. Landmarks are a big part of what we do as well. These are properties that are outside of the historic districts that exemplify or reflect the broad cultural, political, economic, or social history of our nation, state, and community. This example at 3530 Chapatula Street is a early 20th century warehouse, emblematic of the city's history as one of the world's major port cities and its connection to international and national trade. In 2022, the HDLC issued 935 certificates of appropriateness. Enforcement is an important element of our work as well. And we began 306 adjudication cases. 57 new ones went to hearings. 70 of those were reheard, and there were 27 cases abated. Fines and fees were totaled $81,000. So between the, let me see, this and then the next page deals with property owners that are fined for illegal demolitions. The total was $92,500. Thus far, $57,500 has been collected. So although the HDLC is not a revenue generating department, our enforcement, the arm of the enforcement element of what we do does generate quite a bit of money that goes back directly into the general fund. Our goals are in more engagement with our constituency. We work to maintain maximum involvement with owners and applicants throughout the application process, design review, and permit issuance. We continue encouraging the highest quality of design and preservation philosophy while respecting the treasured historic and architectural resources present in our districts, and improve the process to enforce standards and achieve greater compliance through increased district inspections, community engagement, and or legal channels provided by the administrative adjudication process. We work to increase outreach in our ongoing effort to function as outreach officers as well as regulators. HDLC staff is always finding ways to provide up-to-date information and access to construction methods, preservation best practices, as well as what materials are appropriate for buildings within the districts. We conduct a Navigating the HDLC lecture series. Actually, Eleanor does this for us. And in conjunction with the Preservation Resource Center, it's our goal to offer these at least once quarterly. This is an opportunity to help our constituency better understand how to apply for permits, utilize and design guidelines, access information about tax credits and preservation best practices. Also, it's a chance for them to offer feedback on ways that we might improve our work, increasing our partnership opportunities. The Historic House Specialist Series, also with the Preservation Resource Center, is also quarterly. It's a day-long seminar that provides detailed information about historic house types, neighborhoods of New Orleans, as well as pertinent information about financial incentives, renovation financing, and permitting that enables local real estate agents to better market and sell historic New Orleans homes. And the goal is also to help the people that are in the market understand that if they're looking for property in a historic district, what's to be expected of them, access to who we are, resources that are available. And we also are working to increase equity. Staff will continue working with the local chapters of the AIA and the National Organization of Minority Architects to ensure that the members of our architecture committee better represent the ethnic demographics of our city. And with that, this is our budget. So if there are any questions, we are happy to answer them for you.
Councilmember Jerusalem.
Thank you. First, I want to say thanks, Brian, for pointing out the HB 193, because I think that is extraordinarily significant. $10,000 for knocking down a structure was a slap on the wrist for lots of developers and less than a cost of doing business. So where it's appropriate, I think as a body, we look forward to enforcing that and appreciate Eleanor and HDLC's work on this.
And we're very, very grateful that, for the support of the administration and council working on our way through this. So thank you.
I guess I'm going to ask the same question that I asked Mr. Rivers, which is, it looks like there's a slight decrease in HDLC personnel. Is this again under the theory of we can staff up as we need to?
That's correct. But actually, it's not as bad as it looks on paper here. We've actually been able to hire 2 of the 3 since the budget book came out.
Okay.
And they are already working with us. So we have 1 building inspector outstanding. And we have been instructed to keep searching for a candidate. And as a matter of fact, I believe some are on the roster right now.
Okay, and you sort of anticipated my next question, because it looks like there were 12 FTEs in 2022 and then 9. So you're at 11, you only need to
Correct.
hire 1 more.
That is correct.
I'm going to ask a dangerous question. Is that enough for HDLC given? Well, and here's the reason why I'm asking specifically is because while the districts may not be as large as city planning, they certainly require a lot of TLC.
Sure. And, that's a very good question. I appreciate that. One of the things when we were putting together our budget was wanting to compensate and to staff up to address the increase in geography that the HDLC has undergone in the last few years. We have 4 new partial control district uptown. We end up managing a lot of demolition applications, and then a lot of, as you know, a lot of council appeals, which require a lot of research and work on the part of, usually on the part of our deputy director. And so what we're hoping is that with this additional staff member, they can take on these uptown districts and council appeals to where our deputy director can now do the work that she is, frankly, hired to
Right.
do.
You anticipate what I'm sort of asking is the partial control districts do seem to be absorbing I was going to say sucking up a lot of, and that isn't really what I mean. It's absorbing a lot of the time. And we just want to make sure that particularly department heads or deputy directors are using their time appropriately and aren't having to do 2 or 3 job cycles.
So we feel like with this, once we're, fully staffed, it will be in a much better position to handle that load.
Okay, and then, and I guess, like I said, Councilmember Harris and Thomas and Green, I do think we need to just make sure with the administration, we figure out what a regular commitment looks like to meeting to make sure that nothing's stuck in requisition process or something's being held up if hires need to be made.
So far, so good.
Thank you so much.
We've been very pleased.
Thank you.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, I want to thank HDLC. I mean, your assistant is always reliable. She's here, probably every council meeting we have and always represents the agency at the highest level. So, I wish I had more historic districts than District E, but hopefully we'll build it in an historic way using some of the stuff that you guys do to protect our neighborhoods. But thank you for being a valuable part of our city.
Thank you.
And there are some times when I just don't have a question. People don't believe that on the council. I don't have a question here. I appreciate you.
I don't believe it right now.
But come to think of it, no, but I appreciate the.
This is his last question. Look at your clock.
Wait. I always say I'm on my way to my last question, right? No, but I appreciate your work and we've had an opportunity to work together on just a couple of things in our district. One of which I've disagreed with, for example, and everything went smoothly, but I appreciate the research that you put into it and your commitment to maintaining the historic. It really is a culture and character in our city. It's important. A lot of people not only come to the city because we focus on a lot of tourists sometimes, but there are a lot of people here in the city who just enjoy seeing some of the more historic structures and also our neighborhoods preserved as they are. So it's one of the reasons that a lot of people live in New Orleans. I'm looking forward to Toot Ensemble, he says, of our communities. But the bottom line is that I appreciate the work that you all do and look forward to over the years working with you more to preserve the history of our city.
Thank you very much.
I do want to focus a little bit on Claiborne Avenue, but we'll talk about that as we go.
Sure, absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I of course want to thank you and Eleanor especially for helping my office through the various historic districts uptown. And I do want to celebrate a victory that I just read about, I didn't know about, but the seizure of the Buddy Bolden house, which is a major victory. And hopefully we can get some traction on redevelopment into what it needs to be, which is a celebration of the king, the person who started jazz in New Orleans. And so the fact that it was sitting there deteriorating in Central City for such a long time, and so many people were complaining about it, and now the city has its hands on it. Now, whether or not we can keep it is so important to our history, our culture, Black culture in New Orleans. So I just want to shout out to you guys and say thank you for that. And listen, I am a hardcore preservationist. I probably shouldn't say that on record, but I am. My first house was a preservation resource center developed house. And so we will do everything in District B to make sure that we continue to keep our foot on the gas of protecting important assets and finding those people who happen to demolish historic structures when they shouldn't. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is VCC.
Ready.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Once again, I'm Brian Block, the director, also the Bucure Commission.
Renee Burgoyne, Deputy Director, Bucure Commission.
The mission of the Bucure Commission is to protect, preserve, and maintain the distinct architectural, historic character, and zoning integrity of the Bucure as mandated by the Louisiana State Constitution, the City Charter, the City Code, and the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. The Bucure Commission regulates exterior modifications to the French Quarter's built environment to ensure that the district's architectural and historic resources are protected. Going forward, we envision an agency that is more proactive in carrying out its mission, offers better outreach and education to its constituents, and affects positive change in blight reduction and violation enforcement in this neighborhood that is both an important cultural district and prominent tourist attraction. Similar to the HDLC, our organizational chart reflects our collaborative way that we work. I work as the director, Renee is the deputy director, and we have 2 building plans examiners and 2 building inspectors. With this budget, we're also going to be getting an office assistant, which is going to be a very, very important aspect of our being able to help our constituents more effectively. Some of our accomplishments. This is 616 St. Peter Street. You probably know it as Tableau Restaurant on the corner of Jackson Square. They did a lovely addition of a gallery at this location, which has been very successful. This is 622 Conti Street. It's one of our high-rated buildings. It's been in a state of demolition by neglect for a number of years. So we were very excited to see this come back into commerce. And this was one of our biggest wins for the year, 619 Royal Street. It's a fairly standard townhouse configuration, commercial on the ground floor, residential above, that had been left in a very, very serious dilapidated state for decades. And they did an extensive renovation, and it's already returned to commerce. And I believe residents are moving in upstairs. So we're very, very excited about that. In 2022, the department issued 575 permits. And with enforcement, we had 232 adjudication cases, 74 of which were new, 105 were reset hearings, and then we had 11 that were abated. And we assessed $305,000 in fines. Our department goals are similar to what I had read with the HDLC. There's no I don't feel the need to read through them again, but I just like to reiterate that our focus is on outreach, on making sure that we are accessible to the public, that our processes are predictable, and that transparent. We always like to make sure that everybody knows how to access our guidelines, et cetera. And we have a great relationship with many neighborhood organizations attending their meetings. I serve on the board of the Bucure Commission Foundation. And all of that is just to make sure that we are out there in the community and not just perceived as the boogeyman that's out there to prohibit them from moving forward and maintaining their property. So we believe, we're big believers that historic preservation is economic development, and our access to the neighborhood is an important part of that. So with that, this is our budget, and I'm here to take questions.
Councilmember Thomas.
Yeah, I want to stay right there with engagement with the constituency as a member of the French Market Corporation, and some of our board members. I know Mr. Johnson, a valuable resident and asset in the French Market, and my conversations with Leslie Alley, who's the director of FMC. How does this budget meet some of the challenges that we're having with transients and vagrants? Because it is increasingly becoming a problem in terms of the amount of pressure that it puts on one of the older, how would I say, more precious parts of our community, where we've tried to control traffic, from pedestrian to vehicular over the decades, but now the vagrant population is putting even more pressure on some of the most fragile properties and destinations in our city.
Right, and I agree 100% that is an absolute travesty in our historic district. Unfortunately, our jurisdiction only extends to the built environment and not to quality of life issues. Our enforcement wing, however, does deal with certain kinds of byproducts of that situation, such as graffiti. We do work with our property owners to maintain their buildings, and often work with them to modify storefronts so that they, the alcoves don't become bedrooms or worse. But once again, that's more architectural. We do work in conjunction with the French Market Corporation. When there are issues such as we've been working with Leslie to discuss areas of repeat graffiti. So, we can help them with abatement. We do find that graffiti works as a cancer across the district when it goes unaddressed. So unfortunately, we have to issue violations to property owners, even though we realize that they're not the ones that are the offending party here. And our work with the other neighborhood organizations, such as French Quarter Business Association, VC Pora, French Quarter Management District, they have the abilities to do these sort of quality of life, more outreach towards quality of life issues. We have conversations with the 8th District a lot, but as far as what we do day to day, this budget does not address that.
Might I just say one thing about that, Councilmember Thomas? We did incorporate VCC into an enforcement sweep of the French Quarter. We did as part of our coordinated effort. That was the Canal Street side of the quarter. That was the last sweep we did. And in our experience, that's the way to go after the problems which you note. We have Unity involved sometimes to help with that issue. And we have talked with Leslie about doing a sweep in her area of interest, and that's on the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure.
Councilmember Green.
Can you talk to the public just so that they understand the number of adjudications and why there are so many?
Sure. Why there's so many, that's a really good question. We work really hard with property owners, business owners that have violations towards abating the violation. Adjudication is sort of our last step. We would prefer buildings to come into compliance. We are not here to wrap people on the wrist. We're really here to protect our buildings and the tout ensemble of the district. And so when we have a property owner that is either recalcitrant and does not, fall in line and address the violations, fortunately, we have the adjudication in our toolbox, so they can go to a hearing and be heard by a third party, and then fined, so that is an incentive for them to address the violation. Unfortunately, a lot of people tend to think that if they are fined at an adjudication hearing, that they've sort of bought the violation and then they can just now keep the building in that condition. Whereas actually, once they're adjudicated and fined, a new violation is open, so they're still required to address the violation. So there's several categories, which probably speaks to what you're actually asking is, there are demolition by neglect issues, meaning that it's deferred maintenance, such that if left unabated, it would eventually lead to the building's demolition. There's also merchandising and signage violations, meaning that they're outside of the zoning ordinance and the design guidelines. I'm sure we're all familiar with Bourbon Street, where there's inappropriate T-shirts mounted on shutters and all kinds of A-frame signs all are blocking the sidewalks, and so all of that is stuff that we regulate in our enforcement. And then we also have working without permits, because certain people will go out and do things that are not permitted. Sometimes it means that they just didn't realize that they needed to get a permit, and that's a very easy thing to abate. But then a lot of times people are building a rooftop deck that is not permitted in the district, or they're demolishing a rear structure, or these kinds of things. And so it's just very important that we have the ability to enforce our regulations. Otherwise, it's just a free-for-all.
232 seems like a high number.
It is a lot.
Who refuse to do kind of what's requested.
It's a lot. And if you notice the number of cases that we hear, which I think is like 70, versus the number that we need more hearing officers, so we don't have such a backlog of cases.
I would like to credit our 2 inspectors who do a fantastic job. We have the French Quarter broken up into quadrants. We have an inspector for each quadrant. They really do a great job. So
and you talk about a thankless job.
Yes.
Right. The council, I guess, recently approved funding that would make available additional cameras in the Carter, could you talk to the public about that in terms of what those cameras will do? And also just talk a little bit about safety and
Sure.
maybe speaking to the public about.
Thank you very much. Absolutely. I believe the cameras that you're talking about are the with the police department, what is it called? The
Real time.
thank you, real-time cameras. So yes, they're mounted on street lamp posts. They're mounted sometimes on private property. And these go directly back to the police department so that they can be monitored in real time. In our private jurisdiction, we also have a security camera permit that advertises the real-time camera program, so that when a security camera permit is issued, a property owner can have their cameras also wired in to the real-time system, so that the police department can monitor, or not monitor in real time, but it's recorded so that they can then use that for investigations, et cetera. We encourage our property owners to install security cameras. The reason permits are required is that we do have guidelines as to the type of camera and the locations where they should be installed, just so they're not, inappropriately large, or they're blocking, a historic architecture feature, et cetera. So it's a very liberal guideline, but we do ask that property owners do reach out to the staff, get a permit so we can help you get the right cameras and get them in the right location. And the same thing goes with lighting. Right now, there has been a lot of concern with the district being dark. And we share that concern. Much of that is to do with the installation of 5G telephone equipment that will have lamps mounted on them. There was a production issue which slowed down the installation of those lamps. So that's why those locations are currently dark. We've been in touch with our contractor, and our hope is that will be taken care of by the end of the year. Also, we are always encouraging our private property owners to reach out to us. Despite what people may think, we encourage people to illuminate their properties and illuminate them well. But just like with security cameras, we encourage them to do it correctly. We have lists of appropriate fixtures. We have handouts that that show you the correct locations to mount lights, and in incorrect places not to put lights. So we really want to encourage everyone to work together. Security is of vital importance to us as a commission. So if you have constituents that are concerned about that, please have them reach out to us directly.
When the council voted to approve those additional cameras, there were some comments from some members of the public or organizations about surveillance, but surveillance has worked to keep people safe, hasn't it?
Oh, I can't speak to those concerns, but I do believe that police surveillance of the historic districts in the environment in which we live is important. I do.
Okay. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Sure, thank you.
And for sharing that information with the public.
Thank you.
How can we help you? How can the council help you with your mission?
I think just the way we believe in so much outreach, we believe also, like I'm saying, when you have your constituents have concerns, please send them our way. Have your staff reach out to us. I know that we have a great relationship with all of you and your staffs. And I do believe that just making your constituency aware of the services that we offer we have so much information on our website. For example, I think a lot of people in the last few weeks have been, talking about the issue of darkness and security. And the VCC has a bad reputation in that people think, oh, well, the VCC wants it to be romantic and dark and have, just gas lanterns everywhere, which is not true. And so, we want to be a partner in these kinds of concerns. So that kind of outreach, sending people back to us and letting us know what the concerns are of the district helps us very, very much.
And what about development around the perimeter of VCC? I mean, I know we're seeing commercial businesses pop up. My husband has a commercial building off of Rampart. But there are grants to help with development. Is
Absolutely.
that
correct? There are grants. There are also state historic tax credits, particularly for if you're renovating historic buildings. the Preservation Resource Center is a great resource to, for that kind of information. We work hand in hand with them. We send people their direction all the time.
Okay, great. And I will give a shout out to the new Interview with a Vampire because it makes the French Quarter look very, very pretty and well lit. So thank you all. Do you have any closing comments? Nope. All right.
Thank you very much.
You're free to go. Next up is Office of Performance and Accountability.
I'll give you a slide.
Okay. Appreciate it. Thank you.
You're free to go.
Okay. Thank you.
To start, not.
My name is Cameron McPhee. I'm currently the acting director of the Office of Performance and Accountability. The Office of Performance and Accountability's mission is to use data to improve operations, inform policy decisions, and increase transparency. For us, success is a data-driven government that equitably, effectively, and sustainably delivers satisfying services to residents. This is currently our org chart. I'm the senior data analyst. I'm standing in for the director, Melissa Shigoda, who's on parental leave. We also have a brilliant analyst, Isaac Boardman, and one current vacancy. Since I joined OPA this year, our office has created several dashboards for a number of departments. Those dashboards are actually public facing at the moment, published on the OPA website. We have endeavored to create process maps for those departments and dashboards that help inform policy decisions. We've also tried to evaluate and refine data from several of those departments and create internal facing dashboards that can be used for better policy decision making. We have also worked with the GIS department to refine and integrate real-time map of vacant parcels in the city, as well as zoning to create a process for eliminating backlog, and maintained our What Works Cities silver certification for 2021. Next up are a couple of slides of the dashboards, examples of the dashboards we've created. These are available online as we speak at the link below. The first one is the combined enforcement dashboard, which encompasses data from 6 different departments, including code enforcement, short-term rentals, zoning, etc. The second slide is the same departments. This is page meant for both internal and external use that displays various metrics on how each department is performing. These dashboards are filterable by department and year. And happy to walk any of the council members through their use. Next up are our 2023 department goals. We'd like to continue our monthly data-driven management meetings focused on core OBS services to monitor data quality, track performance towards goals, and drive improvements. We'd like to expand the scope of dashboards and meetings for code enforcement and permitting, create new ones for related or recently revamped programs, including demolitions and lot maintenance. And we'd like to develop data-driven enforcement and customer service strategies with OBS. Last slide is our budget summary. And there are no questions.
Oh, no. Councilmember Thomas first.
Yeah, Councilmember Jerusalem throughout this process has talked about coordination, collaboration amongst agencies, but also creating dashboards. where we can access more easily access information from criminal justice to how we operate as a municipality. Where are you now in that effort? And what has been the prohibition, or what has taken it so long, especially in this part of the 21st century, for us to get to that point?
Sure. I only joined OPA in February, so it's difficult for me to speak to historic roadblocks to that process. But we currently have published a combined enforcement dashboard that's available to view for departments like code enforcement, zoning, ABO, STRs, VCC, and HDLC. Our department is also working on a dashboard, which we hope to publish before the end of the year, that encompasses permitting and occupational licensing. The city produces a bunch of data, a lot of data, and it's publicly viewable. In fact, it's warehoused at data.nola.gov. Some of that data includes raw performance figures for departments like code enforcement. But all of it is publicly accessible. Our department is adamant about making that public and transparent.
And I know you mentioned it'll never be finished, but in terms of our highest and best use, will be most proficient in terms of best practices in this area, when do you see us getting there?
Well, the licensing and permitting dashboard should be published before the end of the year.
Okay.
The other dashboard is currently available, and our department is happy to help develop dashboards for any other processes you're interested in seeing.
And you can get there within this budget?
Yes, we feel well equipped to continue with the projects we have outlined in this presentation. We would love to augment the budget and increase our scope, and happy to discuss that.
Okay, well, let's do that briefly. To discuss your scope would be to do what?
To increase the scope?
Increase your.
Yeah, to work with other departments to analyze the data they produce and try to figure out efficiencies, best practices, refined processes.
And fiscal note on that.
I'm sorry?
Fiscal note on that.
Actually, I don't think I can speak to those numbers right now, but I'd be happy to get back to you on that.
You think it's needed?
I'm so sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Do you think it's needed?
Well, I think in order to achieve our goals of data-driven policy and process, yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Councilman Thomas may have been suggesting to ask for it, huh? So feel free to ask us what you need.
No, I was, no. We gotta have some people that aren't asking.
But look, if you want to achieve those goals, but
Councilman Jerusalem set the table already.
Councilman Thomas asked the question that I asked, and you described the vacancy in your office and I guess what someone needs to do to fill it. What are you looking for that position, the data analyst?
Well, we would love to hire another analyst. Our director is returning at the end of January, and we'll begin that process again at that time.
Mm-hmm. You get pretty good cooperation from the various offices of the city, or is there anything that we can help with?
I don't think so. Yeah, we get a lot of cooperation. I think as the sort of unofficial data ombudsman of the administration, the sort of biggest bottleneck for us is the fact that many of these departments are short-staffed. And so it's difficult to get the data as quickly as we might like, but it's otherwise everybody's been very cooperative.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I just want to say, first of all, that you all helped us get our dashboard online, and it is incredibly not just good, but I would use the word awesome tool.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah, no, it's incredible. The numbers we were able to use and to show people, and particularly, I think my colleagues may agree about this. Every neighborhood doesn't feel like they get enough, and then to show them that you are exactly the same as every other neighborhood, helps out tremendously.
Yes.
And so to be able to take the data, to aggregate it, to segregate it, to use it has been very impressive. So I just want to say I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I guess to follow up just very quickly on Councilmember Thomas's question, we asked a lot about DPW doing this as they put out their RFP and have asset management. I just want to make sure that you're going to have the capacity to be able to take up abandoned cars or traffic lights or traffic signals, sort of these things that they are trying to manage and then be able to pictorially show.
I feel comfortable that we would have that capacity. Certainly, very comfortable if we can add a third analyst.
Right. All right. Well, I think that's it. Thank you very much for being here. Take care. All right. Next up, Office of Economic Development.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Right, good afternoon, council members.
Good afternoon.
I'm Jeff Schwartz, the Director of the Office of Economic Development, joined here by my Deputy Director, Courtney Stuckwish-Wong. And we are excited to be here presenting our proposed 2023 budget for the department. In terms of an overview, as every other department has done, sharing our mission and vision statement. The mission of the Mayor's Office of Economic Development is to encourage inclusive economic growth and economic mobility by creating new jobs, revitalizing neighborhoods, investing in people in our priority industries, and creating the systems to thrive. And our vision statement, when we're successful over the coming years, is to create a city that is vibrant, equitable, and inclusive, where all New Orleanians at every stage of their lives and in every neighborhood enjoy access to economic opportunity, quality jobs, and a high quality of life for themselves and their families. Moving along here, I'll probably say this multiple times during the presentation today, but this is a small but mighty team. These are not just general categories at the bottom there. These are actual people in our office. Under Mr. Mulligan's leadership as Deputy CAO, our office is a proud member of OBAS. Courtney, of course, is the Deputy Director, and then we have Andrew Bagnato, who's our new Special Projects Manager, Margaret McGee, who is our Business Services Manager, who does all things related to cultivating and supporting our small businesses. Whenever any of you council members or the mayor have constituents who reach out, it is almost unilaterally Margaret who I then immediately turn to and say, help me help this business owner, either by connecting them to resources, navigating a city hall process, and the like, really connecting folks to technical assistance. And I'll say a little bit more about the really crucial work that Margaret does in business services, which is, I think, an essential economic development activity in the city. In addition, Tracy Jackson is our tax incentives administrator for the city of New Orleans. We like to talk a lot about how we incentivize and support investment in the city and in our businesses. It's really Tracy leading that work. Truly don't know where we would be without really any of our teammates, but especially Tracy. She administers the restoration tax abatement program and the industrial tax exemption program, as well as working really closely with me and Courtney and others on working with the Industrial Development Board and Finance New Orleans on the pilot programs that the city has. And we also have the good fortune, as Mr. Rivers mentioned, and I believe Cam also, we have a Fuse fellow who works in our office, Mr. Ruta Pollard, who's actually working with us this year. His fellowship is really oriented towards grid resilience. It was something that we saw following Hurricane Ida, the importance of grid reliability to all of our communities and stakeholders, including our small business owners. So we can move along and talk about a busy year in 2022. Again, this small but mighty team, I'm really proud of the group and all the work that we did this year. Obviously, there was a very long tail to COVID. We're still in that. Our businesses are still living with COVID every single day. So the COVID response and the IDA response is something that we continue to work on. It's something that continues to impact businesses all over the city. We continue to convene a monthly call, right, Courtney? It's still monthly. These were daily meetings during COVID that we had with our business leadership in the city. It eventually transitioned to weekly and biweekly, and now we're at a monthly call, but we find those to be really valuable two-way sources of communication. As I mentioned, the Fuse Fellowship that we have with Ruta Pollard leading that work is very focused on grid resilience, and we're doing a lot of work with our Office of Resilience and Sustainability, with a number of internal and external stakeholders, really focusing that work on how to take some immediate steps to improve grid resilience in the city. We were very fortunate. Our office worked with the Office of Homeland Security to submit a successful Department of Energy Communities LEAP grant, which is helping us plan for grid resilience at key nodes in the city. On the business attraction and retention front, we had several New Orleans East wins, including the announcement of CalUSM, which is building a over $35 million plant in the regional business park, as I believe Councilmember Thomas noted earlier, as well as the merger of Made by the Water and Faubourg Brewing, which is really a hub of food manufacturing and brewing in New Orleans East. That is really an anchor in our food economy in the city, which is very exciting. We hosted more than 12 virtual business information sessions. Margaret McGee and our team led those. There were over 365 businesses and individuals who attended those, and those are presenting critical information around technical assistance, funding opportunities, and other resources for businesses in the city. As I mentioned before, we do very critical business navigation. So when a business has an issue pulling a permit or understanding land use and entitlement in the city, our office is frequently that liaison that offers those concierge services. And so I'm very proud of the work that we do every day on that. Courtney, Ms. Duckwish Wong has led a number of initiatives in the department on both the permanent parklet program, which we are excited to fully implement in early 2023, as well as working with council on that initiative, as well as on food pop-ups. I know this was a hot button issue, and I think there's some really great work that happened between council and the administration, developing some immediate wins around that, as well as helping food-based businesses be able to navigate what can be a really inscrutable set of processes to allow them to pop up and do events. One of the other major areas of work is around what we call catalytic projects. And I think we all have seen headlines around these projects. But before I talk about some of the projects, I do want to touch on a policy win that was, again, a collaboration between the council and the administration. It went in place last year, and we are really rolling forward with it now. We call it the redevelopment framework. It's a collaboration between the city and the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, which is the city's redevelopment partner in doing work at all scales of redevelopment in our communities. Simply put, previous to this policy being implemented, the city could do two things with property that it owned. One, it could use it for a public purpose, for a city purpose. It could house a city office. It could have a police or fire station in a building. Or if the property was no longer needed, the property could be surplused, which means it would just be sold, to the highest bidder at a public auction. And I think one of the policy tools that the city was not utilizing, that many of our peer cities around the country have utilized, frankly, for generations, is strategically redeveloping publicly owned assets for public benefit. And simply what that means is taking city-owned real estate, whether it's a building or a vacant property, and converting it into something that creates affordable housing units or jobs or investment in a community. And I think we're already starting to see the fruit of that. I know in Councilmember Harris's district, we have the Louisiana Firehouse. Nora recently selected a development team, a combination of Home by Hand and Alembic Community Development, and a building that had sat vacant and was being demolished essentially by neglect by the city. Something we talked about, I know, during Tom's code enforcement presentation. That property is now slated to be 7 permanently affordable units and an early childhood education center on Louisiana and essentially LaSalle in Central City. That's tremendously exciting, and we expect to see a number of additional properties go through that framework process this year. including 1141, and into next year, 1141 Esplanade, which has been a long time coming, and many others. And so we're very excited to work with council and stakeholders around the city to identify properties that are ripe for redevelopment, but which been sitting vacant and fallow in communities for far too long. We're eager to work with you to identify those properties and get them into this pipeline for redevelopment. And so we're very much looking forward to utilizing that tool. In terms of project development, our office, again, is a small but mighty team leading some of the most visible redevelopment projects in the city. Projects that frankly have been fallow and frankly liabilities for the city for far too long. We like to talk about picking up cans that have been kicked down the road. This includes the naval support activity in the Bywater, the Six Flags project in New Orleans East, West End, and the project to redevelop parking lot out at West End, Municipal Auditorium. We're working with the River District developers on a number of key elements of their proposal. And so our office really is where redevelopment, particularly for economic development, starts and stops. And so I'm really proud of the project management work that we do every day to advance those projects. In addition, in terms of incentives, as I already mentioned, Tracy Jackson leads the work administering the restoration tax abatement and industrial tax exemption programs on behalf of the city. I should say that we have 5 active industrial tax exemptions right now and 69 active restoration tax abatements. The RTA is one of the biggest incentives that the city can put on the table. It's one of the most heavily utilized. And it's incentivized over $53 million of investment and over $11 million of DVE capital investment in our city in 2022. And so we're really proud of that work. Some examples are some I guess more signature examples are the American Townhouse, as well as the Museum of the Southern Jewish Experience on Howard Avenue. The primary example of industrial tax exemption in Orleans, we don't have too many of those. But we were before council in mid to late 2020 with Area Pack in New Orleans East, which is also doing an investment in an area that's a priority for the city. So we're very excited to see them continue that work. Just rounding out some of our additional accomplishments in 2022, we are heavily focused on priority industries in the city. One of the, I don't like to make economic development too complicated. For me, it is very much about investing in priority industries that are going to grow jobs and investment in the city. And we very much take a place-based approach to doing that. We are all about driving investment in an equitable way to communities that the marketplace isn't necessarily always working for them. And as we talk about a city like New Orleans, where our gross domestic product for the city contracted 25% during the pandemic, when you look at cities like Boston, which is a diverse, knowledge-based city whose economic base is very robust, they contracted about 4% during COVID. And so this urgency that we continue to see today around diversifying our city's economy, that is the long game. That is the work that we do every day in economic development with our internal partners at the city as well as externally. And so I'm really proud of the work also that we've been able to do this year. Taking steps. We're by no means there, but taking really concrete steps to push a number of industries forward. Just some highlights include continuing the work that we do in coordination with the New Orleans Business Alliance and a lot of other stakeholders in advancing cities. That's funded by a $5 million JP Morgan Chase grant. We work very closely with our Office of Workforce Development, Ms. Inez Villavaso, really fostering our blue and green economy in the city. When we talk about spending $2 billion on infrastructure in the city, we need to be very intentional about making sure that our small businesses and our workers are trained up and ready to take advantage of those contracts and those jobs. And so that work, we're about halfway through, a little bit more than halfway through. 2023 will be the last formal year, and we'll have some additional work beyond that in the blue and green economy. We are, I should note, for those of you watching at home, we are hiring for a blue-green industry lead in our office right now. So if you know anybody great, we're really excited about bringing on that position for 2023. Another really big win for the whole region, a coalition led by Greater New Orleans Inc. that we played an active role in cultivating was a joint $75 million federal and state award for the Build Back Better Regional Challenge. And I can talk ad nauseum on this. It's incredibly exciting, but it's all about the energy transition and thinking about how we take our role as an energy producing state and a region that I think has a lot of prowess in the energy economy, but where we frequently lost out to cities like Houston and elsewhere when it comes to actually creating jobs and supporting businesses. This is all about taking the imminent offshore wind leases in the state and federal waters and applying it to creating green hydrogen and utilizing green hydrogen as a way to reduce the carbon footprint of the industrial corridor in South Louisiana. So what we all know is Cancer Alley, which is a huge environmental justice issue between here and Baton Rouge. It's also an opportunity to not only right wrongs in Cancer Alley, but also to grow jobs, grow our preeminence in the energy economy, both for energy storage, for production, and for transmission. And so we're working very closely with all of our state and local and regional partners in that work. We participated. I was a representative for the city. I represented local economic development entities around the state on the governor's climate task force. And I'm really proud of the work that happened there that very much is in alignment with what the city council has done in terms of creating goals around greenhouse gas reductions that is going to benefit both our economy and our communities. And I don't want to steal any thunder for the Office of Cultural Economy, but I'll just say that we work extremely closely with the team at OCE, Lisa, Alexis, and Carol Morton, and the whole team, supporting really film, food, music, and our culture bearers more generally. You'll hear it from them as well, but we are the 4th largest film production hub in the country. We are an epicenter of food manufacturing, but we need to grow in that space. And we also have a music business here that is very focused on music performance and not enough on the intellectual property and the music business that goes on behind the music industry. And so we're we are already very intentional. We will continue to be very intentional about creating opportunities in those sectors. In terms of strategy, rounding out the last 3 areas of accomplishment, very proud to work with City Council on the biodistrict legislative changes that adopted a CEA and created tax increment funding for the biodistrict. It really was a generational win. I can't emphasize enough. That district was created by Karen Carter Peterson in the state legislature on the eve of Katrina in 2005, and it has never been funded. And so we are picking up again the mantle that I think, frankly, had not been carried forward from 2005. It is better late than never. We have missed out on a whole generation of investing in the life sciences and the entrepreneurs like Dr. Trivia Frazier and Lowry Curley at Axosim and Ovatala. We need to be doing so much more in that space. And that to me was a monumental win that I think we're going to see the benefits of for years to come. So I'm incredibly excited about that win, that investment in that district. For council members Green and Thomas, our office is very excited to set up some meetings in the coming weeks around reinvigorating the regional business park. We have a lot of exciting ideas, I think, about not only revamping governance and funding, but also really grounding the work that I know you all are all too familiar on and could probably write a dissertation on, really engaging the new business leadership that exists in that area, some old stalwarts, but also some new businesses that I know you all interact with regularly. We are very excited about thinking about what we can do at the upcoming legislative session, as well as thinking about different financing and funding mechanisms for really supporting work. If I had to name 2 geographies in the city that are, I think, most ripe for economic development investment, one is the biodistrict and the other is the regional business park. We really think that both of them are true innovation districts anchored by university and corporate and other partners that we deeply want to invest in the coming year. In May, the office presented the plan for generational economic transformation at a council EDC meeting and released that publicly. We're incredibly excited about this work. It's the city's economic development strategy. We have not had, as the city of New Orleans itself, lots of partners have created economic development strategies. We actually finalized an economic development strategy for the first time since Hurricane Katrina, and are actively working on implementing many of those priorities and initiatives. Some of those are contingent on funding and capacity in our office, but others we are actively pushing forward. And finally, our office believes deeply in DEI and really investing in equitable economic development. We've participated in a number of cohorts, the whole team has, as well as others in the administration, including Lori Bartholomew, head of supplier diversity, Sinead Villavaso, Ellen Lee, and others in the NLC's, National League of Cities, Southern Cities for Economic Inclusion. And we're just now kicking off a cohort in partnership with Hope Community Credit Union on a supplier diversity pilot that we're very excited about. So moving beyond accomplishments in 2022, much of 2023 will be continuing these efforts that are already underway. When you look at our plan for generational economic transformation, you will notice that all of these goals are linked back to that strategy, right? We have a strategy and we are working every day to implement that strategy. Our first goal is in place-based economic development. I already mentioned the two economic development districts in the regional business park and the bio district. We're going to continue to do some really intensive work there, including supporting master plans in both areas to update the work that needs to happen there and really have a plan that's tailored to a post-COVID environment. We're also going to be working on 2 to 3 commercial corridors to really focus in on some intensive commercial corridor revitalization, thinking about how we support place-based initiatives, working with nonprofits and merchants and business associations, working with city departments on things like blight remediation, getting public properties back into commerce and the like. And so very focused on driving investment to specific communities. Our second goal is around catalytic redevelopment. I already mentioned the projects that we are focused on, including Six Flags, the Plaza Mall site, the Naval Support Activity, West End, Municipal Auditorium, and a few others. We will continue to project manage those projects and make sure that they move forward with a successful redevelopment. Our third goal is around entrepreneurship and innovation in those priority industries. I won't rattle off all 10 or 11 of them, but suffice it to say we have almost an embarrassment of riches when it comes to the priority industries that we're focused on, and we will continue to do work in them every day. Those include tech and advanced manufacturing, as well as the cultural economy, the healthcare and life sciences industry, and so on and so forth. We work very closely. That really the flip side of the coin to economic development is workforce development, and we will continue to work with our Office of Workforce Development, the Workforce Development Board, all of our career and technical college and university partners, and others on really aligning opportunities for our workers with high demand, high growth, low barrier industries. Flipping to our fifth goal for 23 is continuing to build systems for economic development. This includes working with our economic development partners. It includes working with other Office of Business and External Services partners like safety and permits and code enforcement, City Planning Commission. We really want to continue to support businesses navigating City Hall processes. It is sometimes an inscrutable set of processes to get a permit, to get your ABO, to get an occupational license. But we are all here to support. And as I mentioned before, economic development very much is here to be a liaison and concierge for our businesses within city government. I should also just note that it is my profound belief that economic development does not happen in a vacuum. You have to take into consideration affordable housing, transportation, infrastructure, and the like. And so we do work every day to continue to interface with both internal City Hall departments as well as external advocacy groups and stakeholders to make sure that we're helping drive those agendas in lockstep. We will continue, as I mentioned, we'll continue to support small businesses. The Office of Business and External Services should open its new one-stop shop at some point in 2023. And I'm very excited to think about how Margaret and hopefully some additional team members in small business services can really be there to help businesses navigate every single day any city hall process, whether it's directly economic development related or not. And then finally, really investing for our last two goals here, really investing in sustainable industries and our other priority industries like the cultural economy. We have a lot of work to do in the blue and green sector in advancing the grid resilience agenda on behalf of the city, and look forward to working really closely with council on that. So lastly, we'll transition to talking about the proposed budget. Again, you can see we are a small but mighty team. Our budget continues to be around a little under $1 million a year. And I think we do a whole heck of a lot with those resources. And so you can see we have 60 members currently budgeted for 2023. The only team member we're slated to add currently is that grant funded Green and Blue Industries Coordinator position that I mentioned earlier. And so I'll just say, you know, most of this work happens because of the people, not necessarily because of the dollars that we're spending on programming. We do not have a large programmatic budget. It's really about the amazing team members that exist at OED. We are looking forward, you'll see in the other operating budget, I'll just share that one of the things we're most excited about doing is, again, thinking about engaging some consultants to move forward strategic initiatives like reinvigorating the regional business park, investing in, you know, some of the projects that I mentioned around, you know, catalytic developments like the Plaza Mall site or Six Flags or Lincoln Beach. You know, we're really excited about moving some of those strategic initiatives forward. And that's what some of our professional services dollars will be spent on in this upcoming year. And then lastly, we do have a special fund that is actually expiring. The Economic Development Fund millage was not renewed by voters in December of 2020, I think seems right. And so we're spending down a fund balance very strategically in the Economic Development Fund. There's about $500,000 left there. And so we'll be spending those on a couple of key positions, as well as some additional professional services dollars. But I think, you know, as we look to the future, we'd be very interested in engaging with council around what a potential future sustainable funding source for around economic development might look like, whether that's a millage or otherwise. It's a best practice, and it's critically important to sustaining the work over generations. With that, those are our accomplishments and agenda for 23 and our proposed budget. Happy to entertain any questions and comments. Thank you all.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you for your presentation, and thank you, your department, for the work and some of the work and partnership that we've been doing for the last 10 or 11 months. Impact. When we take a look at where we should invest, you know, what are we looking at in terms of how it impacts the overall community? Do we use those principles? And for an example, capital projects, how we improve an area, whether it's economic development area, potentially for growth. How do those conversations go? Are there relationships and planning within the city government with those departments about the best investments in the best locations?
It's a great question. I think we can always do more in this regard in terms of coordinating internally and making sure that we're really walking the walk and investing in the priorities that we have laid out. I will say that we work very closely, for example, with capital projects and the City Planning Commission. You know, I think there are a lot of competing needs, for example, in the capital projects budget. But we have an excellent working relationship with those departments to make sure that those dollars are going to areas where we're trying to prioritize for economic development, right? And sometimes that looks like simple infrastructure, right? Making sure streets are paved around where we want to see housing and economic development projects go.
So you have that input where you can go to capital budget and say, hold on a second, this business, you know, this strip mall, this plot of land, if we could add access to sewer and access to utilities, I think we can market it as a place for growth. That happens.
It does happen. Yes, I will be the first to admit it can happen more. But particularly with, for example, with the general obligation bonds that we have, that those are obviously more flexible dollars. They're not grant funded. They have the most local control, and we are able to help prioritize those for, you know, projects both on the residential and commercial side.
You mentioned New Orleans Business Alliance. Of course, you know, we have Chamber in the River Region. we have the Business Council,
Mhm.
we have Greater New Orleans Inc., we have the Regional Black Chamber. How do conversations go with those organizations about best practices and best places, as well as I'm a believer that you leverage the city budget to create private growth and opportunity. Do we have those conversations? Do we have those meetings, or do we have those planning sessions?
It's a great question. We do. We have both at a high level and on an everyday level. We work very closely with our economic development organization partners. You know, I think high level, we can be less balkanized, right? I think it's a perennial struggle to make sure that entities are not working in silos and industries are not working in silos. And one of the things that I think our office has done in creating an actual economic development strategy on behalf of the city to kind of state what our priorities are and identify where we want to be investing, you know, from a city perspective. I think the relationships have frankly never been better. We work, you know, on a very regular basis. I meet weekly with Norman Barnum, who's the director of the New Orleans Business Alliance. We collaborate on a range of key initiatives with our regional partners in GNO Inc. A really good example of that is the Build Back Better Regional Challenge, right? GNO Inc. Very much led the charge, cultivating, you know, the local partnerships and all over the South Louisiana region. But we were instrumental, I think, at key points in making sure that the city's agenda was read into that work. And you can see what happens when that kind of collaboration comes together. We won one of only 29 applications at the federal level that were funded under the Build Back Better Regional Challenge.
City planning and permitting were here earlier. How important are those two?
They're critical.
Agencies when you talk about creating and expanding economic.
They're critical. I very much think so. I think both Mr. Rivers and Ms. Jackson alluded to you know, all of the efforts that are underway to make City Hall a more user-friendly place to do business.
Everybody, every politician, every mayor, every department head has said that since before I was born.
Time immemorial, exactly.
Time ago, yeah.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I think that the best way to think about it from an economic development perspective is that those are necessary but not sufficient steps to take, right? We can change land use to enable more things. We can set up new incentive programs to help drive investment to certain areas. We can make City Hall an incredibly business-friendly place to do business. But that alone is not going to generate the private sector activity that we need to see. But we have to get better at doing that work if we want to be successful at retaining the businesses we do have and growing the business.
Okay, so let's have the conversation. I was going to go there.
Yeah.
Nothing from nothing is nothing.
That's right.
Right. And so we hear all of these many myths about crime, education. I mean, about economic development, investment, education, crime, American companies every year locate their businesses in the middle of central Mexico with 5 warring cartels. They go to Southeast Asia where the people don't even speak the language or drop out of school at an early age to work. But they use excuses in our community about crime and education. What are the real reasons that, and you've done this for a couple of administrations. So if an American corporation can go in the middle of the Sinaloa cartel and bring a plant, a manufacturing plant, and make a major investment, why can't they do it in New Orleans East or in Gentilly or in Central City? What's the real reason?
Yeah, you know, it's an crucial question. It's an essential question. I certainly don't have all of the answers, but from my perspective, there's a couple of things going on when you look at communities that are the priority communities for this administration for economic development. New Orleans East, Algiers, the Lower Nine, and elsewhere. There's a overriding theme of narrative, sort of overriding what is actually happening on the ground. And by that, I mean, when you look at how companies do their market analyses, when you look at how you know, certain groups who might be trying to do business attraction or retention talk about one community over another, I think we know that, so much of the reason why the 100% corner in real estate is the 100% corner is because that's where people are most willing to pay. Why is one community more valuable than another? Real estate is simply a reflection of where people are willing to invest. And I think that we can't understate, there is an ugly history post-Katrina of institutional racism. There is a history of redlining, going more deeply. I certainly don't need to tell the council about that. But I do think that some of the narratives just simply around business friendliness, around how landlords are even out there marketing their sites, right? I think we have a big challenge around landlords who are not being very savvy or who are frankly not very motivated, as Tom alluded to. And I think cumulatively that results in people telling very convenient stories without actually digging beneath the surface. And in the conversations that I have, frankly, in talking to large retailers and others, looking at New Orleans East, crime is not anywhere near the top of the list when they're talking about why they are making the decisions.
The lower ninth ward has some of the lowest crime statistics
Exactly.
in the region.
That's right. And so I think that,
So race and theism does play a role.
I think there's certainly an element of that. I mean, I think you're not living in this country with open eyes if you don't think that plays a part of it. I do think that, real estate is both a very risky enterprise, but it is also one of the most risk-averse enterprises you could imagine, and nobody wants to be first. And so I think when you look at communities like New Orleans East, that I think post-Katrina sort of missed an investment cycle, right? We saw Primo Town Center get built and some other things get built out there, beyond New Orleans East. I think we're coming back to seeing a lot of interest in New Orleans East precisely because the conventional market analyses are saying that it's a great place to invest.
Well, they're not making any new land.
They certainly aren't. Certainly not around here.
And it's already there.
Yep.
I'm asking these questions because I happen to believe that I think we've created an environment that's a disincentive that actually doesn't actually tell the story and kind of builds on the myths.
I agree.
Versus what business people do, because businesses, real developers, sometimes they look for the most depressed places with the lowest land value and prices to make their riches.
That's right. Get in early.
But when they look at African-American communities, it's like in many cases, they want to wait until the population is either as disenfranchised as possible or pushed out. So what kind of conversations happen there? We have available land, available waterways. We can incentivize it, right? The city can use those in tools. What's the next step to doing it? Land's available. We're willing to give it away, pilots.
Yep.
Programs,
Absolutely.
opportunity zones, TIFs. What's our next best step to creating and growing our economy and especially growing our region?
Yeah. I think if I could boil it down, it would be we need to build from positions of strength. And I mentioned before that both geographically as well as from an industry perspective, we have an embarrassment of riches. I know you give the best spiel on New Orleans East, if I may, Councilmember Thomas, but I do think that my favorite talking point is about Michoud and NASA Michoud. And, I grew up here. I went to high school here, never even went on a field trip to NASA Michoud, didn't even know it existed until I came into this role. And every rocket from that has ever been launched that's taken a human into outer space from US soil is built in New Orleans, is built in New Orleans East. There's over 3,000 people working at Boeing and Lockheed and NASA every day in New Orleans East. You have the National Finance Center headquartered out there, which is another 800 to 1,000 federal employees. We do not tell our story very well. And I think collectively as a city,
then what role does our media, I host a show, can I be more positive about economic growth and opportunity? Can we be more strategic about what the local media does in terms of branding our community? What role does that play?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that. Both through media channels, we are in active discussions with the airport about how we not only talk about the great restaurants and events that happen in the city, but when you land at Houston Hobby or in Orlando, that those are NASA towns. And so we want to be able to better tell stories like NASA. Obviously, that's not the only industry or the only entity we want to tell the story about. So I think there is at the end of the day, there is a this is a chicken and egg problem, right? The private investment doesn't want to come in because they don't see the infrastructure or whatever the narrative is that they're telling.
You know, when I call it chicken.
Chicken followed by something. And I think that, we're not going to see the investment until those narratives change. And so to me, there's a role that is the essential role for the public sector to play.
Okay, so let's talk about government. And I don't want to belabor this, but I think it's important. We're serious about how do we impact communities, use this process and grow. We're not growing, we're dying.
Yep.
Right?
Agreed.
So the philosophy that people say, not just New Orleans, Louisiana, and how we deal with business, that most governments here, the advantage that other places have is that we want to know what's in it for government first, instead of what do we provide in terms of jobs and creating opportunity. We want to get ours on the front end,
right? Instead
of creating an environment for growth and getting ours on the back end. How much does that play into or the stereotype that that's not real?
No, I think that's perfectly put. I think that we frequently think too much about the short game instead of playing the longer game. And I'll give an example. When we think about the redevelopment framework, when you think about one city-owned asset like the Louisiana Firehouse, it appraised for $200,000. We could have just sold that on the private market, and the city gets a couple $100,000, and it goes in the general fund. And that, to me, that's the short game, right? When we think about what the long game actually is, it's getting a property back into commerce in a way that creates public benefit, that is growing the sales tax, or excuse me, the property tax base in the city over perpetuity for the life of that project, and is creating impact. We buy affordable housing units every day in the city. That's worth way more. The number of units that are going to be created there are worth way more than anything that we would have gotten just selling that property on the private market. And so I think that playing that long game, playing the numbers game, and actually thinking about how the city should be increasing its own wealth, thinking about what the actual property tax base is in the city and the job base, by playing that long game instead of thinking about the really near-term things that
do you think that the municipalities, local governments should sometimes get out of the way?
I do. I think sometimes it's actually there's times when they should be playing a very proactive role in helping make the market when we don't see private sector actors doing what they need to be doing. And I do think that in other times, I don't think we're overly regulated. I think we have processes that can always be improved. And I think we can better help the private sector navigate those processes.
Then why is it easier to get a permit in surrounding areas than it is here?
Well, I think, there's always work to do. I think that as Tammy said, I think it actually is pretty straightforward to get a permit here in most regards. And I think where it isn't, we're working to address those, as, we talked about with food pop-ups.
Well, look, Lincoln Beach, Six Flags, the business park, that corridor, with Faubourg and Crown Beverage and Banner and Folgers, as well as the, we already have a science station. I don't think you get any more scientific than NASA and GE.
That's right.
So the question is, how do we begin to capitalize on that? And I got a lot of questions about a lot of different things, especially about creating more opportunity and what do we need to do to allow businesses to invest.
That's right.
Get out of their way and give them what they need. But we'll have those discussions. But I want to get beyond talking about what we're gonna do. We've been talking about Lincoln Beach for a long time.
Yeah.
We've been talking about Six Flags for a long time. We've been talking about the business industrial park. For a long time. At some point, I think the citizens deserve some ribbon cuttings.
Indeed.
And to see some things actually happen.
Couldn't agree more.
At some point,
Time for action. Time for action.
Yeah, but it's time for action. Thank you for you and your team. We got some work to do, but I also think the city needs to take a look at how we get out of the way. And if developers can't do business, then we step in. If we have a land that's vacant, how do we incentivize that land? And my last question will be, are we zoned for growth in business?
That's another great question. I know, Bob and his team, I know, are taking a look at this. I do think that in certain pockets, we can improve our zoning. As he mentioned.
But the term is we're more or less land use.
Yeah.
Are we land used Especially in terms of the overlay.
Land use, the regulation both certainly constrains what folks can do with their property, but it also enables things, right? I think about regulation not necessarily always as a negative. I think if you have the appropriate land use and entitlements, it actually creates that certainty that the private sector wants in a marketplace. And so I don't think we're overly regulated. I think we are, an historic city that, is landlocked, as you noted. And so, it can be a little tough sometimes to find the right location to do the business that you want to do, but that's what we're here to.
Well, regulation is good when it regulates, not when it prohibits.
Perfectly put.
So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz, for your presentation.
Of course.
I once sat where you sit as the head of economic development for the city under L'Oreal. And as the executive assistant to the mayor, I will just tell you some of my memories of certain areas such as Magazine Street, which was a rough area at that time. It was 25 years ago. Ferret Street, Aretha Castle Haley.
You don't have to thank me.
Aretha Castle Haley and other boulevards. I remember the American Can building was a twisted heap of metal.
Sure.
I remember when the Pick and Save burned down that we had metal for a long time, but now it's a facility that includes Crescent Crown Distributing.
Yep.
And also includes now Dixie, Wahlberg Brewery. So there are a lot of positive stories that we just kind of need to continue telling.
I agree.
And I could go into some of the other developments when I was the head of New Orleans Regional Business Park, when we had expansion at Folger. I'm saying this to the public because I want the public to invest in our city and recognize that there are opportunities to make money. Folger, the regional business park, built a simple electrical substation with Entergy for them while I was the head of the park. And Folger has invested over $1 billion in its equipment and facilities and increased the number of employees. So we do have those very successful stories. Just this weekend, I participated in a press conference and an event where the Republic of Tanzania has supported the introduction to New Orleans, through New Orleans, to the nation of the first value-added product from the Republic of Tanzania. And it's already being sold in Rouse's supermarkets and will be expanding. So there are a lot of good news stories that we need to just emphasize as we work together. And I appreciate the fact that, I have an opportunity to work with you, having served with you on the Industrial Development Board and other capacities. I know that you're very qualified and very motivated to do the work that you do. I'm going to ask a couple of specific things for you because that's what the job that I have, and it's a public forum. Dalman Road is the gateway to a lot of opportunity in New Orleans East. It's the bridge from the New Orleans Regional Business Park and businesses such as Folger, CSX, and Banner Chevrolet, and our lakefront.
Right.
It'd be a great opportunity for redevelopment. And when I was the head of economic development under, L'Oreal, we created a neighborhood revitalization district, commercial revitalization district on both Magazine Street and Ferret Street. And it made a difference. It encouraged a couple of investments. I want you to think creatively about what we can do along Dalman Road, the traffic, especially from Chef Highway to Dwyer, and then from Morrison to the lakefront. With the development that's going to now take place at Bally's, with the growth of Faubourg as it's growing now, and with other developments that are taking place, it presents an opportunity for us to look at Dalman Road a little bit differently.
It's a great one.
Tomorrow is the first meeting of the Merchants Association of Dalman that I've helped put together. They're excited about opportunities. I would like you and Courtney to think creatively about how we can redevelop that corridor. I have certainly ideas, but I want you to look at it in terms of what would Eugene Green want for District D. I'd like you to look at Dalman Road and talk about working with code enforcement, working with safety and permits, working with the economic development team that you have in other respects to get that boulevard to kind of reflect the enthusiasm that people feel relative to the development of New Orleans East.
That sounds great. We would love to engage on it. If we can attend any of the meetings, we would love to be there.
Happens to be 3:00 tomorrow. If you want to make a note, 4701 down the road. We can't make it tomorrow. I understand. It's a feeler. It's the first meeting, but I've gotten great response because some people want to see something done there. It includes a number of restaurants, for example, a number of businesses such as childcare businesses. It really should not be in a state where we see blight and we see neglect. But as again, I saw it on Magazine Street 25 years ago, and look where it is now, Aretha Castle Haley, and look where it is now. So, and Councilman Thomas, it was a pure pleasure to work with you when I was head of economic development to see those changes happen along Aretha Castle Haley Boulevard. It's made a tremendous difference. So I want to work with you now as the fact that my district is District D, but it includes part of New Orleans East. We're going to work together again to not only develop Diamond Road, but leading into the New Orleans Regional Business Park to help those businesses there. So that was my plug for Diamond. I have a second plug for the fact that we're going to be investing significant dollars in a new stadium in the Ninth Ward. And then next month, we're going to be dedicating the Desire Florida Multipurpose Center. Well, in between is a corridor that's now Johnny Jackson Boulevard, that was Louisa Street, that is ripe for development, not only of residential, but also of commercial. There are some sites there. We're going to do some things to eradicate blight, right, in that area. So it's an opportunity to develop in a community that has been neglected for a while, a historic community. And I'd like you to look at that corridor too when you are having your meetings and your planning meetings, to think about what we can do to enhance the boulevard's ability to attract businesses and even residences in certain areas to help enhance the look of that corridor, but also provide services that those thousands of citizens deserve.
Absolutely. I couldn't be more excited about that either. Commercial corridor revitalization is near and dear to my heart as well. And I think, council member, you've hit on, I think that coordinated approach, right? The idea that we can do a lot with code enforcement and safety and permits and capital projects and public works, as well as on the economic development and community development sides. I think it's going to take that holistic approach in order to revitalize corridors like Downman and Johnny Jackson. But couldn't be more excited to work with you all on that.
Okay, thank you very much. And for my fellow council members, those are my questions.
Councilmember Moreno.
Thank you, Councilmember Harris, and thanks, Mr. Schwartz, for being with us. We've had a lot of discussions on economic development since I chair the committee, and had many discussions in particular about what we can do in District E in New Orleans East. One of the things that we've discussed is dealing with city-owned properties and how we can better leverage those properties and how we can put those properties out into commerce. So I think it's important for you to share with the committee and also the public kind of what your vision looks like for that, and how we can start involving the community more as to what they would like to see with what the city properties could potentially become.
Yes, it's a fantastic question, and I think New Orleans East, it's sort of the larger city and microcosm, right? The opportunities and the challenges that exist there. But thinking through that, I think there's a couple of areas that the city can really be more proactive in cultivating economic development relative to public property. So one is there are properties like a Six Flags or a Lincoln Beach or potentially a Plaza Mall type of project. Plaza Mall is not city owned, although the city is actively involved in it due to some loans that it made a number of years ago. Those to me are catalytic projects, right? They're much larger, and as we've seen already with Six Flags and with several of the other properties, there is, I think, a standalone process that can happen around community engagement and what the visioning really is for those projects. How are we achieving public purposes, whether it's economic development or housing or a new amenity? And so I think there's sort of the largest scale sites, the biggest opportunities are ones that merit public investment on the front end to engage community, to come up with a master plan and a vision for what those sites can be when they're redeveloped, and then lead a solicitation process around bringing that reinvestment to fruition. I think another bucket of work is properties that don't have quite as obvious of a redevelopment purpose, right? And I think the vast majority of sort of surplus or city property that is not being utilized, that's lying fallow, thinking of Park Brittany and a couple of other larger sites, as well as numerous smaller ones in the east. Those properties are ones where there's probably a mixture of uses, and I think need to be thought of in a larger neighborhood context, right? And so Park Brittany, for example, is a great property. I think it's over 20 acres, if I'm not mistaken. It's been lying fallow for far too long. Before we say this should be a park or this should be housing or this should be a mixed use development, I think we should take a step back and think as we're doing in part through the master plan update, but also through the parks planning update, like I think Bob mentioned earlier, thinking through, kind of bigger picture, what might actually happen there, right? It's not as clear how those properties might get redeveloped. So I think that's another bucket of work that we need to put some real thought and probably some resources into, right?
Yeah, how do we start this? Like, let's get started on this.
Sure. So I think a lot of frequently this is work that happens either through consultant, right? I think this is the perfect type of discrete project where, city staff is, plowing through things on a day-to-day basis, doesn't really have the bandwidth to necessarily take a step back and deal with all of these strategic opportunities. So I think putting some additional resources into professional services and engaging consultants that can work with City Planning Commission, work with economic development, work with the Office of Community Development and so on. And we tear off, the big chunks, right? We say we're going to look at every city-owned asset of any substance in a given geography. And we have that be a project that the community can engage in, that council members and other stakeholders can engage in. So I think that's one way to really jumpstart this work. And I think, frankly, that requires some resources.
Yeah.
And then I think there's a third bucket that is not dissimilar, but I would say something like the regional business park, which is not just one site, right? We say the region, and Councilmember Green can correct me on my stats here, but it is a 7,000 acre area that has, there's some taxing authority and the like that's under management. The portion that the city actually controls, I think, is about 66 acres, or the regional business park entity, if I'm not mistaken. And so, thinking through what a vision is for that geography that has lots of different stakeholders, as Councilmember Green was just outlining, that has everything from rocket science to beer brewing happening in it, where we know there are issues with illegal dumping, and there's a bunch of paper streets and properties that were sold as if they were a residential subdivision probably 40 or 50 years ago that have never been developed. There's a lot of thorny issues that need to be grappled with in that area in order to bring it back to commerce in a way that, I think we're all expecting to happen. And so I think that also is going to require really intensive effort and engagement across a whole host of stakeholders. And that's a relatively long-term process. There are things that we can do tomorrow on that. And we actually are currently drafting, our team is drafting what I think will be an initial stage of engaging a consultant to do a master plan and a strategic plan for that area. And I think that's what it's going to take in order to really galvanize the type of activity and investment that we want to see with publicly owned assets.
Yeah. And what about also potentially, we have the building corporation, and of course, there are over many assets, but really bringing all, unused city-owned properties under like one umbrella.
Yes.
So that, we can really see, what's at the table, what can be offered to potential developers. We now have, of course, the Nora route that we can divest ourselves of properties instead of just auctioning them out. Like, what about bringing everybody under one umbrella?
Yes, it's the perfect question. It's nearest and dearest to my heart. And if I could wave a magic wand, there are no magic solutions. But if I could do one thing, it would be to create an economic development corporation for the city that. We have a very balkanized economic development landscape. We have lots of really amazing partners. I think everybody does really good work, but I think we've all experienced just how inscrutable and Byzantine and just the difficulty with which you navigate economic development. If you're a business applying for a permit or a large out-of-state developer that wants to make an investment in the city, where do you start?
Yep.
That's to me sort of the essential question, right? And I would like to think that right now it's our office, but the reality is, they might approach GNO Inc. They might approach the New Orleans Business Alliance. They might approach Nora. They might approach even, someone in code enforcement because they see that the property is adjudicated. And so I think the idea that we could, streamline the process, have it organized under a single umbrella, it's national best practice. When you look at how New York City Economic Development Corporation has developed over 66 million square feet of its own projects over about 40 or 50 years. It used to be called the Boston Redevelopment Authority. Now it's Boston Planning and Development. Kansas City, Milwaukee, even places like Birmingham and Tulsa, cities that, we are in effect actually more of our peer cities when you look at a population and overall, economic activity perspective. They all organize themselves in some way like this. Economic development, not because we don't want accountability and transparency, but because we're trying to move at the speed of business. It is very difficult to do redevelopment work and a lot of the activities that we want to see our city doing in economic development, strictly within the confines of city government.
Right.
And so I think that is something that is an idea that has a lot of merit.
I really want to help you move forward with this potential, EDC, Economic Development Corporation concept, because you're right. I mean, it is a best practice. And I think one of the issues that we have faced for so long and why we haven't really been able to move the city forward in many ways when it comes to economic development is because it is so fractured.
Right.
You do have, so many different groups, whether it's a city or other kind of pseudo city type of organization, all kind of in the mix. And it's like, who do you directly go to? So I think it makes sense. I think it's a heavy lift. Don't get me wrong.
It is.
But I think it's worthwhile. And I think it is something that would be transformative. It's thinking out of the box, but not too much out of the box, because it's actually a best practice that other cities are using. But I do think that that's an important route. And it kind of brings to light, Jeff, what I talk to you often is that, and I always say it's like you're a one-man show, and I know you've got a very small
but mighty team, yes,
a very
yes.
small but mighty team, but it's just not enough.
That's right.
For the lift that's necessary in the city, where we can really impact all different types of industries. It really help the small entrepreneur, the small businesses in our city,
Absolutely.
and also bring in large industries as well. I mean, you just cannot do it on your own. And then, I very much appreciate all the other groups working in this space, but there has to be that one place, that one-stop shop that can be, kind of the go-to. And I think that the EDC is really the route. So I would like to, really push on creating this and figuring out a path as to how do we put the pieces together, because it will be a substantial lift, but it's something that I think is going to be beneficial, and we need to get started on.
Thank you.
The other piece too is, all right, we've got one-time federal funds that are coming in. Obviously, there are some restrictions with these funds, but is there a path to potentially use these one-time funds to help emerging businesses, to help small business owners? We just did legislation with your assistance on helping the small food vendors, the pop-up vendors. What can we do to grow those types of industries, those small businesses within our city, and potentially use that one-time money to do so?
Absolutely. It's another essential question. And I think, when you look at what ARPA was stood up to do, yes, it is about public health and public safety first and foremost. Recovering from, the economy is from the economic impacts of COVID is very much one of the areas of focus with ARPA. Similarly, the opportunities that exist with IJA and other, the Inflation Reduction Act, there are unprecedented levels of one-time money that the city can either already take advantage of or is poised to take advantage of. And I couldn't agree more with the what you very explicitly just said, is that we need to move our city's economy to a different plateau, right? We love our tourism and hospitality industry. It's an industry that I think is evolving to pay better wages and provide more benefits and, really invest in culture bearers, and those changes are long overdue. But what we need is the tourism and hospitality industry to be a smaller part of the overall economic pie in the city. And so when we think about these one-time dollars, council member, I think it's exactly right to think, how can we make really strategic investments that take, we don't have to hit home runs. We need to hit singles and doubles to really move some of these priority industries forward. And so, something that, we think about just in the cultural economy, for example, we've long since talked about the need to have an incubator kitchen in the city.
Yes.
There used to be a facility up in Norco called Edible Enterprises that 40 to 50 New Orleans-based food entrepreneurs, many of them BIPOC-led entrepreneurs, were cooking out of every day. So they were already driving over 45 minutes without traffic out of the city every day to what is essentially a shared commercial kitchen facility. And that facility was destroyed in Hurricane Ida. And so we now have companies that are frequently having to look even out of state or just scrambling to find a kitchen in the city of New Orleans to meet their needs. Many of these businesses are burgeoning businesses, and it should be galling for a city that has an indigenous food culture that we live in a city that is not supporting these food entrepreneurs in a way that we very obviously could. And so thinking about how we make a strategic investment in a shared commercial kitchen with a bottling line and a co-packing facility, that's a priority. And that's just one example in one industry.
Yeah.
Of course, we can't use ARPA funds for that because ARPA has restrictions on capital expenditures. But if there were other city resources or, state and federal resources, that is, one of the topmost priorities for our office.
Well, we did have Mr. Threat say that he will be coming to each council member on priorities on capital expenditures. So that's certainly going to be one of mine because it just makes sense. But
thank you.
But in our conversations together, Jeff, as we've worked through economic development initiatives, I mean, we've gone through a variety of different industries who, with just a little bit of boost, could bring some big rewards. And that includes, whether we're talking about supporting advanced manufacturing and the Mishu Innovation District. You've already talked about the food industry incubation projects, but film industry, the overall tech industry, the music industry, an incubator for that, energy and energy transformation with everything that we're seeing happening with wind. My goodness. I mean, it's like New Orleans seems to be the place to be, right?
We are.
We just passed the bio district. What can we do with bio innovation? You've talked about hospitality. I mean, there's just so many opportunities here that just need a little bit of a boost that could lead to big rewards. But once again, I still get back to like your office is doing so much. So what can the council do to boost your office to the level where you think you can overall produce the best results? I'm not saying like all the way to the EDC level because that's a whole, another larger step. Yeah. But like overall your office, what do you need to make it as robust as you possibly would want it?
Thank you so much, council member. I think there are a lot of competing needs in the city, obviously, and I understand why, economic development is not, it's not necessarily the kitchen table conversation, which is frequently about, public safety or potholes or infrastructure and the like. So we obviously understand.
But you know what jobs is?
Jobs definitely is. I was going to say that, I think when we look at where we are as a city, Councilmember Thomas said, we have to grow as a city. That is a fundamental tenet. People follow jobs. And so we need to be creating jobs. I would say two things to your question. One is we should be making some really smart strategic, albeit probably smaller scale investments now with some of the one-time money that we have over the coming, 1, 2, 3 years. I mentioned before the Economic Development Fund, right? We had a dedicated millage for 30 years that was not renewed by voters. And I think now that we've gone through the pandemic, we have a plan for generational economic transformation that lays out very clearly what our priorities are and where we'll spend money. I do think that, if there's the opportunity to get a dedicated, it was 1 mil when it expired. It generated a couple $1 million a year, $3 to $4 million, if I'm not mistaken. I think that would be instrumental in making that sustained commitment, that sustained and very strategic commitment that's required to do economic development. Because as you noted, the one-time investments are crucial. They can galvanize something. They're not going to sustain it. It's why doing the TIF for the bio district was so important, for example. And so, I would say we can do a lot if we want to budget for some strategic priority industry investments for 23 and beyond. We have, as you noted, a litany of things that we would be more than happy to invest in. I don't know that we need a lot of other staff. I think we need some dollars to deploy in those industries. And so I think that would probably be where, I'll have to think about it for a moment more, but I think that's probably where I would focus our strategic one-time money, is actually getting out there and supporting businesses, building that incubator kitchen or the music hub, or, investing in our companies working in the energy transition and the cultural economy, training workers in the film industry and so on. Those to me are the best use of our one-time dollars that will get people back into work, help our businesses recover from COVID. And then, we would obviously love to talk about what some of the bigger picture policy solutions might be for sustaining funding and economic development.
And then my final question, and this is just something that I saw was coming over on a news station, is what's going on with IDB and Six Flags, and can you?
Sure. Yeah, the perennial question. I think the short of it is the city is deeply committed to seeing a project happen there. We selected the Bayou Phoenix team to be our master development partner. Real estate development is not always a linear process, and so the city, working in lockstep with Nora is going to be the long-term owner and steward of the property. We're frankly in a negotiation right now. I don't know. I know the IDB meeting happened contemporaneous to this one. I'm sure there's an article or two being written as we speak.
Didn't look like it went well.
Okay, well, I think that that's unsurprising in some regards, but I do think that the city is the steward of the public interest. The city and Nora are the entities that are ensuring that there's accountability, a base level of accountability, and that we are going to get public benefit in exchange for any sort of incentive that we give to a private developer to do that project. I can tell you that the negotiations have taken a lot longer than we would have liked. We've been going back and forth since July. And I think that, Nora and the city, our interest is in ensuring that property gets back into commerce in a way that is as impactful as it can possibly be, and ensuring that there are public safeguards, not being overly restrictive, not having one hand on a steering wheel or any other way that it might have been described. We are there to just make sure that there is public benefit for the city and the citizens of New Orleans East, and that the property gets back into commerce in a timely manner. And so I'll leave it at that because it's still an ongoing negotiation. I am hopeful that in the next couple of weeks, we will be able to resolve any outstanding issues in finalizing a development agreement with our selected development partner.
Got it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz.
I feel like saying if you've ever been on IDB, raise your hand, because I know at least 3 of us have.
It's a journey.
Councilmember Giarrusso.
Thanks. I don't have any questions specifically for you, Jeff. Actually, this is for you, Tom. I wasn't planning on bringing this up, but since it was part of Jeff's presentation, you're going to take EDF money and repurpose it, which seems really appropriate. We also have like a $2.5 million balance in the NIF fund right now, which is also no longer extant. So one of the things I would like to think about doing is if we can use that money for code enforcement in particular, because it's part of what its stated purpose is. And it just seems like it's sitting there doing, I don't want to say nothing, but it's not working in the manner in which it should. So maybe we can talk about that offline.
Yes, sir. Happy to look into that for you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilmember Harris.
Councilmember Green.
I actually withdrew my question because that was going to be my question with regards to the repurposing of the EDF monies. But it gives me an opportunity to say something that was on my mind. Yesterday, I went to a meeting where former mayor of Atlanta and former UN ambassador, former Congressman Andrew Young spoke at Dillard University. And of course, he spoke about all of the positive things that are going on in Atlanta right now, especially with regards to business development. But he spoke so positively, and because I look at a lot of numbers and I see a lot of articles, do you know one of the challenges that Atlanta has right now, one of the biggest challenges? Blight. Because people are moving from certain neighborhoods and leaving those neighborhoods behind. The reason I say that is to just say, but that was not the first thing out of his mind, out of his mouth.
The narrative part, right? Yep.
Didn't come out of his mouth at all. And I'm just saying that that's a lesson for us too. While we have development taking place throughout the city, in our areas, our districts, even in the regional business park. I mean, we have development going on out there, whether it be the new energy facility, the continued expansion of Folger. This is an obvious that I'm going to say. I think that our business community, especially the small and emerging business development community, needs to hear all of the positives that are going on as much as possible. I talk about them. I've certainly been in a unique position, having been the head of the business park when Folger and expanded and Crescent Crown Distributing came online, and also when other developments took place, Pierce Aluminum that nobody talks about, expanded in that district. So I just emphasize this because my question was brought up already. It gives me a chance to just say, Jeff, continue to emphasize the positives that we have going on, because there are people in our community who will invest if they see the positive, recognizing that there's negative, just like in Atlanta, which has a crime problem and a blight problem.
Yep. Income
That is the
inequality.
last thing that comes out of the elected officials'
That's right.
mouths there.
That's right. Well, anybody who knows me knows I'm a stubborn optimist. So
Continue.
that will be my mantra.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for your presentation and your work.
Yeah.
Jeff, I have one question. I'm a huge advocate for affordable housing. And I'd like your take on the intersection between economic development and affordable housing and what we can do to shore up, get additional affordable housing.
Yeah, it's a fantastic question. And as I mentioned before, I mean, I am such a passionate advocate for affordable housing as well, because it so directly relates to economic development and supporting our workers in the city. I think one lens to look at affordable housing in the city of New Orleans is around wage growth. And the city of New Orleans has not had appreciable wage growth in over a generation. And objectively, I think we've all heard the horror stories, even in today's somewhat dampened real estate market nationally. We've all heard what it costs to rent a 1-bedroom apartment in San Francisco or New York or Boston. And so objectively, when you look at cost of living, New Orleans is right at the national average, right? We are not an objectively expensive place to live. We are a extremely expensive place to live for the vast majority of New Orleanians who have not seen their wages grow, who have not participated in an economy that's lifting all boats. And so many folks, very rightly, have talked about, and I know we have some other advocates, I think, here today around affordable housing, they have been rightly characterized as being left behind. I think that generally speaking, my perspective on affordable housing is that you don't just get affordable housing in a vacuum. You obviously have to do some of the things like land use and entitlements and, being able to pave the way for, having the right zoning and incentives for affordable housing. I think the flip side of that is we have to have more development generally in the city. Affordable housing projects frequently happen as a part of a larger redevelopment project. And so I think the city, generally writ large, all of us collectively have to be a little more comfortable, in certain areas, in priority areas where it can be accommodated successfully into our built environment. We have to be more comfortable with seeing density and seeing multifamily housing get built because, just as an example, a conventional low-income housing tax credit transaction, which is how the vast majority of affordable housing is developed in this country and in the city. It's frequently about 40% affordable, 40 to 60% of the units are going to be affordable. There's going to be ground floor commercial and there's going to be market rate units associated with that project. And so, this idea that we can somehow grow the affordable housing base in the city without overall growing our housing stock and seeing more development that's not based in the reality of real estate and development more generally. So I think, just as one answer to that question, I think we have to just be more comfortable with growth and be more accepting of seeing development happening in certain areas.
I appreciate that. And I do appreciate Council President's comment about getting our hands around city-owned properties,
Yes.
because to me, that's our biggest resource.
That's right.
And we literally could build retail with affordable housing and market rate housing on city-owned property, or at least lease it for 100 years, like like Nora is doing, and we'll hear from them.
Exactly.
I'm not going to beat a dead horse on affordable housing. I do want to say thank you for all of your work. Do you have any closing comments?
I do not. I'm really grateful for the partnership with all of the council members. Again, small but mighty team, but we're here to do the work and looking forward to, creating a city that is more diverse, more equitable, more vibrant in all of the ways that I know we all want to see. So we're here in partnership.
All right.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think next up is workforce development.
I can. You got somebody else?
I have Loretta, Sabrina,
How many people you got?
Tammy.
How many more you got?
I said 3 more.
Three more? Okay, thanks, all right. Or where? Hey, how you doing? Want to sit next to us tonight? All right.
No, you're talking. Tammy.
Do the presentation.
All right. Good afternoon. I'm Saneva Lovato, Director of the Mayor's Office of Workforce Development. Like my colleagues, I'm going to start with the mission and the vision for our office. The mission of the Office of Workforce Development is to reduce poverty, increase wealth, strengthen families, improve the quality of life, and enhance the competitiveness of businesses by responsibly leveraging limited public resources. The vision of the Office of Workforce Development is to build a strong and collaborative workforce development system that meets the needs of the New Orleans businesses and job seekers, thereby creating a healthy, sustainable economy. Like Jeff, my team is small but mighty, and I want to take this opportunity to introduce each of them individually, because without them, the Office of Workforce Development wouldn't be where we are today. And I like to tout our successes and the hard work that we do today, but the extremely hard work that we did throughout the pandemic. So I would like to start with Carmen McKinley. She's the Executive Assistant and Board Manager. Tammy Washington, who's sitting to my left. She's the WLA Program Manager, and she oversees the day-to-day operation, which is led by Leonard Zanders, who's in attendance today as well. He's the Project Director of Job One. We have Sabrina Johnson, our Fiscal Manager. We have Ada Pumpin. She's our Senior Compliance Officer. Marilla Morris, the Director of Youth Initiatives. We have Trey Tapp. He oversees Hire NOLA and the Living Wage Ordinance. Lori Boissier, who's our Business Strategies Manager for Advancing Cities. And last but definitely not least, our new addition to our team is Ashley DeLarge Frank. She's the NDR Program Manager. So the 2022 department accomplishments. So our funding stream is in 3 components. We have adults, dislocated worker, and youth. So for Job One Adult Services, we service individuals 18 years and older. We provided over 929 new job seekers with employment and training services. We placed over 1,000 job seekers in employment. We enrolled over 257 individuals in skills training for high growth, high demand occupations, and on-the-job training opportunities. We placed 112 job seekers in temporary disaster-related employment opportunities funded by USDOL Disaster Dislocated Worker Grants. We hosted 103 on-site and virtual employer recruiting events and assisted over 194 returning citizens at the Job One Center, of which 77 individuals were placed in employment. For our youth services, youth between the ages of 14 and 24. We employed 506 youth in the Mayor's 2022 Summer Youth Employment Program through traditional placements, internships, and educational programs. We partnered with the Office of Youth and Families to implement the Summer Success Program which provides system-involved youth meaningful work experience with organizations throughout the city. And we enrolled over 135 youth in our year-round WRA employment and training program, of which 85 youth participated in skills training, in-demand occupations, and on-the-job training opportunities. We placed over 86 youth in unsubsidized employment. Another department that's under the umbrella of Office of Workforce Development is Hire NOLA and Living Wage. The Office of Workforce Development has implemented a more aggressive approach to living wage monitoring, proactive as opposed to complaint-based. And we did that because we wanted to get ahead of the curve when people have complaints regarding city-funded projects, which we oversee. And so instead of waiting until they have a complaint because they're not being paid or getting the craft hours that they need, Tremont Tapp, who's the coordinator for Hire NOLA, he reaches out once we're informed that a contract is 100% city funded. He reaches out to the employer or the HR director to have those conversations of what that looks like. He also is in the midst of creating flyers to put in employers' break rooms so the employees can know what their rights are under the Hire NOLA ordinance. The Hire NOLA policy has been significantly impacted by COVID-19. The calculated percentage currently is at 40% for local hiring. However, the local hire goal is back on track to meet the 50% goal as the city economy rebounds. In 2022, craft hours by locals from January 2022 until present is approximately 47,697 hours. Also under the portfolio of the Office of Workforce Development is the National Disaster Resilience, of which I want to give a shout out to Joe Thread. He's the one who assisted Tammy and I with uplifting and procuring the $3 million that was allocated for workforce development. So the city of New Orleans was allocated $3 million of the $141 million received from the National Disaster Resilience Funding to implement a workforce training program that will provide workers with the skills and certifications needed to participate in green infrastructure projects. Thrive New Orleans was chosen as the sole operator for the workforce training program, which consists of technical skills training, work experience, and job placement assistance. The city also collaborated with the Water Environment Federation to utilize its National Green Infrastructure Certification Program, certificate program. And if you look on page 10, these are the accomplishments as a result of Thrive being the operator. So today, year to date, we have 69 individuals who have trained in green infrastructure. We have 48 who have completed the program. We have 48 who have received certificates. We have 46 who have been placed in apprenticeships and internships. And lastly, we have about 16 who have found full-time employment. As a result of procuring the $3 million in green infrastructure, that enabled us to participate in the National Disaster, $5 million grant, Advancing Cities grant. I'm getting all over myself right now. So because we procured the $3 million in addition to the monies that we allocated to Youth Force NOLA, we were able to go after the $5 million grant for Advancing Cities. And it's a $3 million, it's a 3-year grant for $5 million that includes the City of New Orleans, NOLA BA, Youth Force NOLA, to help local businesses and workers benefit from blue-green infrastructure investments. The catalyst for this grant was based upon the following: the training, which Thrive is our operator. It consists of 6 weeks, 20 hours a week of GI certification program. Access to capital. We're in partnership with Nucor. And they have up to $250,000 for DBEs. Can also work with clients to connect and support DBEs. Entrepreneurship innovation support by Propeller. Youth Force Nora in partnership with NOTAP to train in-school youth in green infrastructure. And education and policy, which we're doing currently in collaboration with the Water Collaborative. The accomplishments are procure virtual reality programming and training through the Career Dislocated Worker Grant Funds to expand service delivery and to reach more job seekers where they are. These virtual trainings will include formal training in a variety of industry sectors, including but not limited to skills trade, healthcare, transportation, and customer service. Additionally, participants will have access to a considerable library of soft skills workshops. Also, we received funding to implement the city's first Earn and Learn pilot program, which will provide a living wage stipend at $12 an hour to participants in eligible training programs to earn as they learn. This addition to our career resources will eliminate one of the most detrimental barriers to training: the need to earn a living and support oneself and family while acquiring skills and certifications, leading to long-term employment. And one of the issues that we've been having in the Office of Workforce Development, it's kind of difficult to ask people to upskill and retrain or bloom, to say the least, if their Maslow is messed up. So we have a lot of people who are coming in who don't have the basic foundation needed to upskill and retrain, meaning they still are dealing with issues with their food, clothing, and shelter. So it's kind of hard to ask them if they're worrying about their day-to-day living to upskill and retrain. So the Earn and Learn program is a great addition that we're going to implement in the Office of Workforce Development. We also hosted a series of job fairs in various neighborhoods throughout the city, covering all 5 city council districts. The events featured more than 30 employers and additional resources. Job seekers benefited from completing applications and participating in on-the-spot interviews. This initiative embodied our commitment to meet people where they are, making connections to Job One services convenient and accessible. We also leveraged the USDOL Hurricane Ida Dislocated Worker Grant to launch the City of New Orleans Cleanup NOLA strike team. More than 25 of the 38 persons cleanup NOLA strike team have been assigned to the Downtown Development District, the French Market, and the Department of Sanitation to support and facilitate the cleaning of the French Quarter and surrounding downtown New Orleans areas. I also would like to say that although these jobs are long-term temporary positions, we partnered with the DDD, the French Market, and the Department of Sanitation because they did have vacancies. And so the purpose of this was to pay for their wages while they get the experience that they need working for these particular organizations, but also after they come off of our payroll to segue into permanent employment. And today, I think we have several who have accomplished that. We also implemented the Unite Us referral platform to scale the coordinated care network to include referral partners throughout the region and the state. This platform allows Job One to better track referral-related outcomes, identify service gaps for at-risk populations, and more efficiently and directly connect our clients with needed services and resources. And so with that, when I came on board with this administration in 2018, I needed to better understand the resources and services that were available to the citizens of New Orleans. But the only way we could do that is to convene everybody in the space. And once we convened everybody in this space, it was, how did that look as far as referring people? Because I could have Joe who comes to Job One, and if I successfully triage Joe, and then I could find that Joe had a bunch of holes in his basic foundation, then how do we successfully refer them to our partners in this space without losing Joe in what they used to call us the black hole? So we started talking about what does that look like? So we said, the only way this works is if we, one, leverage our limited resources. And the only way we could do that is by having a shared database. And so Unite Us is that shared database. And this is how it works. So Joe can go into any organization. That organization should and has the resources to successfully triage Joe. Once we understand the impediments to Joe, then we can look to see in the system whose strength is that could meet Joe's needs. So for instance, I can say Joe needs assistance with housing, childcare, transportation, and employment. Well, although my WRA dollars could do all of the above are not my strength. So I can say, hey, Joe, I can assist you with training and employment. And through our shared database for TCA, they could cover your housing expenses and your childcare expenses, but I also could use my resources too for transportation. And so that's how we're looking at workforce development, being the backbone of the workforce development system for the city of New Orleans by utilizing a shared database and leveraging our very limited resources. We also partnered with the Juvenile Justice Intervention Center to serve youth residents currently detained at the JJIC facility. Youth are provided work experience and career services support while in JJIC. This initiative allows youth to gain valuable work readiness and soft skills experiences while earning a livable wage of at least $11.19 per hour. This collaboration will positively impact the outcome of their stay at JJIC, provide much needed funds for the young person, and connect them with Job One prior to their release for the continuation of workforce development services throughout their release. We also partnered with the local Louisiana Workforce Commission, Total Community Action, and Aetna to host the second annual Job One Youth and Young Adult Career Expo of 2022. This event registered over 130 employers, resource providers, and training partners, all geared towards serving the professional needs of over 700 registered future leaders, including out-of-school youth and students from 17 registered schools. Additionally, this year's event focused on supporting the emotional needs of our young people by recruiting over a dozen volunteers to engage and encourage our youth attendees, as well as hosting numerous mental and physical health related entities. And what we've been doing too, especially since the pandemic, our job fairs just hasn't been about employers. It's been about providing holistic and comprehensive workforce development services. So we're looking not only at the employers, we're looking at the training providers, but we're also looking at our other resource providers, say the people who have mental health and provide other resources and services. 2023 goals. Our first goal is to expand community outreach. Expand partnerships with New Orleans Public Library to bring workforce development, employment, and training services to additional libraries in local communities. Job One will offer work readiness workshops and provide information on employment and training opportunities. Expand partnerships and better leverage resources. Engage additional partners in resource mapping convening to increase and align the workforce development, employment, and training resources and supportive services available to local residents. Expand strategies to combat generational poverty. Build on the current partnership with Kingsley House and develop partnerships with additional Head Start providers and employers to assist adults with children enrolled in Head Start programs with obtaining employment in high-wage, high-demand industries. Expand sectorial partnerships in high-demand, high-growth industries. Right now, I think I said this at the last meeting, I'm not sure, but the Office of Workforce Development wrote a proposal for the Good Jobs Challenge to the tune of $25 million. And within that grant, we cultivated these sectorial partnerships with GNO Inc. leading advanced manufacturing, Nora BA leading green infrastructure, Ganoff leading healthcare, and the port leading transportation and logistics. However, although we were told we were one of the finalists, we were not funded. However, we believe so much in that structure that we put forth in that proposal that we're requesting additional dollars so that we can continue the work. And again, those four organizations will be the backbone structure for those different industries. And those are our priority industries as stated in Jeff's generational economic development plan. So we're going to have our first convening with Laura Mellon of the Port of New Orleans to talk about what that looks like. She's going to convene employers in that space, the tenants at the port. We're going to have training providers at the table to talk about what does a creative, a customized curriculum look like. But more importantly, we're going to have the citizens of New Orleans at that table as well, because it's a two-way street. The employer can talk all day long about what their needs are, but now we have to start looking at what are the needs of the citizens of New Orleans, be it high wage, benefits, flexibility, so on and so forth. So I'm looking forward to hopefully reporting to you next year about the success of those sectorial partnerships. And expand business services. Create direct pipelines with local businesses for the local workforce system and increase the number of participants enrolled in employer-based training, that is, on-the-job training. This is a direct alignment with the New Orleans Workforce Development Board objective to scale small businesses and to train and provide the talent pipeline for those businesses in high wage, resilient, and sustainable industries. We want to expand career pathways and green infrastructure. We want to promote continuous improvement to our service delivery in the local workforce system. We want to increase employment opportunities and wages for local residents. We want to expand opportunities for youth employment, and we want to identify and align funding and resources. In our budget summary, we saw that there was a reduction in our personal services from general fund that consists of the summer employment program. So we're going to have Sabrina Johnson to speak a little bit on that. And I forgot when I was introducing my team, I didn't say Sabrina Johnson, our fiscal manager to the right of me, along with Varela Morris. So my apologies for that. Sabrina.
Good evening, Sabrina Johnson. Yes, according to what's actually in the budget book that we received, it appears as though the summer wages for, can you hear me? It appears as though the summer wages for summer 23 has been reduced by a tune of $45,445. And so what we're gathering is that based on current levels of expenditures for the summer that we just passed, as well as into the fall internship that we're actually that we've actually started up, we would like to request that these funds be restored back so that when we do present the next year of funding for the summer program, that we are at the capacity that we were at when we actually did this summer program.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so when we received that budget in the beginning, it was increased so that we can increase the wage amount to $15 an hour in accordance to the living wage ordinance that the city put together with your approval across the board. And so to see that was a little disheartening to say, hey, this year you made $15 an hour, but next year we have to go back to 10 or 12. So we would be greatly appreciative if we can go back to where we were.
Thank you. Council member?
Usually it's been the case that these reductions reflect the fact that you had a vacant position that wasn't filled. That's not what this reduction is?
No.
This is just simply a summer program in terms of wages,
Yes, sir.
but it was unspent though. Yeah.
No, we're spending, so we were trying to figure that out late last night into early morning, like what happened, what transpired, because we're utilizing those dollars. And so we had the summer employment program, but we also have a fall internship program that we have lifted up. And we've been doing it for the last couple of years. So now we're like, okay, where are we with the funding? So I think right now we're a little bit over because we thought we were funded based upon our budget hearing last year. So
your understanding of this $45,000 deduction suggested by the administration is what? what do you feel that this represents that's being taken?
I don't know what to feel.
Okay.
I don't know what to feel. So that's why I'm here having this conversation with the hope that we can restore those funds and do what I believe we've been doing a great job at.
Okay. All right.
Councilmember Jerusha.
I actually did have one other question, and it was, I have.
You didn't say last question.
No, I didn't say
Okay.
last question. I'll tell you all, I'm working for my last question.
I like that.
Can you explain what, for example, the participant organizations might do to help with the sectorial, work that you're doing? What is?
So what those organizations are going to do?
They do.
Want to be the conveners in those particular industries, since they're already doing work in that space. So they're the ones who are going to bring the employers to the table, have those conversations about what their needs are, because all of them have vacancies and they need to be filled. We're going to bring training providers to the table so we can talk about what a customized training what looks like. Also, we would hope, instead of having, some people just can't afford to be in school for a year or 2 years. So if we could do a customized curriculum to fill those vacancies, that's a win-win-win. And then having the community at the table to tell those employers, hey, yeah, you have a vacancy, but we have needs as well. And during the pandemic, it showed that it was an employee-driven market, and we want to make sure that that stays on the forefront of these conversations that we're having, because people are choosing to not work for various reasons. And so it's not just about the salary, it's about childcare, it's about flexibility in their schedule. There are a lot of things that our employees or the citizens of New Orleans need. And so the employers need to hear that so that we can have some sort of meeting of the mind where it's a win-win-win.
Of the 1,000 people that you placed in jobs, just give a general idea to the public of what type jobs they might have been filling. And can you help here at the city? Where we
Yeah.
have
So
1,000
the majority of the people are going into transportation and logistics. They're going into green infrastructure, advanced manufacturing. So what we're doing is promote. We're not saying no to the other industries, but what we are doing are promoting those industries that are stated in the generational economic transformation plan. So we want to focus on those high wage, high demand jobs. And we're trying to, as I stated, and I say this in every meeting, the hospitality industry is always going to be the heart and soul of the city of New Orleans. But as Jeff stated, it's time for us to pivot and have a more diversified economic ecosystem. So if we find ourselves dealing with another pandemic, we won't have so many people who are on the unemployment roll.
So if the public were to ask, it's a general statement that you all are working to place persons in healthcare, construction and infrastructure, advanced manufacturing, transportation, trade, and logistics. And that's
Yes.
where those 1,000 people might have been placed.
Yes, sir.
Okay, can you help here at the city?
Yes.
We have two.
I mean, we could always utilize more flexible dollars. Again, I'll go back to, it's kind of hard to ask people who have been raised or are in survival mode to upskill and retrain or to bloom when their Maslow, meaning their food, clothing, and shelter isn't taken care of. So and my dollars can't provide them with a livable wage stipend. My dollars are extremely restrictive. So if we were given an opportunity to have more general fund, which we can provide them with a livable wage stipend as they upskill and retrain. So if you guys want to have a conversation about how we can best support workforce development, then providing us with general funds where we can provide those marginalized populations or just populations in general with a livable wage stipend as they upskill and retrain, that would be a huge lift for us and for them.
But don't all city jobs pay the livable wage? What do you mean a stipend to get up to livable wage?
So what I'm saying is we're asking people to upskill and retrain into those priority industries. Some people cannot afford to go to school for whatever reason. They have to work at whatever job so they can take care of their food, clothing, and shelter. However, if we want to pivot the city of New Orleans to be more diversified in our economic ecosystem, we can ask these individuals who may be in low-paying jobs and barely making it, working poor, and we say, hey, we have opportunities for you utilizing our WRA dollars. We can pay for training, but that's all we can do. We can pay for training and supportive services, but we can't give them a stipend while they upskill and retrain. Meaning, while they're working, while they're going to school, we can give them a livable wage stipend. I think it was almost $400 a week, so they can have money in their pocket so that they could provide food for themselves and their families, so that they could pay their rent or whatever it is that they need to do with that stipend until they receive their certification. And through our partnerships with employers, once they complete the training program, we connect them to permanent employment, and then, they have the money they need to do all of those things, if that makes sense.
Well, I'd like to talk to you more about it. I mean, one of the frustrations that I have is that we're placing a lot of people in jobs, and the city has 1,000 jobs available. But I mean, it's not in all areas that can be easily filled. Obviously, we have attorneys and engineers and the like, but we do have some opportunities that I think should be filled. I'll use that word now because they are available jobs that pay $15 an hour, health insurance and other benefits. So
Yeah, are those the civil service jobs? Yeah, and so we've been having conversations with Amy Trepanier about what that looks like as well, because you're paying $15 an hour, but you want somebody to have a master's degree. That's kind of like a.
there's also a lot of kind of labor and other positions too.
Yeah.
But I know that they'll train on the job. It may not necessarily fit under what you do. So
Yeah.
just wanted to ask about that. I get a little bit frustrated. It's something that we'll have to work through next year to fill those jobs. But we have so many vacant jobs. Inspectors, laborers, people who are working in offices and the like. And I'd certainly like to see them filled so that we can provide the maximum support to our citizens in terms of the services they need.
We have been working with them to fill those labor jobs and those office assistant jobs. We have been. So I just want to put that out. But as far as since that comes with a different, so we haven't.
Okay.
Mr. Large, you had something to say?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Harris. I wanted to just provide some additional clarity regarding the $15 wage. So it did come to our attention within the last 24 hours that the change that's being referenced actually took place last year during the amendment process for the 2022 budget. We were researching it, but we have corrected it internally, and we will ensure that the programs are funded. So I want to provide that information.
I think that's good news for everyone. Councilmember Jeruso.
Thank you. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Large. Phil Vasso, good afternoon. Sorry, I'm over here.
Doing?
Good to see you. Good afternoon. The first question may be a little unfair, but I can't get an answer from anybody so far. We have organizations who are getting money from Wisner that are doing economic development or workforce development work, and we can't get a list of who all those are. Does your office have any of those lists, or do I need to talk to somebody else?
Unfortunately, you're going to have to talk to someone else.
Okay, all right. I just thought I would ask, because obviously we want to make sure that it's being handled. I was interested, and I think it's a great idea for the work that's going on in JJIC that you pointed to.
JJIC?
Yes.
Mhm.
Have there been, I don't know how new the program is, has there been any analysis of, since it started, what the level of recidivism has been after you get somebody in the program into job one and what's happening?
Today, I haven't received any information that anyone returned to JJIC. So I would like to say, sitting here today, based upon my last conversation, that it's 100% people, once they complete the work experience, they have not returned.
I mean, that's a stat we ought to lift up. And I think we spend a lot of time in here. I'm sorry, Councilmember King isn't here right now. I feel like I'm carrying the banner for him, saying what's not right with people, what's going wrong, but 100% success rate is something we should talk a lot about. So congratulations on that. That's a fantastic.
Thank you.
number.
Yes, we need to do a better job of telling our story.
Well, it's not just you. I think there's two things. There's one is, I think sometimes we know the story, and so we assume everybody knows it.
Yes.
And then two, sometimes we do say it, and it doesn't get lifted up as much as it should. And so this is one of those pieces where I think we're talking so much about, again, the and that comes with public health and public safety, and what you are doing as part of that, and you are
Mhm.
literally bridging that and between both sides, and that this is an incredible stat.
Yeah,
And
and we're looking to grow that because there are two pieces to this particular program, is that we provide them with the work experience and those soft skills while they're adjudicated. But once they are released, if they have or work with them to receive their high school diploma, the other part of that is connecting with and partnering with UPS so that they can train in logistics, and or now RTA is at the table to have those conversations to fill those vacancies that they have. So that's the next part of the equation for this particular program.
I think whatever we can do to promote it, keep up the success, particularly not only anecdotally, but analytically with what you have is something we should be embracing whole scale. And what else we can do like it. And then I'm gonna say my last question I have for Office of Community Development. I guess I kind of want to understand like the grant funding and how much. You just said some of your funding is restricted. So I kind of want to understand like the federal dollars that come in and then what they're capable of being spent on.
So my funding is WLA, which is the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act.
Okay.
And this year, we received about $5.2 million. But the restriction comes in, you have these eligibility requirements, meaning that you have to first have the documents to enroll in our program. And if we're talking about marginalized populations, most of them do not have a social security card, a birth certificate, or a state ID, which presents the first level of impediments. Then you have to, another one, you have to meet a certain income requirement. And so if you're $1 more than what the eligibility income is, then you don't qualify for the program, which is unfortunate because you may be $1, you may make $1 more than we're allowed to finance, but you're still working poor and can benefit from our services. So those are the type of restrictions I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I know exactly what you're saying because my sister had spina bifida, and like literally if she worked X amount more, her federal benefits went away as a result. So it was almost like it's almost an inducement to stay at a certain point, and that's backwards.
And so we've been working with organizations, DCFS, actually, we're using their data platform, Unite Us, where, you know, we talk about the benefits cliff. So if you make $1 more, you shouldn't lose everything. You make $1 more, you lose $1 until you get to that place where you were. So we've been having conversations about how that looks, what that looks like, and what we need to do to assist.
I think, you know, again, we've had a lot of conversations about how we can help be partners with the state legislature or the federal government as well. So I think this council would be happy to help you with that, to try and work on that. And I don't mean to commentate too much about what's going on outside of City Hall, but given what's going on with DCFS right now, they could use all the good news they can get. And so maybe we can try and help them get some more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the dais? Well, thank you all for all that you do. We look forward to continuing to work with you.
Thank you so much.
And next up is the Office of Cultural Economy. What's your last one?
How you doing? Good. You want me to go?
If y'all can introduce yourself and start whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members. I am Lisa Alexis, the Director of the Office of Cultural Economy, and it is our pleasure to present this year's Office of Cultural Economy's achievements and goals for 2023. I am joined with the Film Director, Carol Morton, who has had great activity taking place this year, so she will join me in sharing that information. And we're also supported by a great team, and then Tom, our deputy CAO. The mission of the Mayor's Office of Cultural Economy really breaks down threefold. We're here to create opportunities that will help stimulate the cultural economy and then utilize those benefits to continue to preserve and educate on the traditions of our city. Our vision breaks down into several sectors, though. It is film industry, where we invest in programs to support our filmmakers, partner with nonprofit, union, and the like to also create workforce training programs to ensure that we sustain a very strong industry workforce. Culture-bearing engagement, where we create those opportunities, be it through partnerships, funding, advocacy, and just reinvestment into our cultural economy. Special events, we work to leverage of the talents that we have within our office to partner to ensure that we enhance partnerships and grow the number of successful cultural events in the city of New Orleans. And then we leverage those opportunities for New Orleans artists to, again, as I said, create opportunities for our artists to participate in exchanges, performance opportunities nationally, and equally important, internationally. Our staff breaks down here on the chart. We have our film director, Carol Morton, right here next to me. We have our executive administrator in the audience. Just wave your hand when I mention you. Our deputy director, Brian Cornelison. Our deputy director of arts and culture, Elena Harris. Our development and communications coordinator, Michelle Alexander. Our Vista Strategic Policy and Communications Program Associate, Andres Acuna. Our creative media coordinator, Quentin Jackson. Our Film New Orleans production manager, Isabella Rayner, and our film coordinator, Rachel Reddix. As we move to our 2022 department accomplishments, and we hold on this picture for a moment, this picture tells a story of many activities that have taken place. These pictures reflect the fact that we began the year strong through our inauguration, through our Mardi Gras season, French Quarter Festival. We also had our Jazz Festival, Essence Festival, Wednesdays at the Square, Crown Act initiatives, Tales of the Cocktail. And I'm just naming those activities just to give you a bird's eye view of the different activities that we either partner, sponsor, and engage to ensure that our cultural economy are able to really increase their economic value. We also invest in our Embrace the Culture initiative. The Embrace the Culture initiative began during the pandemic when we did not want to allow our flame of culture to die out. So we started the initiative where we partnered with House of Blues and with the Fillmore and here at Gallier Hall as well to allow our artists in every sector to perform for a stipend, and we live streamed them as well so that they could be shown, seen here locally and abroad, as well as have an opportunity to market themselves so that they could continue to have a way in which to gain economic value. Some of those initiatives this year reflect our King Cake Wars, the Mardi Gras, Shake Your Brass, Juneteenth, wellness retreats, Stooges, Brass Band Relief, and then we also had several international hostings where we had staff joined with cultural artists go to Jeonju, South Korea, and we were a part of the inaugural South Korea Jazz Festival. And we look forward to doing that on an annual basis. We also hosted Merida, Yucatan of Mexico, Rio de Janeiro, Ghana, and Cap Haitian, where those were also sister signing, friendship signing agreements to continue cultural exchanges. Our office also participated in many inaugural opportunities this year. This year, we experienced during our Essence Festival, Essence comes every year and there are so many opportunities. But what we did this year, which is like none other, is we established the first local vendor marketplace as a part of the festival that supported the monetization of over 25 plus local vendors. That was just the beginning. We're already in talks with Essence to really expand those opportunities. So more of our local vendors will have an opportunity to merchandise their artwork during the festival timeframe. We also developed and published the first Essence Art Walk Guide, which was a guide that highlighted our Black and Brown artists and venues within our city for local and tourist cultural enthusiasts to visit, frequent, and support. We also sponsored the Welcome Book, which distributed to many throughout the hotels and continues to be distributed, that identifies all local cultural industry businesses to support when you're visiting here in the city. The next picture speaks to activities and partnerships that took place during our spring and summertime frame. As I've spoken to our global economic leveraging, staff that traveled to South Korea, we also supported over 75 plus cultural artists went to Ascona, Switzerland. Ascona has been having a jazz festival that has been going on for 30 years. However, it really began with the fact of utilizing our New Orleans artists, but we hadn't had the opportunity to support the artists to travel. Well, this year we did. It was over a $60,000 value grant, and that afforded over 75 plus artists in all different sectors to travel and partake in the Jazz Festival. And my understanding is there are also economic opportunities that grew out of that opportunity that our artists are still experiencing that revenue from. Also, our office began to get the word out. Councilmember Giroux, so you're saying, do we get the word out? Who knows? And we know we need to do a better job. So we have really focused on that area, and we are looking to increase our marketing opportunities so that, one, your constituents will have an opportunity to know what's taking place as it relates to cultural training opportunities, cultural, economic, business opportunities. And doing so, we've begun where we've created our News You Can Use newsletter. We utilize social media, and we are also working with a database at this time growing of 432 nonprofits in the cultural sector, plus 2,700 businesses, but we know that can grow even greater. So I would just like you to know that we're working to ensure that we get information to you timely and in advance so that you may inform the constituents of the opportunities to take advantage of, as well as we've also partnered with over 70 plus entities throughout the city so that we can strengthen our public and private partnerships through initiatives, grants, and all sorts of programming. Moving right along, I will now turn it over to Carol Morton to speak to our accomplishments with Film New Orleans.
Thank you. To start off our accomplishments in this past year, the Film New Orleans office is the one-stop shop for the film industry. The film industry does not initiate any permit through the actual one-stop shop. All permits are issued and managed through the film office, which is an industry standard in the United States. So this year we issued 600 film location permits. And so every time a production films at a location, you see the trucks on the street, that is our office. So our office intakes, curates, manages all film location permitting and manages all issues that are associated with that. So if there's any issues with neighborhood issues, complaints, they come into our office. We really are the conduit to get those issues addressed in real time. So we are very proactive on that end because we do know location filming has a lot of benefits, but it also has an impact on our community. In 2021, the film production spent a record $1 billion in the New Orleans region. This is quite incredible when you consider that as the fourth major production hub, there's only 3 production hubs that are larger than New Orleans, and that would be Los Angeles, New York, which are the industry standards, Atlanta, and New Orleans. So every other city in the United States has less filming than New Orleans does, other than those 3 cities. In this past year, we established new policies and restrictions for filming on location. This is a critical component of what the film office does, because filming in every neighborhood is not the same. It doesn't impact every neighborhood the same, every community the same. So establishing film policy that is relative to particular neighborhoods is critically important. It's also something that morphs and changes over time, depending on the filming that we're hosting and the impact that that has to our various communities. And we've highlighted here French Quarter, Marigny, and CBD, which hosts an enormous amount of filming and also experiences a lot of impact from it. We traveled this year. I traveled this year to Los Angeles, California, to participate in the American Film Association, which is for film commissioners. It's a great conference that brings together film commissioners with the industry. We also, on that trip, I partnered with LED and Louisiana Entertainment, and we did an economic development tour of the studios, meaning that we do also, in addition to issuing film permits, we are the economic development arm for the film industry. We work very closely with Jeff Schwartz in economic development on this, and also LED and Louisiana Entertainment. But as you can imagine, New Orleans is the draw in the film industry for the state of Louisiana. So in many cases, we lead with that. So we attended meetings with Apple TV, Sony Pictures, Array, which is Ava DuVernay's company, which we have a very close relationship with them. The new owners of Second Line Stages, which is MBS Hackman Group, Amazon, Freebie, Warner Brothers, and we missed one other studio. So anyway, we covered a lot of ground when we were in Los Angeles recently. One of the conversations that we often have is not only bringing more productions to the city of New Orleans, but it's also studio investment. So we are continuing to have conversations with some of these major studios who have an interest in investing in studios in the city of New Orleans. We have seen this with the sale of Second Line Stages, which, as we see, was a $100 million investment by Hackman Capital Partners, Hackman Group, which is the largest studio owner operator in the world. And they recently purchased Second Line Stages. So the investment interest in the city is very high. As productions continue to invest in the city at this rate, the interest by studios to invest in studios where they can actually produce their content continues to grow. In addition, as a part of our marketing effort, just like as Lisa Alexis mentioned, we've been focusing a lot on elevating the knowledge that our community has about the efforts of the film office. And so we have increased with Lisa Alexis's support, also our social media outreach. We are an active participant in that cultural newsletter, which is really reaching our community very well. We also have worked very closely with Disney's executive director of global marketing. Disney's their new film next year, Tiana, which is an animated film. Of course, Tiana is someone who lives in New Orleans, and she is a chef. And that will be their centerpiece film for next year. And as a part of that, Disney reached out to me, the executive director of global marketing, and said, who can we connect with? So we connected them with New Orleans & Co. to formulate a marketing plan for next year's release of this major film. It's actually based on the life of our beloved Leah Chase. So this is going to be an honor when this film is released next year. We also have very close relationships with Disney because they film 3 or 4 projects a year here in the city of New Orleans. I also facilitated conversations between AMC's marketing team and New Orleans & Company again. As I think all of you know, Interview with the Vampire is just the beginning of the AMC empire, a film production that will take place here in the city of New Orleans. We have two other projects that are coming behind it that AMC is producing here in New Orleans, the Mayfair Witches, and another project called The Driver. It's anticipated that these will be huge hits, as Interview with a Vampire has been. It's been #1 of all streaming projects in the country for the last 4 weeks. So AMC is very big on the city of New Orleans and very excited to be working here. We've also worked on our branding and our marketing, as I spoke of before. So we created a new Film New Orleans logo and we put together some marketing materials. We also worked very closely with Ava DuVernay's Array team, her production team, to facilitate the awarding of the key to Ava DuVernay and the proclamation declaring July 20th, Queen Sugar Day in New Orleans. Ava DuVernay has been a consistent producer in the city of New Orleans for the last 8 years. She always has a production filming in the city at all times. She has 2 that have been consistent. Queen Sugar just wrapped its 7th season. The city of New Orleans is very dear to her heart, and she's very passionate about continuing that relationship. We also host on the Film New Orleans website a listing for crew members and for vendors that are interested in connecting with the film industry. And we are so honored that we also host at Ava DuVernay's request, Array Crew, which is a crew base of both Black and all women. It's focused on Black individuals and all women of any color, to focus on diversifying the film industry. I think if you're ever on a film set, you will notice the film industry is not extremely diversified. The studios are extremely committed to this effort, no more so than Array, and we are honored to host that crew and resource database on our website, in addition to our New Orleans crew and resource database. As far as our other accomplishments go, we produced in partnership with Novak for workforce training programs for the film industry. Not only do we produce those workforce training programs, but we also participate in connecting the individuals who are trained out of that program to jobs in the film industry. We also were voted in 2021 by Movie Maker magazine the best small city to live and work as a filmmaker. We have been voted the best place to live and work in a small city as a filmmaker 3 times by this magazine, which is a very competitive accolade that we received from them. We also partner with the Jazz and Heritage Foundation and Novak to produce Sync Up Cinema, which is a series of productions that we do to engage our independent filmmaking community and provide them with an opportunity to showcase their films, documentaries, shorts, whatever it is that they're producing that year. And it's a way for us to really gather together with our independent filmmaking community and to uplift their work. We have listed here 2 of our production and training, accountant training. We did a production assistant training. We did a production wardrobe training. We can train 12 people in wardrobe and have them on a set in 2 weeks. Our turnaround time for training programs is a very short, very intense. Those programs are focused on skills that will get someone a job immediately in the film industry, and they are taught by all of our local industry professionals.
Thank you, Carol.
Yep.
And moving to our 2023 department goals, we're going to continue to leverage those opportunities we have spoken of, sponsoring more cultural initiatives beyond just the traditional events that we know of as King's Day, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence, Festival of Culture, New Orleans Film Festival, and Bayou Classic, but increasing and expanding those opportunities so that our artists can grow economically, as well as advance Office of Cultural Economy as a source of cultural economic data through our newsletters. quarterly press conferences, cultural roundtables, social media, and we will be providing and presenting a cultural report on next year. On the film side, we are going to establish a more succinct strategic marketing plan with increased ad buys in national and international trade magazines, expand our use of social media platforms and our website with the community and local businesses and residents. We're going to expand our workforce training programs and educational program for our local industry via the Sync Up Cinema events that we've just spoken to, as well as the seminar series, working with our film union, Jazz and Heritage Foundation, and Louisiana Economic Development partnerships that we have with the state. We're also planning to establish a film permit as well, and we'll be introducing that on next year. And then finally, we're going to deepen our cultural partnerships, building upon the 70+ partnerships and expanding that through and really focusing on what we know the future is, and that is technology. So really looking at creating a digital marketing platform for our artists to be able to market themselves while here, while in Madagascar, or wherever their work, their art, and their craft is reaching the right people so that they can reach out to them to engage them in economic benefit. Next, we will have our budget. Our general fund budget is listed here. And then following, we also have special revenue fund budgets as well. And our budgets for next year also is listed there. So I thank you. This concludes our presentation and we are open for questions.
Councilmember Thomas.
First of all, thank you guys for the work that you guys do in the Office of Cultural Economy, especially around highlighting culture throughout the world, internationally, nationally, and the work you do in the film industry. This is one of those areas where, I think I worked in it a little bit. I have a relationship. You guys were always very accommodating to the production crews that I worked on, whether I was on one side of the camera or not. But I think when we talk about creating small production efforts or producing it here, we mentioned some of the bigger studios, but 44 Blue was responsible for about 25 or 26 million dollars a year. That's one of the smaller subsidiaries of Red Arrow, which is Dick Wolf's studio. So what are we doing and what special efforts are we making, especially because the multiplier here is really easy. This investment, even during COVID, I think the city was highlighted in the industry events for having the best film protocol system in the industry. What are we doing to promote more local productions and producing films here?
So part of what we do is what I talked about at Sync Up Cinema, because we have a very tight, if you're talking about independent film production by local filmmakers. This is a conversation that we have been having with our partners at Novak and others to strengthen this relationship. What do local filmmakers primarily need? They need funding. Primarily, they need funding. Local filmmakers probably spend 100 to 200,000 on a film, but that is a lot of money for an independent filmmaker. We've had local filmmakers who have done it for less than $30,000 and won the top award at Tribeca Film Festival. So it's not always about money. Sometimes it's about talent, but it's about nurturing that talent. And so one of the initiatives that we will be focused on next year, and I'm working with our community partners on this, is to create a quarterly filmmaker meetup so that our filmmakers who have very much enjoyed our funding and support and the work that we've done just recently at the New Orleans Film Festival, which really is focused on a coalition of our independent filmmakers. And those opportunities at the film festival are very strong for funding and in order to connect with major players who could invest with them. So we will start doing a community meetup. It will be a meeting that we will sponsor and bring in people who those independent filmmakers really need to connect with.
Well, I mentioned that because we have people like Elton Jones, Edward Buckles, who's probably
Yes,
gonna win awards for the Katrina babies.
yes.
He grew up in the ABC theater with us, and if we don't capitalize or contain that talent, the other bigger cities or bigger markets will actually take them.
I agree.
I disagree with that because we are a major market. And so if Edward Buckles wants to continue to work here, we're a fourth major production hub. So he can continue to work. There are no other major markets in the film industry unless he moves to Atlanta, New York, or to LA. Otherwise, it's us.
But let me interject.
ahead.
I would like to say that Edward Buckles is a prime example.
Mhm.
We have partnered and been a partner with the New Orleans Film Festival for several years.
Mhm.
And in the programming that we support with the New Orleans Film Festival, one of their programs is called Emerging Voices.
Mhm.
And the Emerging Voices program, Edward Buckles was a part of that. And so that program helps to cultivate and support our independent filmmakers. And wonderfully, he has already started great because he's won awards at the Tribeca Film Festival for Katrina Babies. And then Philip Yeoman was also a part of the Emerging
Yeah.
Voices. So I was just stating that there's a program that we do support and we're seeing that that is growing and the filmmakers are just doing so well.
Well, I just mentioned it because the multiplier here, especially when you talk about film and entertainment, is for every dollar is 7+.
Right.
It's even more than just general business, which is 2.5 times the investment when you're successful. So where are we with the state tax credits and that whole question about whether this industry is worth it, especially given the numbers that we maintained during COVID?
Yeah.
Where a lot of, even some of the top 4 film industry cities didn't maintain as robust a schedule as we did for companies coming here to film.
Yes, and I would like to comment on that. So Film New Orleans, my office was integral in that, in working with the City Health Department to ensure that major filming could take place earlier than other industries. And it had a lot to do with the amount of funding that they have to ensure health and safety of their crews. And the fact that major productions were willing to submit to very, very restrictive guidelines to be able to film here in the city of New Orleans. And I have to give a shout out. I work very closely with Sony Pictures health and safety team to develop the guidelines that filming actually was able to open in the state of Louisiana.
Well, the industry at their industry meeting said we had the best COVID protocol process of any city
Yes.
in North America. So that's kudos to you guys
Yeah.
for doing that. The other thing is when we talk about being proactive, we have a lot of land and a lot of space.
Mhm.
And I'm familiar with Second Line. They're kind of self-contained there.
Mhm.
There's a lot of industry interest
Mhm.
in our city, but we haven't seen that major studio breakthrough where they could kind of have their own campus and do everything on one location, even though we have the space. So, why do we hear talk of the interest,
Mhm.
but not the investment? And what's the next step for taking the talk of the interest to actually leveraging the investment? What are we missing?
I would say, I would start off with what we have, because we have an ecosystem at Second Line Stages. So a production is there and they have all of the assets at the stages. It's the same thing with the Ranch Film Studios, which is not in Orleans Parish, but I can mention that they are a part of our ecosystem. So we have 2 major studios here that have a very major ecosystem, the same as they have in Atlanta and the same that we have in Los Angeles or New York, similar. So we have that. How do we build on that more? So as I work with potential investors, there's 2 different kinds of potential investors. One that want to be in the inner city and want to be a second line, but that's very difficult, as you know, because we're extremely landlocked on the inner part of the city. We have other potential investors, and some of those investors are not interested in being in New Orleans East or even in Algiers or on the West Bank. So they have their preferences. Could they evolve over time? Potentially. Yes, they could. But then we have investors who are interested in New Orleans East. Yes, we do.
And then lastly, how do we cultivate more of the businesses that actually provide services, professional services, food services, to the industry, because on several of the projects that I worked on, they'll fly those crews, truck them in from food service to other kinds
Yeah.
of services that could easily be provided here. How will
So we have a strong ecosystem. I can tell you what probably the issue is with the project that you worked on, is that that's their model. That is that production
worked on a
company's
few-
model.
few
Yeah,
projects?
right. And so smaller projects with smaller budgets, often, I don't know why, but they will fly in their own crews. But if you're talking about an average production in the city of New Orleans, it's 45 million. We could top out at 100 million on a project. So if you're in that range of anywhere from a 15 million, $20 million film or TV project and go up to that 100 million level, we have a very deep base of companies that support that, all the way from catering companies. We have 4 catering companies here. What I find is that they tend to skew themselves to the higher paying productions in terms of their budgets.
Well, the HBO project actually brought in catering and even food trucks from California.
Food trucks? What project was that?
Treme.
Treme?
That was when Treme.
Oh, yeah, that was 10 years ago when we didn't have the ecosystem that we have today, but that's not the same industry that we have today.
Well, I mean, I like the fact that you're echoing the ecosystem.
Yeah.
But there are a lot of realities here that we created $700 million. And remember, we touted that during COVID, which was great. We're out of COVID now. That 700 million could easily be another couple of billion if we can provide the infrastructure here and build on what you guys are doing.
I would say that's coming, because what creates the infrastructure? It's the investment of film production. So more film production you have, the more need there is for Sony Pictures to open a studio here, or AMC, or whatever they are. So those things are really part of the economic development that we're doing. And so the higher level of consistent production that we have in the city, which again is the 4th highest in the United States, there's no other city. Chicago is 300 million below us. The Miami produces 300 million a year. So we are at the top of the ecosystem, and we have a lot of companies. We would not be there because they're incentivized to use local labor, 15%. They are incentivized by the state to use all local companies. So they do, in fact, do that. And that has really grown our ecosystem.
Well, I just want to echo one more comment. And that is that New Orleans too often has been a pass-through. And, even for what we capture here in our market, we have so much more talent and ability to capture even more. So, we appreciate the work that's been done, but I think coming out of COVID, I think we have a chance to capture even more and build an industry here that, of course, though we're competing with the other major markets, when you talk to the people who work in the industry, one of their preferences is New Orleans.
Yeah, so I talk to them every day.
Yeah.
So I would say we're there. I mean, Atlanta doesn't have a film problem. We don't have a film problem. We are growing what is already a huge industry. So during the COVID year, we did 475 million, which was extraordinary, considering the year before we did 700 million. Coming out of COVID last year in 2021, we did $1 billion. We did $1 billion. And this year we've done 881 million, which has a lot to do with just the level of projects that we have.
How many productions do we have active right now?
Right now, we have our lowest level of productions than we've had in 2 years. So we have 7. We generally have 20 major film and TV shows, Netflix. And the reason that we have that, I didn't intend to get into this related conversation, but I will answer your question. So coming out of COVID, as you probably have seen, Netflix announced losses.
Well, it's a budget conversation because based on the work you have, it'll influence, how we vote on your budget. We had 12 productions during the height of COVID. I think 26 coming out of it. So
generally for the last 2 years, they've averaged 15 to 25 projects. So during IDA, it was not correctly reported. We had 12, we have 16 of them because during IDA, I spoke to all of them and worked with all of them. So where we are coming out of COVID is very strong. And I will just say that the slowdown that we have experienced, which has only been like the last 45 days, is a national slowdown. And it has to do with reevaluation by the streaming services, which is our primary market now with streaming services, and they are reevaluating at this time. But we have a lot of big projects that will be coming in the first quarter of next year.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Jerusha.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask, what does the special fund money come from? What special funds is that?
The special revenue funds come from the hotel occupancy tax. Those dollars come into the city and then they go to the New Orleans Tourism and Cultural Fund. And for the past years, those funds are then awarded to the Office of Cultural Economy. The film, it's three funds: film, music, and tourism and arts. And those funds were created under Sidney Bartholomew's administration. And then they've just been in existence and been funded in that format for that time.
Yeah.
A lady named Kim Carbo.
There you go. I just wanted to know because I know TCF was involved in some way. But I just wanted
Yes,
to make
we'll
sure.
report on next week.
Okay, perfect.
Mhm.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I just want to say I was a member of the New Orleans Film Society for many, many years, and actually worked at Loyola when I was chief of staff to get more filming on campus. So we
Yeah.
had some really good
Mhm.
filming happening, including NCIS and
Mhm.
the horror movies that I tend to like. So I just want to thank you for everything that you do. I do echo what you're saying about additional, Councilmember Thomas, about additional space for film studios, because I know that at one point they were talking about using the naval base over on Algiers to expand for an additional studio space. I think there's space in New Orleans East, of course. And I think we should really be looking at our downtown area and some of the underused spaces in District B. I'll give a plug for my district, but there are spaces, and I think this goes back to the discussion of city-owned properties and whether or not we are using them in a correct way. I also want to shout out that New Orleans looks beautiful in the new Interview with the Vampire series, and I look forward to seeing the Mayfair Witches series as well, which I know is filming right now.
They just wrapped.
Oh, well,
Yeah.
there you
So
go.
we should see them early next year.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
And I don't have any questions beyond that. So
Thank you.
do y'all have anything, any last words?
I'd just like to add that I'm a graduate of Loyola University in film broadcast production and marketing. And we just like to say to everyone, let's all continue to embrace the culture, because culture is our open door at this time that will help to create the generational prosperity that we're working very closely with Economic Development Office to do.
Thank you. And I have one last word because I'm an attorney. I do think we need to make sure that people working in the industry have a living wage and places to live, because I know way too many people who work in the film industry here are couch surfing because they are not getting paid what they need to get paid.
I can comment on that. So I don't know what they're working on, but all studio projects, the average wage for a worker is 56,000 in the state of Louisiana. I would say it's much higher in the New Orleans region. Send them to me. I'll help them.
I will do so. I'm
Yeah,
going to get your
please.
cell number.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Usually everybody gets paid in that industry. So if they're not getting paid, something's really wrong.
I agree. And I also want to mention that the film industry is a unionized industry. So there are union wages that are established by the union.
All right. Thank you so much. And next
Thank
up
you.
is Office of Community Development.
Good job.
Finally get to leave. You got it, man. Got it. Gonna be driving.
I got you. Just keep me at the forefront. Cut it out.
Hello, if you all could introduce yourselves, that'd be great.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, good evening. I'm Tyra Johnson Brown, Director of Housing Policy and Community Development. Today I have with me to my left Ziva Bowman, who is the Deputy Director for Transactions. I have to my right Corchery Allen, who is the Director for Administrative Support, along with Mr. Richard Bozeman, who is our Director of Asset Management. Also, in the audience, I have our Director of Housing and Supportive Services, Tanya Bernard, along with our intake unit, and the Deputy Director, Madeline Sanchez, who's over Neighborhood Services and Facilities. So we will go ahead and get started. The overview. So the Office of Community Development, as we're often referred to, is actually the Office of Housing Policy and Community Development, facilitates the development and preservation of quality housing and suitable living environments for persons of low and moderate income through strategic investments and partnerships with public, private, philanthropic, nonprofit, and resident stakeholders. Our vision statement is one where all New Orleans live in vibrant neighborhoods with a range of safe, quality housing options that are affordable to them, with access to jobs, services, neighborhood amenities that support their families' well-being. The Office of Community Development has 52 employees, where currently the structure is that we have 4 units. We have the Director of Housing and Supportive Services, Asset Management. We have the DCDBG Program Bureau, as well as the Administrative Support. And from that, you will see that we have different bureaus listed. The only unit that is not fully functioning right now is the Homeless Service Unit, because at one time we had one person that was just dedicated to that, and that was me in prior roles. However, those duties as it relates to homeless services is spread among the Neighborhood Services Department. Our accomplishments. So we have small wins, as I call them, but small wins are big wins for our residents. For 2022, we received $53 million of reallocated emergency rental assistance that was from the state as well as through Treasury. However, to date, we have received a total of $105 million, in which we have expended $81 million for rental assistance, utilities assistance, eviction prevention. We have our down payment assistance program, where we have 2 different sets of money. We have $7.6 million that was for CDBG disaster, which is allocated for down payment assistance, as well as our entitlement of where we have expended $3.8 million. So a total for those 2, we have actually first-time home buyers, 85 today. We're constantly signing commitment letters, even with the housing market being what it is. $16.8 million has been allocated for general obligation bonds. That's for projects, housing projects that's in the pipeline. $2 million for our Hurricane Ida deductible program. This program was unprecedented, had never been done before. After Hurricane Ida, with our homeowners going back and forth with their insurance companies, we were able to allocate these funds so that they can utilize the funds in replace of their deductible until they were able to resolve all issues with their insurance. And we were able to provide that assistance to 160 homeowners. We only have like about 200,000 left in that, and we're still allocating dollars to those that are eligible. This year we was able to also do $4 million for mortgage foreclosure assistance. And from that program, we were able to service 160 homeowners. This program itself is something that we were able to do with unrestricted dollars that we have received, and that was just a limited amount. Most of our programs that we do, this was from not unrestricted, I'm sorry, it was from the COVID dollars that we were able to provide that assistance. We had never done a mortgage foreclosure program before. And we were also able to launch the homeowners for educators this year. Currently, we have applications for educators. However, when we launched the program, a lot of educators did not know that they had to go through the first-time home buyer class, and so they're in the pipeline for that. We allocated 27 million for affordable housing development, which by the end of this year, we will have a total of 601 units coming online. And this is outside of what has already been allocated and already is online. So next you will see our accomplishments pictures. These are our first-time home buyer. As I said earlier, even with the market, we are getting a lot of applicants, even with the high insurance. For the down payment assistance program, you can receive anywhere from $55,000 to $65,000. It depends on which pot of money that the funding is coming from, and $5,000 towards closing costs. Next is the pictures from our rental assistance outreach events. We have done 4 of those this year, servicing over 7,000 residents for rental assistance and 4,000 for utilities assistance. I can tell you the need for this is very great. On last week, the energy moratorium ended on the 1st. We hosted an event on the 2nd and the 3rd. We were able to assist 749 residents with a total of $763,000. I don't know if you all saw on yesterday, as well as today, we had lines of people outside of our office, and this is for one-time assistance for energy. So we are looking at that and how we can be able to service our residents a little bit more, not just with the community events, but when we do a community event, it takes all hands on deck. We all have to go out, we just have someone at the office, but everyone has to go out to be able to assist with that. And so we're seeing now that even within the office, we're not able to really get through our day-to-day. So we're trying to figure out how we can control that by having set days with set appointments and making sure that we're able to reach the residents. For other accomplishments, I know a lot of people look at community development, we think of housing and housing only, but it's public service side. Our public service side, we have our HOPWA grant, which is the Housing Opportunity for Persons with AIDS. 4.2 million was allocated this year, serving 685 clients. So the 685, that's for various different categories, whether they receive short-term mortgage utilities assistance, permanent housing placement, and also our short-term transitional housing facilities. 1.1 million for emergency solution grant. This is our homeless services. And from that, we were able to so far assist 3,029 individuals. So for our emergency solution grants, we have 8 agencies that we fund. We typically try to fund shelters where each one have the capacity or their mission is to deal with different population, such as families or just men, women, and also we have the low barrier shelter. 8.4 million was utilized from the emergency solution grants. That's the CARES Act money. This was funds from the pandemic. which we were able to service 1,600 homeless individuals. And that is for rapid rehousing, as we all know is something that's very needed with dealing with the unsheltered, trying to make sure that they get off of the street. And that is one avenue that HUD pretty much pushes for, is having those rapid rehousing dollars in order to get them to permanent housing. And then we have the expansion of the low barrier shelter we had this year, where the third floor, which is phase 2, came online, producing an additional 246 emergency beds. That facility, those beds are not all full. We have had some staffing issues, but we are working through that, as well as with security and all. We are working through that right now. And so, as you will see, this is from Lake Forest Manor. They're ribbon cutting, the housing development for seniors, 200 units. This facility had not been renovated since Hurricane Katrina. And so just excited to see that coming online. The next year, see just how beautiful it is. If you haven't had a chance to actually do a walkthrough, I strongly suggest it, the way they have everything set for the seniors. And the next one is the Reveal, which is also in New Orleans East, which is 150 units, of which 136 are affordable mixed unit. As I stated earlier, we are 100% HUD funded, grant with HUD and Treasury dollars. And from that, we have guidelines and regulations that we have to follow. The main thing is income eligibility. So for us to service residents, they have to be at 80% AMI or lower. And so for that, that's a person of one. Their income can't be over 43,000. It's 43,900. For a family of 4, you're looking at 62,700. And so the next one is another picture of the Reveal. As you can see, you know, the greenery, the landscape, the grounds, all of that, and the amenities that they have for on-site for the residents is really awesome. They have a lot of different things there for them. So we have in the pipeline right now 17 housing projects that are supported by over $41 million. Those that are in the pipeline, they're either under construction or they're contract pending. If it's contract pending, it's because some of those were just awarded from our last NOFA, which was March of this year. We are not going to have a NOFA, which is a notice of funding availability, this year. We're going to do one the first quarter of next year. And the reason being is because of the cost, inflation, labor and supplies. So we have a lot of projects that are ready to go, but because of inflation and all, they, you know, need to get extra financing. So we did receive an additional $24 million from Treasury, and those Treasury dollars we are able to produce and do gap financing for projects that's in the pipeline. We're able to use at least 25% of those funds for housing financial gap, and that's what we are doing. So projects that are near closing and ready to go, we are looking at them and seeing how we can assist them with the gap financing. And so our department goes moving forward, looking ahead to 2023. We're going to create a collaborative working group to learn how other cities combat America's housing crisis in the inner city, strengthen partnership with current housing partners to increase the development of large-scale affordable housing unit. And I just have to say that we are currently already doing that, working in conjunction with Nora, Hano, Finance, NOLA. We get together, as they call a big four. And if it's not from all of us coming together, leveraging dollars, some projects would not be able to move forward. Increased partnership with landlords of small rental properties to provide affordable units in high opportunity areas. To launch a rental rehab program, which is in draft form. To develop mechanism to better track affordable rental housing units and improve housing standards of rental properties. We're working right now with the Office of Community Investment and Asset. And to expand on internal policy and programs that support special needs household, the homeless, the disabled, the veterans, and formerly incarcerated population. One thing that I will say that we have been pretty good with homeless, disabled, and the veterans. However, we have to build up housing for formerly incarcerated. And we are going to do that more this year because we know that that has been a gap in that. And so our budget, if you would look at the budget, you see that there is a variance on the operating side of 47 million. I just want to explain that. That is because of the one-time funds that we had. That was your treasury dollars and all that have expired or will be expiring as of December 31st. The third tranche of treasury dollars that we received, which was the 24 million, we have till 2025 to expend those. So at this time, questions?
Councilmember Jerusalem.
Thank you. Good afternoon. You have on here and you hit on at the end, the grant funding. Was that for specific programs that have just expired?
Yes. So with the treasury dollars, because we've received 3 different tranches of that. Yes, the first one we have already expended, so we won't be having that again.
Okay.
And the second one. So we're now on the third.
All right. Okay. So we're on the third. And then I know Dr. Avegno spoke to this point too, is that when you live in a grant funding world, you're always worried about where your next grant comes from. I see you saying, are there other grants that you're looking into that are viable that you can access, tap into?
So these are additional dollars that we receive. We do get a allocation from HUD annually, which is our entitlement allocation. So that's our CDBG, our ESG, the HOPWA, and I'm missing something, and home, definitely. Those are the ones that we get those allocations annually.
Okay. I guess I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I mean, when I see the
This is
47,
outside of the entitlement.
I know, but when I see the 47 fall out, I just, and I guess, coming off of COVID and all the concerns that we raise all the time, and we have comment cards, whatever we can do to do it. And then that kind of leads me to, and pardon me, I'm going to ask you some ARPA questions, even though this is budget, because I'm looking at the presentation. Can you walk me through some of these programs? And if you say it's for another day, that's fine. We have home ownership programs, Home for Good pilot program, 100 homes in 100 days, and double up duplex. Can you explain those briefly?
So I cannot, because those, I know those are from the ARPA dollars. Those are different proposals that have been put in as it relates to housing initiative.
Okay. Who would be the person? Is it the CAO to ask about that?
CAO.
Okay. And then I had some questions. They have public assistance programs, obviously understand what tax and utility assistance is. And the green mortgage program, that's Fano who's running that. But I guess, kind of trying to figure out the down payment assistance for teachers and first responders, which I know you've spoken about, Councilmember Harris, plenty. And then the last one is targeted homeowner rehabilitation loans and grants. Is that sort of like gap financing, but for smaller developers as opposed to the slides you had earlier?
It's twofold. So you have that part, the loan, and then you have the rehab part of it.
Okay.
So that is very similar to our owner occupied rehab program, which is under Mr. Richard Bozeman. I think currently, can you speak on where we are with the owner occupied?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, we are in the process with our owner occupied, but we ran into some issues with the program. So now we're looking to partner with some nonprofits that we regularly fund who initiate their own programs. And we're going to partner with them. We're going to put out a NOFA and partner with them and do the program in conjunction with them and the city. And we feel it'll make for a more efficiently run program and process. So
Okay,
we're looking to do that like within the first quarter of next year.
all right. And this is my honest last question, which is how then, if we're trying to work with code enforcement and clear blight and make sure property gets back into commerce faster, how do you all then work with them about putting that back into commerce and creating more housing? Because I think if we're gonna have, I think it's almost a $30 million plan for them, including going through title research and everything else. I just want to make sure everybody's talking to each other.
So we are all talking to each other.
Right.
As you know, code enforcement is under the Office of Community Development.
Yes.
For their, and we do their demolition for salaries and all. However, it's CDBG dollars. And with CDBG dollars, we do have caps. We have administrative cap of 20% and a public service cap of 15%. So when you're looking at code enforcement and they go out, if there's CDBG dollars, so that inspector has to ensure that he's going into a CDBG eligible neighborhood and that it is at least 51% low to moderate income. So we
there's,
are talking to one another. We're trying to figure everything out and we're getting there.
good. Well, and look, it's just now that
Mhm.
we have the money, and I know before, when you don't, you can say, oh, it's only 2 or 3. I think all of our hope is we're starting to see the slate cleared much more so, and then how do we bring these properties back into commerce and help people
Right.
out?
And so we have 2 different budgets for code enforcement. You have the demolition,
Right.
which is the strategic demolition, which is the $1 million. And then we have, I think it's 1.4 million towards
Personnel.
personnel.
Great. Thank you very much. Honest last question.
Councilmember Thomas.
That's all right. First of all, thank you guys for the work that you do. I have a couple of questions. Does the city have an affordable housing plan?
So we do not have a plan currently in place. However, that is something that we're looking at. What I will tell you is I do know that what we had in place, which is the plan where we would build 7,500 units a year from the previous administration, is unrealistic.
Yeah.
Was unrealistic from the beginning. I would just say that, because it could take the first year of just getting your finance.
Okay, so let's talk about that realism and unrealistic. Is it still true that the region is about 32,000 short of affordable housing units? Is that number still the same? And if that number in the region is still the same, what is the number in Orleans Parish?
I'm not sure of that. I'm not sure of that number for Orleans Parish. What I would say is I think another analysis needs to happen because one has not happened.
So when you talk about an affordable housing plan, with the work that you guys doing, is there an area where you guys are targeting affordable housing?
So
What's your affordable housing area?
Citywide, because our funding is citywide.
Okay. So if the affordable, and
Yeah.
that's the only way to really have, I'm glad you said that. Because the only way to really have an affordable housing plan is so that everything from Monticello Street to Dubarel and from the lakefront to Algiers has to be in play. But we know that it always isn't.
Right.
So if there's a city housing, affordable housing plan, which policies do we have to begin to work on to make sure that every community is in play?
So
Have you guys begin to thought about public policies and the work and the stuff that we need to do to make sure that we don't just target certain communities, but that the affordable housing plan is every community?
Right, and so that's your zoning. As you know, we do have the mandatory inclusionary zoning.
Yeah. Well, we get ready to work on a master plan. I'm going somewhere.
I hear you.
Yeah. Okay, so have you guys put together a plan while we're working on the master plan to make sure that there are certain areas in every community where we've designated affordable housing.
So we have not put in a plan that's separate, but we are a part of that. So our input is actually we're having input in that.
And what is affordable housing now?
So affordable, the fair market rate for a 1-bedroom is like $900. But as we know,
Where?
with the cost of living and all,
Uh-huh.
that is not affordable for the income of the people in Orleans Parish. But according to HUD, that FMR, anything below that would be affordable. But the FMR for a 1-bedroom
Okay.
is $900.
Okay. So there were affordable communities, you know, I'm like from here, right? Really, right? So there used to be communities that were working class communities that were affordable, that are now, I mean, let alone affordable, they're not even affordable for people making $70, $80, $90,000 a year. So how do we, what needs to happen so that the gentrification in what used to be affordable communities doesn't continue to shrink our base or the availability to have a citywide affordable housing plan? Because if we don't hurry up and do something, we would kind of we're running out of space. There's only one area that has space, but every place ought to have space. So how do we get in front of that?
So I think one way would be with developers, when you're incentivizing them.
I was getting ready to go there. You keep going.
You want me to keep going?
Oh, yeah, keep going.
When you incentivize them, you have to make sure that what the incentive is the trade-off is affordable unit.
We're incentivizing them to do what?
So we could do a couple of things. With development, you can, and I was prepared for that. Incentivizing them with
You
different-
prepared for everything. You're doing good.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Okay. So incentivizing them with different things such as density bonuses. One thing that we can do is permitting. How do we expedite the permitting process? Because
You
that's
tell me. No, that's just.
so let me say this.
Being
No,
facetious.
you're being facetious, but
Yeah.
I've thought about it. So developers usually when they're here and they're want to do housing, they don't know the process. They don't have anyone to actually walk them and take them through that entire process from beginning to end. So having someone or a department that can walk them through the process. Remember at the reveal, that was one of the things that kept coming up is getting through the permitting process. So if we have that in place, we'll be able to incentivize developers more for those affordable units.
Mr. Bozen mentioned something that was a historical reality about the relationship with nonprofits and housing advocates and organizations. In the early 2000s, New Orleans went over 41% home ownership for the first time in a long time. And first of all, Mrs. Bozeman, it's always thank you for a lot of the work you do. But the partnership that was the reason why they would accomplish that was in partnership with different housing agencies, many of which don't exist anymore. So what agencies are out there that did that had that success in the early 2000s and late 90s, where the data actually supports the success? Who are the housing organizations that we can work with to duplicate that? A lot of them aren't there.
So a lot of them are not there, but we still have Rebuilding Together. We have the St. Bernard Project. We have Habitat. So we have the partnership. I will tell you a lot of times is the limited funding. And if not limited funding from our side, the restricted funding.
And what do you mean by that?
What I mean
What's
about,
the difference in terms of, it's federal funds used to be targeted.
Yeah.
A lot of these housing agencies, of course, it's a reduction in federal funding for housing, transportation, a whole bunch of stuff. But what do you mean restricted?
because of the different criteria, things that we cannot do. Say for instance, like for home dollars, when new construction versus rehab. So the regulations that is there, we have to follow those, and we have to do it within those guidelines.
Is the housing authority still an adequate partner in affordable housing?
Yes, so we meet with them, we
Just
have
try to
our
follow.
meetings. They are,
They still are.
yes.
Okay, so as you analyze the affordable housing market, what do they need to do to expand their opportunity, especially because they provide the subsidy?
Bringing more subsidies to the table, to these developments. A good example is the Lake Forest Manor. That's 100% project-based. And there's a need for those vouchers because that's the way people are able to afford their housing. It's based upon their income.
And have you thought about that? I mentioned yesterday, elections have consequences. And if you listen to the statements from the majority, and especially in Congress, who in one house is going to be the majority, and maybe the majority in the other house, the main thing they're talking about is stopping spending. So how do we adjust if that happens, especially given the need here?
If you stop the spending,
Then we'll be even more reliant on
yeah.
private developers and people who are interested. And so I don't know, I just think,
To give them a heads up on.
okay, I just think we need to work within the advocacy groups about how we create incentives in spite of the federal funding or the decrease in federal funding, especially given the promises that were made. I think we're going to have to find ways to do it anyway, especially given what's happening with the houseless population and how people are being many being gentrified into the streets because what used to be affordable communities are no longer affordable anymore because people can pay more than a house is worth.
That's true.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have kind of one question, and Councilman Thomas was about to touch on it. What can we do working with community development to address, and along with the health department, to address the unhoused population? Housing vouchers, for example. What would you feel is the best way to do so?
So I think Dr. Vetno did mention in her presentation that we're currently getting ready to hire a homeless strategist. We have met with the consultant. I was able to meet with the consultant with Councilmember Harris to talk about different strategies that we have to put in place. What I will say is that we look at it as a housing first model, going straight from the streets into a house. But you have to have that unit available. Right now, because of the shortage of housing, you have different organizations competing for the same units. So you have all of Unity, different agencies, as well as other housing agencies might all be competing for the same unit that's available.
Not to cut you off, but to wrap this into Councilmember Green's point, 627,000 people used to live here. It's 391,000 now. So we got room for 236,745.
But do you have the housing for them?
Well, that's my point is that have we done an analysis of the inventory in terms of what was and what is and where people would go? It's something to think about. I'm sorry, Councilman.
No, thank you for the participation. I think it's somewhat challenging to a layperson to see people who are unhoused while we work to house people who are already housed. And I've had that discussion with people. I'm not saying that there's a simple solution to this, but to whatever extent you can work with the health department and to with other agencies, we'll support it in whatever way. And look, it's not a knock on you. I think that we just haven't talked about the unhoused population enough in terms of some of those solutions. And maybe this is the year with the housing czar and with greater cooperation, we can address that concern. But when you talk about some of the dangers associated with being unhoused, we heard the numbers. A significant number of people die, and obviously they don't have access to sanitation and things like that. So to whatever extent during the year we can work on
So I will let
addressing
you
that
know
issue.
that we will do that, but we have always done that. It has
So what has
always
been
been
done
the
to help?
Office of Community Development and the Health Department hand in hand dealing with the unhoused population. From the encampments, and all, we work hand in hand.
What have you been doing in the past? And what can we do better?
So we do the encampments cleanup.
Cleanups, okay.
Yes, so that is one of the initiatives that is happening and has been happening constantly. I'm gonna say for the past maybe 7-8 years. But what is really needed is housing units and being able to get the people off the street.
And you think we can help through obviously the housing czar, but the reality is that, are you saying that there's just
There
not
might be
enough
some
units?
other strategies that they bring from other communities and all that we have not looked at and have not thought about.
Okay, well, I look forward to working with you in whatever way is
Yeah.
possible, because it's obviously such a very serious issue. And I see who we want to work with, the informally incarcerated and others. I think that needs to be part of the situation.
And just want to say something to clear that up also. The city of New Orleans only get $1 million for homeless services. That's it.
And who do we get that from?
And we get that from HUD. Out of that $1 million, we allocate 60% towards shelter operations. Why? Because that's the cap, but Unity gets $22 to $24 million. They're not allowed to provide operation costs to shelters. So to leverage those dollars, we use the majority of our money for the shelter operations. The additional 40%, which is only like 400 and some thousand, goes towards rapid rehousing. So from a city standpoint, that's all we get for entitlement for emergency solution. Unity, who is the continuum of care for Orleans, Jefferson, and Kenner, receives $22 to $24 million for rapid rehousing, permanent supportive housing, and for their HMIS and the street outreach. That's their 4 categories. However, we're still at the table. We're still offering the services. We still try to collaborate with them. They are a partner because they are the continuum of care, and we work with them along with the health department. But anything that we do outside of that is funds that we allocate to make up for that. We're limited.
So you have a pretty good working relationship with Unity? I mean, I've never known those numbers, 1 million versus
Yes, I have a
24
very
million.
good relationship with Unity.
How do we work closer to address some of the concerns that I'm asking about, which is just the unhoused population that right now is subject to the atmosphere, subject to theft, subject to disease and things like that? I mean,
They're limited on what they can do, but they have the most resources.
okay, that was a good diplomatic answer. All right, we'll see if we can work on that.
Madam Chair, I gotta go pick up a first grader.
Of course.
And this is one of the more important parts of this hearing though, so I don't want to say my son comes first, but I think more of us need to make sure our families are first, and we'd probably have less problems in our community. community. So I'll let you guys brief me or watch the replay.
Great, thank
Okay.
you. And we'll have more
Thank you, Councilman.
communication about homelessness.
This is important.
Yeah, this is critically important. And, just to piggyback off of what you were saying about your amount, the $1 million versus Unity's amount, I think what really is going to go to unite all of the forces is the in-house homelessness coordinator, along with an outside consultant who you met. And maybe it's not her, maybe it's somebody else, but what she's talked about is what you have in your goal number 6, which is identifying affordable housing properties. And Unity, as good as they are, they're not realtors, they're social workers. And so really what we need is somebody who is able to identify those properties and couple a person who needs to get into those properties, because to Council member Thomas's point, we have property available. I know Nora is up next, and there are also blighted property opportunities for increased housing. So this is my little speech about homelessness, and I think we have a bright future to really solve this problem, and we could really make inroads as a community that takes the resources that we have, uses them properly, and really become a model for other cities with our unhoused population. I did want to go back to the priority of rehabilitating properties and joining with other nonprofits. That's something that's really near and dear to my heart, as I have neighbors who are on either side of me who are homeowners but do not have the money to rehabilitate their properties. And so those properties are sliding into blight, which means that next up is gentrification, because they're going to have to sell their properties in order to do whatever they need to do. So I'd like to hear more about the nonprofits that you guys are thinking about partnering with, like Habitat, who I know also has a program to rehab properties for homeowners.
You want to talk to them about that?
Sure. Well, 2 of the agencies we work with a lot, and we fund just about every year, are Rebuilding Together New Orleans and St. Bernard Project. And we have a very good working relationship with those 2 agencies. And they actually do a very good job with their repair programs. They have 2 to 3 programs each cycle, a health and safety program that can do minor repairs, a substantial rehab program that will address the whole property and bring it up to code, and a modification program that typically it can do health and safety repairs, but it also makes adjustments to the home for people who need access, bigger door access, put in certain things in the bathrooms to accommodate somebody that's physically disabled. And so we came up with the idea because we were having problems with our own program, which we launched in the end of 2019. Then we ran into problems. There was the cyber attack. Then there was COVID that was right around the corner. And there was some internal problems in our office and with the city in general with getting the program off the ground. So with the partnership, they will be responsible for certain things. We will be responsible for certain aspects of the entire process. And again, we think that will make for a more efficient program all around.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think Vice President Morel also talks about having nonprofits, established nonprofits, actually run programs that have data that backs up the fact that they work. And so I'm appreciative of that. And my budget priority, as I shared with Budget Chair Giarrusso, is additional funding for emergency repairs for folks who are like my neighbors and need those emergency repairs. So hopefully that will be included in our final budget. But listen, I just look forward to working with all of you as we continue to try to shelter our most vulnerable people, keep people in their homes, and help first-time home buyers get into homes. So I thank you for everything that you do. And I think we have some public comment.
Yes, thank you. All right, Ms. Williams, and then Max Dolo, and then Joe Mueller.
My name is Emma Williams, Notary Public, real estate broker, retired clerk of city council. I'm not gonna go into any specifics, but I had a problem with the rental assistance program and I still have a problem with it. So I need to find out who is the person that I need to talk.
You would talk with me.
Okay, so I should contact. you.
Yes.
I
Thank you
think they'll
very much.
stay after and talk with you.
I'll get speaker to Kelly right there. He can give you all of the information.
Okay, thank
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Maxwell?
Hi, council members, Maxwell Chardillo, Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center. Really impressed with how y'all do this for weeks at a time, sitting through all of this. So I shared our comments on the administration's American Rescue Plan funding priorities with you earlier this week, and I'd still love to meet with you about those before we finalize them. But as you know, the ARPA funds are all one-time money. And so I want to focus on the annual budget today. I know affordable housing is something that you all have pledged your support for. I'm asking you to start pledging general fund dollars towards it. As a city, we never do that. We love to spend other people's money on housing, but we never commit to spending any of our own. And I think that's a clear reflection of our priorities. So the roughly 20 million that we receive in entitlement funding from HUD is about 1% of our total budget. Inside of the pandemic or other one-time funding, which again also comes from the feds, so does the housing authority's entire budget, right? None of that is ours. That's all we ever spend, despite housing consistently being listed as one of the top 3 concerns among voters, despite 30% of Louisianans being behind on rent. We used to have a millage that brought in $4 million a year to support affordable housing. That was inadequate, but it was something. But we lost that money last year, in part because no one bothered to educate voters about it, with the exception of the Fair Housing Action Center and a few other advocates. Everyone posted cute photos about the library millage, which we also supported, but there were very little support for the affordable housing millage. And we lost that, and only by 900 votes, less than 1%. And so now we have $4 million less a year to spend. So I think we all have to share responsibility for making sure that this priority receives not just occasional one-time funds whenever Congress can get its act together, but dependable reoccurring funding that our residents can count on. And if that's a priority, if we truly believe that stable, affordable housing is a social determinant of health, a determinant of poverty and violence in our community, then at the very least, we should be able to match our annual funding. And what I mean by that is we get that $20 million of entitlement funding every year from the feds. We should be putting $20 million of our own general funding into that pot as well. That would altogether, that 40 million would still only be 2.5% of our total budget. The additional 20 million from our general fund would still only be 2.5% of our general fund. It's still a pittance, but it would be at least a commitment towards actually making this a real priority. And so I think the Office of Community Development has showed you, we have projects in the pipeline. We have developers who are qualified and ready. We even have some of the changes in the CZO to help make this easier, to streamline things, reduce red tape, and the NIMBYism that slows some of this down. But what we're waiting on is a commitment to actually put some of that money in place. It's like I said, 20 million is still kind of crumbs, and it should be the least of what we consider. And so that's what I'm asking you now, as we have a surplus, as we start to rethink how we really invest in prevention and root causes instead of responding to violence and emergencies that have already happened. This is, I think, the next step that we need to make. So
Thanks, Maxwell. And I'm happy to talk with you about both your priorities and getting that millage back on the ballot. Thank you all. Do you have any closing remarks?
No, the only thing that I would like to say is acknowledge the staff of OCD.
Do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Was just like to acknowledge the staff of OCD, because we are a department throughout the pandemic from the beginning. We never shut down. We were continuous there. They were there every day. They was committed, and they still are. So I really would like to thank them for that.
Thank you. And do you have a comment, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you'll need to do a comment card, but you got 2 minutes to make a comment, and then I'll have you fill out a card, okay?
Okay, I did fill out a card. Councilmember Giarusso called my name earlier, but
Oh, I don't have
I
it.
could
but-
do another one.
No, go ahead. We'll find it.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Herron-Mueller. I'm the Director of Community Engagement for Unity of Greater New Orleans. I really appreciate your long deliberations on these matters, and it's been a pleasure to listen all day long, online and here in the chambers. And to see the partnership that the city has had with Unity on addressing homelessness and the lack of affordable housing, everything from the emergency rental assistance to the right to counsel, to the ESG cares vouchers, to the physical expansion of the low barrier shelter. Clearly, there's a desire and a commitment from the council, from city departments to the growth of the city, as Councilmember Thomas repeated time and again. But unfortunately, you know, we also hear people using slurs around people who stay on the street, terms that suggest that those folks are liabilities or obstacles to growth rather than vulnerable assets and potential leaders in our community. We want to see that the millions of dollars budgeted for housing in New Orleans, we see that those are pass-through money, as Maxwell described, and we echo all of his comments. If we really want to expand the impact of that money, we need to leverage it with locally generated revenues, money that is committed from tax dollars, millage, whatever it takes, not just pass-through money, because it's just not enough. Unity already leverages 25 cents on every dollar. We're mandated to provide that assistance. And the money that we receive to address homelessness largely goes to people who were homeless that would otherwise become homeless again, were we not providing a subsidy to them. If we're counting on affordable housing initiatives to impact the community with a reduction in street homelessness, we have to target that money for deeply affordable housing opportunities. We have to target street homeless folks. And in order to do that, we need to clarify the term affordable housing. It's not just the fair market rent, $900 a month. It's what can people afford on their income? In other words, can people at 20% of AMI, that's the folks who we most often see as being homeless, can people at 20% of AMI afford it? No. And there needs to be something there, because the market forces that exist don't allow developers to, I wouldn't say they don't allow, they incentivize developers not to create deeply affordable housing. So I want to speak not just about affordable housing generally, but about deeply affordable housing, and encourage y'all to continue in this path of creating good opportunities for people.
I appreciate your
Thank you.
comments, and I look forward to working with you as well in Unity on trying to solve this very complex problem.
Thank you.
Thank you. You are free to go.
That's a new expression. Huh?
Thank you.
You're free to go.
Next up is Nora.
Yeah.
Gonna need my copies after all, huh?
Oh, yeah, we still need them.
Still need-
Yeah,
all right.
appreciate it.
Let's take mine out. You can have the rest.
We're gonna need a budget hearings file
Oh
cabinet.
my God.
Not just a drawer.
So Councilmember Drew, so what is it? You speak last, you go fast.
That's what I said.
So,
When you're last, you go fast.
and we got this Bible here, so hopefully it's all pictures and not a lot of text.
Brenda, we know you're excited about everybody's excited about their work. We appreciate it.
And for the folks watching at home, this is a beautiful presentation.
Good afternoon, council members. You're saving the best for last. I'm saying that now as we're at the end of the day. So Brenda Bro with the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority. I have with me to my left, Seth Knudsen, Director of Real Estate Development and Planning. Most of you all know him. Derek Muse, Chief Financial Officer with the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority. I have two of my other staffers that are in still hanging on by a thread in the back row here with us today. So the mission of the New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, and we're a catalyst for revitalization of the city, partnering in affordable and equitable strategic developments that celebrate the city's neighborhoods and honor its traditions. I'm going to go over our agency accomplishments, our goals, our budget summary, and our new initiatives. I'd just like to highlight just some of our agency initiatives, our accomplishments. We've got our affordable homeownership work that we do. Our work falls into about 4 major categories, but really a concentration in residential development, commercial revitalization, land stewardship, and our new work under the strategic development work. So on our affordable homeownership opportunities, we're continuing with our Orleans Housing Investment Program, where we provide land and development subsidy and some homebuyer assistance to develop and create homeownership opportunities throughout the city. What we've done is that since our last time we've been here for our budget, we have 27 homeownership opportunities under construction in Hoffman Triangle, New Orleans East, Pontchartrain Park, and the 7th Ward neighborhood. One of the things that we do and that we mandate in ensuring that we have a product that's developed by our development partner, we ensure that they install a fortified roof in accordance with the Insurance Institute for Business and Homes Safety, to ensure that the investment that's made to that first-time home buyer or low to moderate income home buyer is an investment that they will have for a lifetime. With that investment, they also get a reduction in their insurance costs for wind and hail. And that's a big benefit to those homeowners. We're the first agency, quasi-public agency, a public agency for that matter in the city, who have mandated that in the development of all of our housing opportunities that we provide subsidy and or land. And this is just a quick map that identifies where those lots were. There are 90 in total that are spanned across the city that will ultimately be developed. And that's just a status of how many we've completed to date, which is about 48, 27 under construction, and a remaining 15 that are planned. Those are just some photos of neighborhoods. Pontchartrain Park is one. We've got another in New Orleans East that is currently under construction, I think on Zenith Street, right off Sheffman Tour and of Morrison. And we've also, one of the things we do is we mandate that in the homes that we develop, that our partners develop, that they put in some stormwater intervention. And one thing that we do believe is stormwater management begins at home. And with that, it's your home and that investment and all of those interventions that can be placed with rain gardens, with permeable pavers, with planter boxes, all of those that are provided. And each one of those homes store 1,000 gallons per site. And our affordable rental gap financing, this is a funding that we provide for gap dollars. As Tyra mentioned, some of these developments our work cross one another, because there's subsidy that's needed not only from Nora in providing land and some financial subsidy, but there's also additional dollars that's needed to bring all of these affordable housing opportunities into fruition. So we've got 2 that we currently have that we awarded 1.2 million. One is REO at 2556 Barone Street. The other one is SVP, the Lower 9th Ward. I'm happy to say that the Lower 9th Ward development is currently in the closing process, and we anticipate on them starting construction the 1st of next year. And REO will be shortly thereafter in its closing. The other piece that we do in providing for affordable housing, we make property available. A lot of you all have heard from others in your community and constituents who have said that they're interested in lots, and all they need from Nora is a lot and or land to develop. They don't need any other subsidy or money to do that. In response to that, we issued a request for applications and made property awards for about 174 properties. We made that award in the last 60 or so days. With that, we anticipate on those properties yielding 241 affordable housing opportunities. And that's in partnership with 9 developers. Of those 9 developers, there are 4 of them who are new developers working in with Nora. Councilmember Green, on one of the other presenters, you talked about the Desire area and working in that. This award that we're making here speaks to that and speak to some of the development that is going to take place in that desired neighborhood, the Florida desired neighborhood.
Thank you.
And then one of the innovations that was going on with that is that one of our partners is doing a new innovative 3D concrete printing construction process. You've never seen it here in the state of Louisiana. You've seen it in Florida and in Texas, and they're bringing that product here in that desired Florida neighborhood. They chose that neighborhood that they wanted to be in and wanted to work in.
Great.
So we're excited about that and having an opportunity to do that. And what that did was we allowed for us to make a 15% award of our remaining inventory with this award. So I'm happy to say that our board was excited about us having done that. The other piece that we're really excited about, which you've heard from several of the other departments, Office of Economic Development, and some from the city's Office of Community Development, is our redevelopment framework, whereby the city has looked at some of its surplus properties and empowered Nora to lease and manage the redevelopment of those underutilized city properties. I have one that we've made an award for. It's the Louisiana Firehouse. And what's really unique about that one is we're talking about redeveloping an old firehouse that was not in use. It had become the place for old storage, I'll put it that way. So with that, we made an award, and the proposed development is for 7 permanently affordable units. That's permanently affordable for the existence of that development. So it speaks to some of the other comments that came from individuals coming up to the podium. In addition to that, it's a marry between that and an early childhood education center. In addition to that, we have had an opportunity to be able to acquire the vacant lot that's next to it. We currently have an option agreement on that, and we're looking to see how that can be incorporated into that particular location. Again, the redevelopment framework is really one that we're excited about, but more importantly, it really brings an opportunity for us to utilize our skill set at the redevelopment authority to bring those properties back into commerce, but more importantly, to address some of those issues as it relates to housing and economic development at the same time. And the other project that we're doing is at the corner of St. Bernard and North Claiborne. It's a property that the redevelopment authority purchased, and it's going to be the site of a new mixed income project. There will be about 51 rental units. Of the 51 rental units, 40 will be affordable units at 20 to 60% of the area median income, with a mix of 11 market rate units. There will be 2 ground floor commercial units that will be made available at a really below market rate for an individual or a company, something that marries with that corridor. The financial closing is expected to take place in the first quarter of 2023 and construction complete in 2024. We're extremely excited about this because that's an intersection and one of the busiest intersections in the city. It speaks to, it's really the back door to the French Quarters if you're going down St. Bernard Avenue, and it marries with that. It's a neighborhood where individuals work nearby. It's in the heart of the city, and it's a great investment and will prove to be a great redevelopment project at that site. And there's a rendering of that particular location. On our other part of our residential development work is our market rate housing. This past year, we have made available and sold 99 properties across the city. At this past auction, you can see the photo of the map that indicates it's a broad sale of properties across the various, all the portions of the city, and you can see that on the map. Some evidence or examples of what happens once we sell those properties and make them available. The difference between that is those individuals buy those properties at auction and they develop market rate housing from that. Those are 2 examples of what those end products look like, 3 examples of what that looks like. And then the next slide just talks about the cumulative impact of our residential development. Speaks to the number of properties we've disposed of over the course of the past several years, along with our direct investment in affordable housing. And that's direct dollars that the redevelopment authority have invested in affordable housing, along with land subsidy, which all leveraged about $99.6 million in affordable housing. Our next portion, component of our work is really our commercial revitalization. We're proud about all of the work that we do. This is the portion of our work that really speaks to some of the economic development topics that have taken place here today, but really talking about businesses and how businesses can get a facelift for their businesses. We have really modified the program over the course of the last 8 months to expand the program to include Algiers, to Newton and General Meyer. In addition to that, we've addressed the program so that if individuals were impacted by COVID and they can demonstrate that through either through a PPP or SBA, then it's 100% grant of $50,000 for an improvement to your business and the business owners along the designated corridors. We walked the broad corridors and several of the other corridors over the course of the past 2 months. We've gotten about an additional 5 or 6 applications that have come in as a result of us just going typical door to door with that. This is the map that you can see on the back sheet that gives you the overview of what the program status is, what those that are planned, under construction, and complete. And this is an example of a project that was under construction but is completed, and that was the expansion of the program in Algiers. The other commercial revitalization work that we provide is our commercial gap financing. It's whereby we address some site-specific blight. It's really for catalytic economic development projects. We have done that across the city in Gentilly, on Gentilly Boulevard, St. Claude, North Claiborne Avenue, Lower Ninth Ward, and the livable Claiborne communities are the areas that it encompasses. Our board approved and a total award of $1 million to projects, $900,000 for the Dewdrop Inn in Central City. We had made an initial investment in Boca Song Creole Cafe last year. We board approved another $100,000 investment for a $600,000 investment. I'm happy to say that there's a grand opening event scheduled for November 25th and 30th for the Boca Song Creole Cafe. They've had some soft openings where they've had individuals come in, eat, they're there, they're opening, but the big event with the official ribbon cutting and all those things is November 25th and 30th. This is just a photo of the interior of that. I brought some of our board members down there so that they would be able to see that and have the owner share with them his journey and story about that. What's really cool about this site is that on the first floor, there's the Boca Song Creole Cafe, but above that on the top two, there's 2 units, a 2-bedroom unit, permanently affordable unit, as well as the downstairs unit that's permanently affordable as well. So that's a model, and that is one that we have been embracing and wanting to encourage that and support that wherever we can. The next slide you'll see is some of the photos from the groundbreaking that took place at the Dewdrop Inn. And we're excited about just being a partner of that in Central City. But more importantly, what you'll be able to see is this is what the rendering is of what that the Dewdrop Inn will look like once it's complete in 2023. All right, so one of the items that one of the council members mentioned was about small business and really how do you invest more into small businesses. One of the things that the Redevelopment Authority has done is that we have, for businesses that opened, and we recognize that COVID has been a trying time for businesses as they were coming online, and a lot of them were opening up during COVID. Nobody could have crystal ball COVID would have happened, but when they did that, when that happened, we made a determination by our board that we wanted to invest in some of those businesses that opened up. What we did was that we created a small business assistance program, which is really a grant program of up to $25,000 of assistance to reimburse businesses that opened up during COVID with their leases, with mortgage interest, utilities, marketing, even the Cox cable bills, all of those ongoing expenses. Some of the stories that we have gotten back from businesses as to how this infusion of 25,000 will be the difference between their business staying open and closing. And we decided that we took the 26 different arteries across the city. Although our funding had to focus on low to moderate income neighborhoods, we were really intentional about where we put that. And so to make certain that we picked up all these various arteries. There's a list of all those locations. We did a huge outreach. To date, we've received about 60 applications. We've approved 20 of those. We still have funding for an additional 30 more businesses that we expect to come online to do that. What we're also looking at is expanding the eligible geographies to include a little bit, to go a little bit broader. And in addition to that, maybe going back as far as to include businesses that opened up in 2022. So stay tuned for that. But I'm excited to share with you the map, though, of where those businesses are. And if you see that, and if Councilmember Thomas would note, that we have a lot of those businesses that are in the New Orleans East neighborhood, in and off Chef Mentor, near Dauman, all of that you will be able to see with businesses, but it transcends the entire city of New Orleans for those businesses that we're trying to reach. And so this is the next are two photos of two businesses. These happen to be out in New Orleans East. We have gotten great response from that in individuals. And what we've been able to do is help some of those businesses with some of those things that they needed to get done. Finish getting their occupational license, making certain that they're doing some of those things, making referral to other organizations such as Propeller or other organizations that are doing that work. We found businesses that were operating their businesses out of their checking account. They need that level of technical assistance so that they can know how to do that and not end up with their doors closing. Off my soapbox. All right. The next portion of our work is just a accumulation of all of our work under that. But I'll talk about our land stewardship, which is our community adaptation program. Everyone knows that Nora has been excited to be the city's subrecipient in implementing the stormwater interventions on each individual lots in the Gentilly Resilience District. To date, we've completed 187. Of that, we have a remaining 10 to complete to fulfill that goal where we would have expended all of the 5.9 million that we've been allocated. But the city of New Orleans has committed to us and that they're going to provide an additional 1.5 million in the Gentilly Resilience District so that we can service more families and individuals. But more importantly, we're going to talk about expanding that program citywide. Although we have a modest amount right now of 2.5 million from the general obligation bond funds to expand the program citywide, but the appetite, the desire, and the interest in the program is really good. And we do believe we'll be very oversubscribed. As Seth is moving me along as I can identify a couple of interventions along the way, just so you can see what permeable pavers look like. So you can see rain garden there. We have a planter box that's there, that's up there. And then as you can see, someone is enjoying their rain garden in Gentilly. So that's just an overview of that. The other piece, and we want to sit here for just for a few seconds, is that I want to highlight one of the things that I heard from the workforce development staff is that as they were presenting, they were talking about green infrastructure and green infrastructure jobs. The work that we're doing through the community adaptation program is providing for those green infrastructure job opportunities. We have contracted with Thrive, who is one of the recipients, to help those individuals to make that transition into those things. But in addition to that, we've created and grown minority-owned businesses through this work, through the community adaptation program. We have seen those companies grow from just being a husband and wife team, Ubuntu, to now expanding and growing beyond that. We've got Wingate Engineers who is doing that work with us, but we're proud of the fact that we're able to provide those green infrastructure workforce opportunities for those individuals. And then just on our operations, just as an overview, we've got about 4,900 properties that we've sold over the course of the past several years. That breakdown is between affordable housing, market rate housing, a lot next door, and our alternative land use. What we have remaining in our inventory is about 1,100 properties. Currently, 93% of them are remaining in relatively weak real estate markets. And what that means to us is that it's going to require not only land, but in order to get those properties back into commerce. We'll be able to do that with the help of our partners, but we recognize that that is something that it will take in order to do that. And then some of our goals for 2023 is that we increase the supply of affordable housing, making Nora property and financing available for the development of rental and home ownership opportunities, support commercial corridor revitalization, just as we've been doing, which is investing in small and large scale commercial development, small businesses and organizations that promote corridor-based development, expand our green infrastructure work with our property, would make Nora property and financing available to manage stormwater, which we currently do, and to continue our private property, working on private property to reduce flooding and decreasing the burden on the city's pumping system. Leverage investments, which we have been doing throughout all of our work that we do. Our dollars in are ultimately always leveraged by someone else or someone else's dollars. Our dollars sometimes are the but for dollars, but were not for those dollars, those projects would not move forward. And then we want to continue to reduce our inventory from where it once was, as I've indicated, from 4,900 to 1,100. The budget for 2022 and 2023 as approved, and that's before you. Just want to mention that our budgets are a multi-year budget so that we're carrying forward any funds from a prior year over into a new year. These also the 2023 budget also includes the new initiatives, which I talked about, the expansion of the CAP program citywide and through the NDR and then the NDR neighborhood. And then our 2023 revenue, this is just a highlight of all of our grants and grant programs, where we funded, where we what we are doing in each of those. And then some of our new initiatives, I've highlighted that as our affordable gap financing. That's our work for the Lower Ninth Ward development work, our Barone Street development work, working with our development partners. We are going to commission a market value analysis. What we're going to do is wait to the end of 2022 so that we can have all of that data, so that we'll start that in the first quarter of 2023. We also have resilient homes. We have model homes that we're developing in the Gentilly Resilience District. It's similar to the LA House Home and Landscape Resource Center. It's an opportunity for us to see all of those interventions in a couple of homes. At the end of the day, we'll be showcasing that to all of our other partners and others who are in this the resilience arena. And then our commercial corridor technical assistance program, we plan on picking that up in 2023. That's where we provide technical assistance dollars to Main Street organizations such as Mary Queen of Vietnam, Broad Community Connection, New Corp, Old Algiers Main Street. We plan on adding St. Claude Main Street that just came on board, O.C. Haley Merchant and Business Association, and Ujima. On our strategic development, I know that one of those properties at 1141 Esplanade was part of the city's, one of the land that the city transferred to Nora vis-a-vis a long-term lease. We're going to start community meetings on what highest and best use of that. The meeting is scheduled for next week on November the 14th. We have done a lot of outreach. We've submitted and provided that information to the district council, to the neighborhood associations. We've gone door to door within a 2-mile radius of that site. 2 block, I'm sorry. Thank you. I've made you all go far. Oh, not that far. Okay. In a 2-block radius, we have signs all around the site. If you drive past there today, you'll see all the signs with the flyers talking about the community meeting. We've also sent that information to a couple of individuals that we met on site in May of this year, just to remind them about this. This is to help to inform what will be come out as far as an RFP, a request for application or interest in what will be developed in that site. We'll use that opportunity to get the feedback from the community and hear from them as to what they'd like to see. And the other one is 1600 to 1626 North Claiborne Avenue. Again, that's at the intersection of North Claiborne and St. Bernard. We'll be issuing that in the first quarter of next year. Looking at that and seeing what the highest and best use might be for that particular site. There is a community meeting that we've got scheduled for next Thursday at 6 p.m. At that meeting, we're going to provide for the new designs of the housing component, but also get feedback as to what may take place at the commercial portion of that site. And the other thing that we're doing is working with Ujima. There will be a pop-up on that site on November the 25th, the day after Thanksgiving, to get more input from other individuals and for businesses around that community to sell and showcase their ware. And one of the things that came up during the conversations today is the Six Flags site and where we are with the development of that. As you all know, that subsequent to the city of New Orleans procurement and procuring is listening for a developer, the Bayou Phoenix team was selected to be the developer for the Six Flags site. At that time, after they issued it, the city requested Nora to utilize its real estate development capacity and expertise and to manage that redevelopment process. Over the course of the past few months, we started in negotiation and having discussion directly with the developer beginning in July of this year. We've completed our negotiations between our cooperative endeavor agreement between the Industrial Development Board on the transfer of the property and the city of New Orleans as to the approval process, which requires just the approval of the Nora board. Since we have been having discussions with the developer regarding that, where we said today is that Nora is prepared to move forward with 24 months of site control at no cost to the developer, with the ability to exercise the appropriate oversight on behalf of the city and the community at large. I'd like to remind everyone that this is publicly owned land. It is not a privately owned land. It's publicly owned land that the developer is asking for a reduced, asking for a below fair market lease. And we're okay with that. But with that, there has to be an exchange for the what the public benefits are to protect the public's interest. In addition to that, an economic study and a master plan that's subject to community input and feedback. It's not that the redevelopment authority is intending to improve every tenant or whomever that goes on that site, but there are some safeguards that any public, the general public, the 390,000 citizens of New Orleans would like to see in place as it relates to that. From my perspective, the negotiations are ongoing, and we look forward to coming back to hopefully share with you all where that we have reached an agreement. All right, thank you. I don't have any more. Oh, they did tell me I have one more. We have a program income. There has been, as you all are aware, Nora has been funded and funding its programs through the Disaster Community Development Grant Funds. All of the funds that we have been using to create all of these various new programs have been generated through program income. We generate that program income from the sale of former road home properties. So all of those programs that I've mentioned, such as our commercial corridors, our Orleans Housing Investment Program, our funds to acquire the properties on St. Bernard, to acquire the vacant lot that's next door to the firehouse, our facade program, our rental gap financing program, all of those programs have been funded from the sale of former road home properties. It has not been any funding that we've gotten directly from the city for that. The State Office of Community Development is really moving toward completing closeout of the Katrina Rita disaster grant funds. We know that. With that conversion, that means that those funds will ultimately be converted to entitlement community development funds and would be managed by the city of New Orleans. I say that because there are several programs that will be sunsetting as part of the closeout and the conversion. At the time of the conversion, the city of New Orleans will need to allocate entitlement CDBG dollars to New Orleans Redevelopment Authority to support the community development programs that we have been implementing, and includes property maintenance and the disposition of those remaining 1,000 properties that are in our inventory. We're actively discussing with the city on that transition and long-term funding options. We've been doing that with the head of the Department of Finance and the head of the Office of Community Development. I'm sharing this with you all is because some of those programs that I highlighted that have touched people over the course of the past few years will be sunsetting. I also know that there is an opportunity for the city of New Orleans to continue to invest in those programs, but just utilizing some other funding source to do that. We recognize our work that we are doing is important. We're a key partner in developing and implementing a lot of the work. We have really been catalytic in our work across the city, and you can see it in every corner of the city. And I'm going to brag about that because we have done a good job of doing that. I'm not going to say everybody has been in agreement with everything we did, but we've done it. We've been thoughtful. We have been made certain that we've been good stewards of the funds and that every dollar we invest, we leverage that. And we've also done that while working with emerging developers and others who are first-time business owner, first-time individuals who are developing and getting them an opportunity to create their vision and their dream. So with that being said, I'm excited about what we've done and look forward to the questions from today.
You should brag about being the quickest and most succinct presenter of the day, and we all sincerely appreciate that. Councilmember Green.
And you provided so much information that that's not a whole lot of questions to be asked, but I do want to take time to say, I feel actually that this is a great time that I got elected to this particular office to represent Gentilly, Desire, Pontchartrain Park, and the Claiborne corridor, Dowman Road, and I'm just looking forward to working with you all as we continue to develop. I do want to applaud you. 5,000 properties moved since Hurricane Katrina, 5,000. And I see the results every day as I go throughout the city. It's made a tremendous difference, especially even in the community that I represent. I do want to work with you all closely. I was the head of economic development when Magazine Street was a real rough street, and also Ferret Street was a real rough street, and Aretha Castle Haley was. I want to try to do, I'm not going to try to do, I'm going to work with Nora and others to address Dowman Road. And I appreciate the fact that Dowman Road is included. But as you all hear me talk about Dowman Road, we have our first Merchants Association meeting tomorrow. It's something that I requested. I've also had an opportunity to discuss with code enforcement and others that important corridor. It's not just a corridor, it's a corridor that leads to New Orleans East. And it also is a corridor that already has a number of successful businesses. In fact, just yesterday, I went into a business that I didn't even know existed already. It was a gift shop. A young lady was working her gift shop, and next door she had a beauty salon very quietly. But it was an example of the fact that there are businesses along there that we could really, really help enhance with facade improvements, with addressing issues, and maybe a loan program or something like that. So I look forward to working with you there, and I'll talk to you later about also Johnny Jackson Boulevard, but that's something that you all are focused on in terms of helping businesses. But the main thing is, I just want to say, I've watched over the years, I've watched Nora work with people such as Stephen Kennedy, for example, a very motivated individual who's worked hard out there, and you all have provided him with assistance and meetings whenever it was necessary. I've also seen you work with other developers to help them to move into the right direction relative to how they could get their projects done. And it has made a difference. For the long run, for the next 25 to 30 years, I don't want you to hesitate to incorporate into any money that you might get from us, establishing some sort of program income, because you all have done some great work. And we want to see it continue for 40 to 50 years. And the reason that you need to do that, the way that you do that sometimes is to establish program income And it's understood by developers that if I'm getting assistance, that's something that I can do in the long run that helps an agency, helps a city, while I've already helped myself. So as it works out that the city gives money and that the council supports it, try to incorporate program income long-term wherever you can, because we're going to continue to grow. But as we look at our city right now and we see that, yes, we had a larger population some time ago and it's smaller, and we have vacant land and lots. It's also just a good thing to know that this is an example of the fact that you can take properties in our city and make them higher and better uses. So but from the Gentilly Resilience District to the Pontchartrain Park, the minority and women-owned businesses that are developing houses there, to the fact that you all are interested in and want to focus on the Desire, Florida area, I'm looking forward to working with you. I know it's already made a difference, but just what I just brought up, it gives you a good example of the fact that there's a great future ahead with us working together. So thank you for the work that you do. It just happens that it's in District D. It just happens that I was just elected, but it's a great time to have been elected to look forward to all of these ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings. And you all just let me know where I need to be too.
All right.
What we need to do. Thank
will
you.
do.
Thank you. Just very quickly, CPC man talked today about the fact that they're looking at a housing opportunity study and trying to incorporate everything. And I think you know where I'm headed is I'm looking at your properties there, and particularly the places that you're saying are distressed. I just want to make sure that as they're looking at market forces and what's happening, that Nora and CPC are having a conversation.
We are.
Yeah, we absolutely are. They are very interested in the market value analysis that we are planning to commission in the first quarter of next year, which I think is going to play a pretty key role in that study that they're embarking upon. And we've also been working with them on future land use map amendments, particularly as they concern Nora properties.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think my office asked for a list of Nora properties in District B. You may or may not have gotten that to me, but if
I'll send it again.
We can do
if
it.
you could
do it again.
resend it
Not a
to
problem.
me, that'd be great.
They made
And
a couple of sales since then, so we can do that.
oh, perfect. I appreciate it and I thank you. Are there any public comments?
Well, yes, there's one, but it's not related to this topic. Let me set the table and I'll give you 2 minutes, even though it's not related to the topic and we don't have to technically take public topic. Mr. Marshall is here because he wants to apply for money from the recently created funds that the council set up for culture bearers and nonprofits. That fund has been, and you guys can go. It doesn't relate to y'all at all. We appreciate you.
All right.
Thank you all very
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And the fund was created in September. The process has just been set up. There are no applications yet. So there's nothing to apply for yet. So sir, with that, the floor is yours for 2 minutes.
I'll come back at another time because everybody's not in here, and then I was invited to come back today. There's not, the people who's supposed to be sitting here to 5:30 are not in here. So I'll come back at another time with some people that can help me with the situation. And we've been in the email for almost a month now. I haven't heard anything from no one. I'll email Ms. Monet, as you told me, tomorrow, and thank you for your opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. For those of you who are watching, Mr. Shy began this meeting many moons ago by saying there are 11 online comments. We will post those online. For tomorrow, we will begin with the sheriff, then tax levy ordinance, Board of City Trust, Department of Finance and Supplier Diversity, the CAO's office, which includes the Budget Office, Office of Information Technology and Innovation, Office of Service and Innovation, Office of Employee and Labor Relations, and end with New Orleans Public Library and the Orleans Parish Board and Agenda for Children Village. So with that, we will stand at ease until 9:30 tomorrow. Thank you, everybody.
Third down.